All right, here we go, folks. As you already saw, we are on the C stream with your caster Beef Mommy. With me is going to be Cali Gaming, and this is going to be where we unleash the beast. Monster Energy, thank you so much for having us here in the Snapdragon Pro series. As we're starting things off here with Q9 Club and also Team Vitality. Callie, how are you feeling today? It is your first broadcast here in the global stage, man.
Yeah, it feels great to be here. I got shivers down my spine as soon as we started this game. But it's interesting because Q9 Club, this is one of their weakest maps starting this year. And Team Vitality, I feel like it's going to be a map pick from them. But looking at what the scoreline is happening right now, it's a deadly beatdown starting off the game. It's a 32-0 in P1.
I mean, I know you already mentioned it. Like Q9 Club, definitely no stranger to the grand finals, and Team Vitality as well. They've made their appearance, but never really going as far as reaching day number 2. But obviously, what we know this year already is the fact that we've seen so much disappointments, where we've seen number 1 teams not make it here into the grand stage. So definitely do not sleep on a team like Vitality, and you can tell, right? They might actually try to make a comeback, but it's kind of difficult to see right now that Q9 having such a big lead already as we transpire into this P2 with Team Vitality with just, speaking of, 2 points.
I mean, it's such a great start here for Kinju Club, right? Off the get-go at P1, they held up pretty strong on that scaffolding, getting the top floor control, and now you've been able to chain that P1 to a P2 control where they had the early rotation on to next, but now Team Vitality able to flip those spawns, gonna get inside a bit, they're gonna be able to put in the numbers and bully out Kinju Club as respawning on the generator. So finally we see some bit of traction for Team Vitality after that P1 upset.
Yeah, the P1, I mean, it gets really scrappy, you know. It's so open, and Q9 was just able to control that hill really easily. But P2 definitely going to be the same story, as they were able to get those spawns down, use their smokes to their advantage. But the good thing right now with Team Vitality is the fact that they have rotated early and also got the power positions necessary to kind of stop the push coming in from Q9 Club, going from P4 all the way to generators.
A nice exit kills there for Estina as he takes down Sam's holding off this P4. But now it's trying to break up this generator, right? This could be the front man in there, fighting himself a double. And the thing here with this squad right now is they've been able to dominate these longer range engagements, pulling already on a 16, and they're bringing out 2 operators that will help them try to break off the point. Estina able to hold off those spawns a bit and give them that initial time inside the hard point, able to break off the initial hold that we got for Team Vitality. 18-30 is going to be the score of the game, and there's not going to be any operators wasted for Q9 as they get a good hold off of these P3 doorways.
Man, clean break coming in from Q9, just using all of their score streaks to their advantage. It started with O-Ling and also the fight for that bottom right side spawn. It was Q9 that actually won that and eventually led Team Vitality to the lesser favored spawn, and now a clean break, getting majority of the points down. But that was a good effort for Vitality to actually go in and rotate early, knowing very well how to position themselves. It's just a matter of the play of those score streaks that was the biggest factor into Q9 basically getting a lot of the points down here in P1, but we're finally getting to that rotation next, and again we're seeing Preddies fall down from the sky.
Yeah, Q9 has been able to build up and, actually emphasize a lot more kills compared to Team Vitality. We're talking about a huge significant difference in terms of that kill department, and we're talking about this early rotation, which has been favoring Q9 on this first set of Hardpoint. They did come off pretty slow on that P3 rotation, but they eventually got the breakdown using their utilities and their operator skills. Q9 Yagwan off the back, able to get that flank. They should be able to get this pinch play and clear off that point. And that's to be a 100-point lead for Q9 as they build it up pretty strong on this P4 Hardpoint. Vitality still looking to grasp the scenario. Still 4 of their players barely reaching double-digit kills right now.
Yeah, when it comes to the mechanical skills, we can see definitely Q9 is just shining so much, and they're just raining down Predator missiles just as if it only takes 1 kill to get. And now it's Team Vitality slowly but surely kind of lacking in the kill department, and that will definitely matter because you also need your util in order to get these hills and break them. It doesn't matter if you rotate early, but if you can't get those wins, if you can't get those kills, you won't be able to get the Predator missile, you won't be able to get the Hunter Killer drone that'll help you break the hill later on.
I mean, looking at that just first hardpoint rotation, right? I mean, O-Ling and Mauchi, the AR line has just been significant in just dismantling Team Vitality, whether they're on rotation or just trying to stack off that point. Now we do see some time in there for Team Vitality as we go in for that reset. Q9 still trying to fight it off, trying to fight for that position on the generators. Sam's able to win one huge gunfight to put this team finally inside that point. We're seeing them finally getting some sense of vitality as they finally get some time inside P1, which was the struggle for them on that first hardcore rotation, but only to get bullet down there by Q9 as they are really just beaming these players one at a time with the AR.
Yeah, the same thing happening here for P1. Q9 just having such a solid hold here, exactly. And Team Vitality needs to be revitalized when it comes to their gameplay. A while ago, they did a fairly decent job at going for the rotation into P3, and P2 is definitely going to be a little bit harder just because of how many entrances there are going to be. Now, the setup is going to be interesting for Vitality, where these two players, that is going to be Sams and Burns, and trying to go in there for the pinch. And so far, they are winning these gunfights.
But the operators are just a lot better by Q9 here. They're bringing out 4 operators to try to get them maintain the hold up to this hard point, but Team Vitality bringing out their own equalizer there as well just to survive the first of gunfight. They are doing pretty well here this time round. Gotta flip up the spawns. It's gonna be number 4. That's gonna be Mauchi still holding up that medcare center that's allowing this team to put themselves inside the point. With Mauchi able to chain that attack, they get this last 30 seconds. Team Vitality still kind of spread out, trying to get this multi-ankle push, and it's gonna work as they continue to flood on this hard point.
Yeah, continue to work, and now for Q9, they can definitely try to put their sights into the next set of hills, but no, they actually still want to go break this P2, getting 10 points for their name. And Team Vitality, even though that, yes, they didn't get majority of the points in P2, they do kind of stop the bleeding just a tiny bit, as again, they try to go in there for that early rotation, but unfortunately for them, they do lose rotational gun sights, and also trying to go in there for those kills in the middle of the map. That actually prompts player number 4, and that's Burns, to spawn all the way into the left side, and basically stopping the setup that they were wanting in that P3 area.
Vegas holding up the generator spawn, finding 2 kills with a purifier. That's going to stop the 3 players that are just trying to hold it down and, you know, stack that point later on as soon as the team gets that really together. But like that's going to be read off by Team Vitality as they finally get that 100-point reached up. But these doorways are going to be controlled by Q9, Uling and Mauchi combining for 5 kills in the kill department. And it's just Kingju Club off of this P3 has been able to not just win their close range gunfights, but as well as their ARs. But again, Team Vitality, they're doing pretty well and just trying to hold it down. You know, there's still plenty of time to get their selves back inside this game. Just gonna have to keep it down bit by bit.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely they need to go and inch through because Q9 is already trying to get all the scrap points that they can, and Team Vitality needs to stop any kind of points to the advantage of Q9 because Q9 can just play the scrap game. Well, that's what they're doing right now. They're just giving some sort of points to Vitality in the first half, but knowing very well that they are forced to go and rotate early into the next hill because they need to catch up on the points. So what Q9's doing, they're getting the scraps, and if they get the scraps, they only need 30 points to go and win this hill, and now we only have 2 players left from Vitality, but the operators are out. Maki is going to be getting that 47 to his name, and just going to be slowly but surely about to get that 50 bomb.
Yeah, that's just insane, right? Mauchi is that one of the players that this team actually acquired prior to this event, right? I mean, all coming from old gamers, and he's been one of the best ARs in China so far, and he's up there with Uling right now in this game. They are combining for at least 80 plus on that kill line. I think that's even higher compared to what we're seeing from Team Vitality in this matchup. 3 more points for the win. Kingju Club starts their World Championship run with a map win up against Team Vitality in Hardpoint takeoff, and to do it in a way where they dominated that long-range engage. They got 2 players at least combining for 48 plus kills there, Beef Mammy.
I know, that was beautiful. I mean, that was a beautiful game of Hardpoint, and you already mentioned it. The fact that Takeoff is a map that they're actually really good at. And granted, these Chinese teams needed to kind of catch up when it comes to games such as, let's say, Hardpoint, right? Where they don't know how to play those respawns, but now, slowly but surely, they know how to play those respawns. And it's scary because later on, for that S&D, you already know that Q9, Wolves, SPG, this is their bread and butter. So Vitality needs to step it up, especially here in this S&D matchup.
Yeah, the thing with Q9 Club, Hardpoint and Control are not their main thing, right? I mean, this is the best S&D team coming in from the East. And we're talking about one of the best snipers, arguably, in the game right now in Sun.
He's blinding.
He averaged 40 kills in one game in CDM Season 6. And he scored 44 kills during the CDSI. So that's definitely a player that this team needs to iron out for moving forward.
This is basically he's like the son of Ma and Nian boiled into one person. He's
Yeah,
basically an AI. He locks on into targets. And if you guys at home have seen the Twitter clips, yeah, that sniper Twitter clip in Tunisia, that was
that's
him.
him.
So imagine going into a game, if you're Vitality and you're gonna be seeing this. I mean, exciting stuff, right? So again, when it comes to S&D, when you're Vitality, you're gonna need to just really step it up and just hope because it's a best out of three. You need to win it here in S&D in order for you to move on into that control round.
Yeah, Joko's is gonna be a battle player here this time around. He's the only player positive last year for Vitality, right? I mean, he's very streaky sniper, and if they ever do pull out that slumps S&D later on, there's a potential chance that Vitality could really put in a great, sum of strength to actually push for that map number 3 later on. But that will be determined after we actually see them actually play that map just yet, right? So far for them, it was such a really late start. I mean, they were really struggling starting off that P1 where they actually gave a lot of time for Q9 and they couldn't chip it away. And it was just a snowball for them, right? I mean, Q9 actually managed to win in a dominant manner.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a dominant game from Q9, and it seems like Vitality knew what to do, knew the right rotations, and also when it comes to the placements and all of that. But the thing is, they were just being outgunned, and the usage
Yeah.
of the score streaks from Q9 was just a little bit too much for them to handle. And eventually, it kind of just snowballed out of control, and Q9 was able to kind of clutch it up. And now we're headed into Search and Destroy, where, like we keep saying, definitely going to be a more difficult matchup, and it really was Hardpoint that Vitality needed to win in order to bring it into a control match and eventually possibly move on to the next round. As you guys already watched the main broadcast, this is a Swiss round one. So the Switch matchup, if you're going to be losing this one, you're going up against the other teams that also lost as well. So you're going to be matched up to the same type of scoreline amongst the other teams because we do have simultaneous broadcasts happening right now, right, Callie? So you
Yeah.
can check out all the other streams. But Callie, what do you feel like with Vitality? What do they need to do in that Search and Destroy in order to kind of outsmart Q9?
I mean, Bros and Vegas has to really step it up, right? Especially when they're the players that this team needed to push that pace with that SMG and that AR role that they currently have for this roster. But I feel like Joko's, again, still going to be that vital S&D player. He's going up against Sun, which is currently one of the best snipers in the East right now in the competition. So he's out there for a hunt. So if you're able to shut him down and nail him, get that first blood, and maybe convert that into an early 4v5, there's a big chance that they can topple it all off. But it's easier said than done. If they ever do pull up that takedown up against Sun, they're still going to have to worry about Uling. Is a walking destruction as he
I know.
can really erase anyone at sight.
Yeah, Uling is really good. I mean, he's been MVP for a lot of times and definitely going to be a player that you should look out for. But for everyone watching our stream right now on YouTube, what's up? We can see you. I know you're showing some love with everyone right there. But for now, we are going to take a quick short break before we start off with that Search and Destroy. But we're going to be chilling right there on stream. Let's have a chat. Who's going to win? It's going to be Q9 or is it going to be your favorite team, Vitality? We'll see you in a little bit.
I think we're back.
Hello, welcome back to the S&D game that we've been kind of waiting for. And like what we've been saying already, Q9 Club loves S&D, but this is actually the best map to kind of throw them off here because Vitality might be able to take... Oh, no, I mean, I was going to say it, but I think I just caster cursed it. Callie, come on.
Yeah. I think Sam's, that was the right decision to just back away. And Burns is trying to hunt for Sun down there at the admin building. Joko's pops one. Oh! Almost pops second. Just use the pistol. The LCAR9 does not get the pick. Just too late on that quick draw. And Sam's on a 1v2 here. Oh, he's got a panic to work with, but Sinan jumps, bounces, getting that kill. Kingju Club successfully putting that bomb down and converting that into a round win.
Okay. I like what I see, right? Team Vitality was responding. It's a conversation. And the thing is, it's like the individual gunfights just not being won. Joko's getting that pick definitely was going to be super huge for Vitality. But unfortunately, the reach-out, the repeat is not going to work out as a fury of nades are going to be going out to generate as a fast push coming in from Q9.
And there is it again. Sun able to get himself another kill. In this matchup, bomb plant on the B side here this time. Team Vitality has two of their players still stuck at the buildings. Minho able to get that trade. Yang Wando off the flank. He's gonna get Burns eliminated. Checking off the back here once again. And he's got his teammate Sinan to work with that attack. And Yang Wando finds himself two on this round. Sinan able to get that clean on the last player for Vitality. And they take away another round just like that on the attack.
Man, Sun just providing a lot of space for Q9. And also the fact that Team Vitality, all the members just went into the right side of the map and just hoped that, hey, we're going to be going in here to the end and we're just going to push without any nades, without util whatsoever. And Q9 just delivered so much and they just had to stay put. Nades, though, going to be raining here into Pizza. The A side definitely going to be a little bit trickier if you're going to be Q9 as there are 3 plays from Vitality. So a pretty solid defensive setup so far here for Vitality.
I gotta rely on this SMGs here this time. Sinan does not get spotted here so far, but he pulls the trigger and he's gonna have to back away. And they're out of this. 3 players are just trying to go for that attack. The bomb gets dropped and it's down to our last 2 players, Sun and Mauchi. You know, 2 standouts from Q9 after they get acquired in CDM Season 5. Mauchi finds a double. And there we go, Sun. This is really upon their reach now.
Oh no, this is what these Chinese teams are really good at.
Yeah.
They're good at slowing it down, please. Vitality, just don't peek. Just don't peek, don't peek, bro.
Yes.
Come on.
Nice. Sun. Yes. Sam. Nice timing on that rotation. And there we go. Team Vitality getting that kill. And the thing, like what she said, Q9, and they've done it up against, you know, one of the best teams in the East and Wolves, right? And then sometimes those players, they can get off guarded, and a player like Sun left out in the late game is such a shock. But Burns seems like he will not be able to enter as he leaves the lobby here, but we're still going to continue on this 4v5 situation. And yeah, I mean, more advantage out for Q9 as they definitely got the numbers on this one. They can put the bomb down at the A side as well. Player holding down the overpass, that's going to be number 1 in Minho. It's going to get the, you know, scouted around by Sun, who's got the Locus. One shot, 1 kill for him, but it's gonna go a wrap around the back, and that will give him that multi-sided push. But pulling there, picked him down. It's all down to Joko's 1v4 with 34 seconds left, and he's got a sniper to work around. There we go. He finds 1.
But then 3 are on his tail, and they're just trying to go and pick it off. And so far, they definitely know what to do. But we're gonna be restarting this just because we did see 1 player from Vitality drop off. And the good thing about LAN is you can literally just talk to someone and, hey, I just got disconnected. Unlike if you're online, right? It definitely would be more difficult to kind of restart the game. But let's see what might happen here. That was such a good round from Vitality, their first round win, knowing very well that you need to heavily defend that A side. The moment that they got that information that it would be an A push, just immediately put those 3 players in, and there you go. They just won majority of their gunfights. And the fact that you did get to see that Mauchi got those 2 in response, you already know these Chinese teams are very difficult to work with just because if you have 2 players versus 5, it is very likely that they will still try to win that 2v5. And they just stayed put. They held their angles right. The timing was also on their side.
And no one has more resilience up against the Chinese when it comes to playing those S&Ds. I mean, they played that as their main game mode in their region itself. And, the amount of repetitions that they have added all throughout this years are piling up. And the game sense, I feel like he's there. That's one thing that's going to have to be talked about. I mean, talking about what just happened there in this first two rounds, a quick A and B side plant, and then we also had a reasonable response for Vitality. And the moment that they actually really find how to counter out attack, a team like Q9, especially on that A side, I feel like that was such a great read for them and a great adjustment, knowing that you can't allow a players from Q9 to just enter that one freely because they can put that bomb down immediately and just, entrap the players and cover all areas and easily get that peak advantage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to get any kind of advantage, especially up against Q9. But as we're waiting for the stream to relaunch, or the game to relaunch, rather, it's more of a question of, are we going to be starting off with the scoreline, which was a 1 and 2 in favor of Q9? Because definitely, if a player does drop out in the middle of the game, well, we'll see what happens. But definitely going to be really, I feel like Vitality might actually take this close. Just because,
Yeah,
Jokos, he's actually a really talented sniper, and it seems like he's on it. He
yeah.
definitely had important kills in that round one, and unfortunately for them, they did lose that. But also, this time around, especially with that first round win for them, Science of Life, and like what we mentioned too, Meltdown is a map that a lot of these Chinese teams aren't necessarily used to playing.
They love playing their Tunisias. They love playing
Yeah,
those longer
exactly.
range
You already
maps.
know. Ban
And
Tunisia!
yeah, yeah, I think that's one way to actually, increase your odds of winning up against this Chinese teams because once you hop into a Tunisia map, the amount of timing that they get is just unreal. It seems like they always have that time in there because they have a lot of this timings attacked to really go well and successful, right? And we're talking here about Sun, who obviously had one of the best patience game and just dropping four players all by himself and clutching a diffuse in one of the matches they played during their majors. But talking about Vitality and Crew Jokos, you touch upon it a little bit. He's only the player that will be stuck here in this roster in 2022 and 2023, right? All these other
Hmm.
players coming in from Godlike and Bros Vegas, definitely, one of the better SMG players out there in the Indian region. And they can really put the back down, they can really cash in, get those kills. It's just taking them a little bit of time here today to actually get hot. It's it's the first day of the World Champs. It's round number one of the Swiss stage, and the first day jitters actually is one big thing that potentially these players might just be experiencing at. But looking at what the game just what happened, right? A player logged out on phone C for Vitality, and the score was 1 to Kingjo. So there's most likely going to a remake of the lobby, and we're gonna start with the same scoreline, hopefully.
Yeah, we are going to be starting off with the same scoreline. That was 1 and 2. We're just going to be announcing to you guys in the comment section, just wondering what's going to happen. So we're going to be remaking the lobby, kind of like what Callie said. And just to kind of give you and assume, like the questions that you were asking a while ago, is the fact that we started off Takeoff, and that's supposedly one of the better maps of Vitality, and now they had 8 wins, 2 losses in the last time that they actually played. And that's an 80%. I mean, it's an 80% win rate. But we're going now to the S&D, where Meltdown, on the other hand, is around 50-50. It's like 66%. But it does show that they did their homework, because it seems like they're performing so much more differently compared to the last time that they played S&D.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential when they're playing and holding that A side on the defensive side. We saw them at round number three, where obviously they're able to, communicate, trade those attacks that we were seeing from Q9. They got first off the pick onto CNAD, and it was just, eliminations up until the very end. And looking at, a team like Vitality, they've had a couple of struggles after their season three for their Indian regional finals, right? I mean, after that, they got the Hyderabad Invitationals where they placed fourth. So a kind of a struggle up against NS Official and 2B. But, this team, they are here for a reason. And they're obviously trying to find ways to increase that odds of winning a little bit in this competition. Now, up against Q9 Club, who obviously has 27 wins and 7 losses in their S&D, which is insane. In fact, is the highest by any team heading into the World Champs. They're obviously going to be far superior in terms of the repetition, but also be adept into the maps that these teams have been playing. So I think the reason for Vitality's pick here for Meltdown, although they may have not played it yet, I think it's just all about getting their defenses right.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if they really did choose Meltdown or not, but
I
I'm
think it's a
hoping it was
map pick.
kind of like a move. Is
I think
it?
it's a
Is it their
map pick.
map
I
pick?
think I think it's a map pick for Q9. I mean, we
Ah,
know we
yeah,
know
yeah,
we know the
yeah.
coaches for Q9. They really love to get into the nitty gritty and check what potential weakness this team have, and potentially for Vitality,
I
they
want to
did
see it.
not play this meltdown map at all in stage 4.
Yeah. A lot of really interesting facts being thrown. And I mean, if you guys are watching like the other streams, like you guys should actually check it out
Yeah.
because like have all of those 4 tabs open because my goodness, in the A stream, we saw Lucasin give a beating to
Wait,
LG.
what was the score? Oh my,
It was
really?
7-1, dude. It was 7-1. See, I'm multitasking right now. I'm watching the stream and casting the C stream at the same
That's
time. All I have to do is actually also watch the B stream. Which, by the way, the Mustachio, you guys have been wanting to see him cast on the world stage. Here you go, and he's gonna be actually live on his Facebook page. And on the D stream, we also have Infinity. But let us set our focus here on the C stream. We're finally having it 1-2, still in the favor of Q9, but we already know that the gameplay of Vitality is just so good and so tight, but I'm hoping now that Q9 Club is going to be planting here in this B side, this is where they got a lot of their triumphant encounters.
you got Shinan holding off this overpass. I mean, this Team Vitality squad, they definitely have to play through Jokos, who's gonna have to intercept any player that might just potentially be around at mid-map that can really intercept their players. They're trying to go on a rotation. 24 seconds. And look at number 1 in yellow. Shinan already on his way back against the enemies. He takes down Minho, making that long flank around. That's just gonna divert the attacks of Vitality on this rotation. And we're seeing some fight backs, by the way. But time is running out. Vegas has to make his move, has to get that pinch play to work, but his teammate got shut down. And they will not get the round as Kingju Club completes another round win through Plant.
Oh, that was great. I mean, from both of these teams, even though the Q9 still got the better of Vitality, I mean, Vitality still answered back. I feel like the rotation of those 2 players on the left side of the map into generators just took a little bit too long. And also, it was Sinan just disrupting on the right side definitely was a big chance. And now we still see Vitality sending these 3 players to that A side. And now they need to be quick. As the bomb finally going to be planted again, a quick plan, but you already see Q9 already adjusting and very, very scared that there might be another backside push.
Yeah, there's, the amount of pressure that they're getting from Sinan is just insane. This guy has just been lurking around and putting all pressure in all over the map. And he's just holding this boiler in control, but finally Sams gets the tick. Now they're pushing on that mid-map very easily, but Sun is there for the shots. Joko's able to shut him down. It's a 2v2 situation. It's all down to Joko's on this one, as his teammates gets eliminated. Has 50 seconds to work with. He can definitely clutch things up. Has to find the first pick onto Yangwon, but will miss the shot. And Yangwon there for the punish. Q9 Club wins back-to-back.
Q9 Club did a phenomenal job at just maintaining their lives, and even though there were actually trades from Vitality, it just was not enough. It was always the first pick of Sinan. It was just so difficult to deal with, especially in through mid, and Vitality needs to answer back to that as the bombs are going to be going in rain. Vitality goes in there for the sniper kills as Jokos does spot Sun. Needs to back away just a tiny bit, and it is going to be an equal situation for both of these teams.
Yeah, Vitality's actually trying to beam down Sun on the admin building, and that's going to be sorted out real quick. This is a nice, aggressive way to counterattack Kingju Club, who has just been steamrolling these last 2 rounds. They picked out Yangwon. It's all down to Shinan, who's got himself the bomb. He's going to be picked down by Jokos and a couple of players inside of the reactor, and that's going to be Sams fighting that kill and giving Team Vitality that needed win to stop that bleeding and make sure that Kingju Club doesn't run away with this SND. They cannot afford to lose this game, knowing that it's a best of 3. Just one more map win for Kingju Club, and they're going to be advancing on to round 2 and facing off the teams that will be winning on their respective matches.
Aggressive push from both of these teams in through mid, and it is going to be Q9 that will be smoked off right there. Gives them easy passage, though, on the way in through that A side, and definitely a different situation to handle as we do get to see that 2v1, but Joko's able to kind of just get rid of one more player and brings it down to a 1v2. Bomb's going to be still down, though, but as the attacking side needs to go and pick up the bomb.
If there's anyone that can clutch this, it's Joko's for Vitality. Just needs to find the right positioning from these players. So just going in around the flank is getting shot at as 2 players. Suling finds himself that kill, gives himself 3 on this round, and lets Kingju Club a bit more closer to winning in this series itself. It's 2-5, just 2 more for them.
They're quick. I mean, here's the thing with the rhythm of these teams in the China region is that the pace that they can go is so cool in the way that they can speed things up at the right time, but also slow things down and recalculate everything. And now we're going to be slowing things down. As a while ago, in that round number 7, it was very quick from both of these teams. And now we need to see Vitality just rely on Jokos to get that information, get that pick off, knowing very well that if they just take a little bit too long, Q9 will just get so much of space. But right now, they are going to be bunched up into that A side. And I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's because there's just a lot of nades following in there, but it is an open side for B.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to try to run away with the A side push here, leaving that B side pretty wide open for Team Vitality to use. But that's a 5-man stack heading his way to Minho. He's going to get eliminated on the trackers, but Vega's there to actually find one pick to get that trade back. Joko's holding himself at the admin building very well. That's a nice counter to the push that we see. It was aggressively coming through from this reactor, and it's a nice pick up for Team Vitality. Keep themselves very close, but you guys still got Sun and Youngwon alive here for Q9. They obviously can connect that sniper to that SMG. The communication should be potentially insane as Youngwon controls the guy holding up that admin building. And he does find Vegas on the sniper's nest, but he's the one that will be meeting Heavens as Vegas able to get that kill. It's all down to Sun on this 1v2.
And now for Vegas. Needs to go find a way to pick up the bomb, and Sun does spot Burns right there on the entrance of A side. Still very doable with 18 seconds left, though they need to go and step on it, and Sun very much knows that the plant is going to be happening soon. He repositions himself into the right side of this map, which is going to be great because they know that he's going to be on the left as he spots one. There you go. Going to be on that left side. It is going to be Burns versus Sun. Callie, this is going to be tricky.
Yeah, Burns only has an R90. Sun has got complete advantage on this long-range engage. 30 seconds is still plenty of time to fight more, but he's not going to take that defuse. Burns, we know if he gets close, he can just hit this guy like a freight train with an R9. Sun trying to clutch this 1v2 up. Still 17 seconds to work with, but Burns can really close the gap down here. Or just by the time itself, Sun trying to stick that defuse. But Burns gets that kill, and that's an essential win for Vitality to keep Kingju Club away from taking match point.
That was beautiful. Burns just playing with his food. And honestly, Suns, if he actually went in there for the defuse the first time around, he would have had the defusal. He went instead of a fake. And it's like he was a little bit reluctant because if it was a fake, it would just be really quick. But he actually tried to go in there for the defuse. And now fast push from 3 players at Q9 into that ace side would only be met by 1 player as Mauchi just gets away with it. Gets rid of Sams.
And first blood there now, again, for Kingju Club. And again, a 4v3. They have one guy holding up that mid, but that's going to be Minho who's holding this AR. Utilities going to be thrown out by Kingju Club just to try to stop another defense in this generator. Youngwon, he's going to be the front man to just try to push this off close. He finds one, but Minho intercepting through open stairs. 23 seconds to hold on to this defuse. Coming in for Q9 Club. Minho, a bit of a pickle for him as he's stuck with 3 players. Could not get a defense, and Kingju Club gets a successful retake on the B side. That will give them the opportunity to be, stepping closer to winning this series itself and advancing on to the upper bracket of this stage.
I mean, that's the thing with Q9. They're just so good on the generator side with this map in S&D. So if you're Vitality, just keep playing on that A side or just slow things down, kind of like what they did a while ago. Because when you go in there very aggressively, yes, they went in for the fast push. Oh my god, Sams with a big double gets rid of Oling and Yang. And that is a huge kill.
Yeah. Let's see if that's going to be converted here by Team Vitality. They basically got a 2-for-1 trade there. They can put that bomb down at the A side, but they gotta worry about Sinan, who's holding off the reactor all by himself. Mid-map control still will not be held on through by Team Vitality. They're expecting these guys to be around the backside. Minnow gonna be the first one on the defense, but Sun gets that pick down. Burns finally able to get himself involved once again. And Vitality holding the fort, trying to not get eliminated here at the Swiss round 1 and be set down at the losers bracket on this Swiss stage. Sam's a big kill, taking down Mauchi, and they survive for another round.
Oh goodness, one more round for Q9 to win it. Vitality needs to step it up, needs to play perfect here in this S&D and bring it into an overtime. So far it has been that A side that they've been successful in, and Q9 definitely knows that. But right now, both these teams again, Sam's with the nade, not getting anyone this time around, and 2 players from Vitality going to be checking that A side. Sam's going to be in a really good spot here in Jenny's.
Burns and crew still trying to slow it down. I love the way that they're positioning themselves here. They basically cleared down the A already. They can put that plant down already. And Kinju Club is just waiting for that bomb to get planted and play for that retake. They're going to have to work through the guys on that mid-map, but also the guy holding that admin building, which is going to be Jokos, who's holding that scope. Uling is going to be way deep behind enemy lines. Shinan should be able to get this kill with that SMG, but does not get that information onto Burns. But Uling has now made his way off the back. The pinch play is on. Team Vitality has to stand there for, but they're down to their last 3 players. Can they convert this kill? It's going to be a 1v2. Joko's on the clutch. 1v2, 70 seconds to hold on to this moment. Mauchi trying to get a good position on the bomb site. And he gets the pick onto Joko's, and Kinju Club wins their first series in the World Championship as they try to advance to the playoffs.
A successful round number 1 from Q9, but a shaky one here in S&D, which is supposed to be their greatest mode. Vitality, though, did a phenomenal job in this S&D, always responded, but I feel like there were just little mistakes that they did along the way, especially on the defensive side. Definitely was, I think, a little bit better on the attack. It's just they really tried going for that generator side. Their defense was weak, their attack was weak on that side, and so hence they tried to go in there for that A side, which only made sense. But Q9 knew that needs to kind of polish up whatever post-plant situation that they needed to take, especially up against a team like Q9, and Jokos easily could have won that and brought it down to a 1v1. But again, it is what it is, as we are going to wait for them later on in our round number 2, where they're going to beat some other teams that has lost the fight. And so far, if you're going to be watching a lot of these streams down, we're still trying to figure out who is going to be going up against who. But Callie, that was a really good round number 1 here for Vitality, even though that they lost it 0-2.
Yeah, the S&D pretty much is, a great way for us to see if they're going to be able to redeem themselves at the lower bracket. And they are pretty stable, knowing that they went up until 11 rounds, or even more, 12 rounds up against Q9, which is the best S&D team. Just needs to pull up, just like what you said. They have to polish down their defensive side. I feel like every time they were playing every round of the defense, they just kept getting first blooded, which is, such a detrimental factor in terms of increasing your odds of win rate. If you decided to have one of your players lost, it's automatically a 4v5 already, and Q9 was really able to put things down to the T, ending this game and advancing to the upper bracket once again with a 1-0 on their series. And for Vitality, although they may have been eliminated by Q9, it's far from over. We are on a Swiss stage. They will just be relegated down at the losers, which is gonna be them trying to fight for their way in by just securing 3 wins.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be really important. Still a lot of matches. I think from what we've calculated, like 30-something, 33 matches going to be for today here in day number 1. That's why we have 4 streams up and running. If you guys are curious, we still have the Mustachio AJ on his Facebook page, very much live and ready to go. And also going into Twitch as well, Brody Infinity can be right there. And very much interested with how the matchup actually went between Mayhem and Loops. Because you already know the battle of the top 2s. We already know that the number 1 seeds from 3 regions did not make it here into the World Championship. So like what we said already in the beginning of this broadcast, a lot can happen. And like what you guys already know, put down in the comment section, who do you think is going to surprise you this time around? How about you, Callie? Like, who do you think is going to surprise us here in this competition?
I feel like it has to be one of the three teams coming in from the Latin region. I feel like Loops is that potential dark horse that can be, a bane to every other team that will be going up against them moving forward to round two until round number five. But I feel like definitely I am looking forward to here is how well will Kings Clan themselves hold off up against Wolves later on, which is going to be a key matchup we're going to be seeing at Group A later. It's the number two team from China and the number one team from E region going at it. And we all know Marvel from King's Clan can really spice things up with that sniper and is going to have a field day up against, the two best snipers in China, Wolves, King, Feng Nian, which, is going to be an interesting battle as we head on to that matchup. But here for now, it is going to be Q9 taking the win
Mm-hmm.
2-0 up against Vitality.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And speaking of another Chinese save, if you're going through Infinity, because we're going to be taking a quick short break, but I do want to say you should head over to Infinity's chat because SPG is going up against TLE and they're on overtime in S&D. So you wouldn't want to miss that as we're going to be getting ready for our next matchup here in Stream C. But yeah, don't go away. Just go to the other people's streams. All right, here we go. We're going to start things off here with our second matchup of the day here for round number 1, Vault versus Exclusive. And definitely going to be an interesting matchup because this is not the same Exclusive team that we saw back in Stage 4 in Poland. They're definitely a buffed up team right now, Kelly.
Yeah, they got Shark from Animus. That's gonna definitely, make a lot of change when it comes to playing their close range, and they're able to get some great control holding up this P1 we got for Arsenal. Kansei and Volt still trying to find a way to break this hill using the tunnels inside the game, but it feels like the first and 2 waves of gunfight will be won by Exclusive.
And now, fight through mid. Obviously, P1, going to be an open map. You need to find a way to have an early transition into P2 because it's just so hard to break that P2 once you are going to be set up. So far, though, it will be Exclusive to get majority of the points here in P1, as we do see that rotation coming from that artillery side. And now P2 going to finally go in there for that rotation. And Vault going to be right there. 2 players from Vault are actually going to try to get and establish early sides here into P2.
Yeah, very important stuff, but they get all flushed down by the Predator missile from Veer. And that's gonna bring Exclusive that early hold in this hardpoint. Volt's still kind of scrambling around, spawning crazy. But they still got 2 players off the back of this P2 that can help them get this brick and, get some points inside the game. Right now, Unlucky is one of the best players for Volt when it comes to playing that AR role. Him and Dolaki is gonna be quite a huge player that can help the team turn things around, but Exclusive so far has just been winning every gunfight. 2 Predator missiles already invested in this first 2 hard points. Serious choices and, attacks that we're seeing from Exclusive.
I mean, as much as Exclusive got majority of the points out here in P2, it wasn't really a clean hold as they weren't able to lock in those back spawns and back yellow where Volt actually still fought for those spawns, so it's still pretty much okay. And now Volt will get the majority of the scraps down here, 15 seconds to their name. But you already know that the rotation into P3 is the longest in the game in terms of the hard points. And now Exclusive is going to have a really good time with the defense going to be great. And player number 2, take a look at that. Neil is going to be in a really great spot because you don't really get to see much players there, but unfortunately for him, it is going to be Dulaki bringing him down.
And this is a big kill for Mick. His teammates there for the trade, and they're going to win this early hold. And, one thing we're seeing for Volt is that slow start for P1, but they have a potential money hill that they can provide here. If they can win this first wave of gunfights coming in at the right side, top right side of the minimap so far for Dolaki. He's been the best player in terms of playing and providing that long-range engage. He's going to find himself with 9 kills here so far, but the flood does go through for Exclusive. Bring out 2 operators just to try to melt away every player spawning on the right side of the minimap.
It's all 5 operators being thrown out here. And my goodness, all yellow, and now it's all empty as they're trying to fight for, 16 points? 16 seconds of scrap, which they're not even holding, and I'm not quite sure if that was the best thing to do if you're Exclusive. Yes, you get some points here in P3, but Volt is actually winning a lot of the gunfights mano a mano. Yes, they only had 1 player in the form of Dulaki having that war machine, but they all needed just that 1 player. And right now, they are basically empty for any kind of defense here in this P4, and they're finally early into that rotation, yes, but Volt knowing very well that they can use this 1 operator from Ichan, that might be huge for them.
And that's straight on the batteries here. Ethan, one of the players that needs to step things up for Volt, who's not really having a great time heading into the FI, which was insane, knowing that he's one of the key players for Volt when it comes to playing this hard point. So far, he's bringing out the Purifier, trying to lock things down. This one is definitely a much tighter setup that we're seeing for Volt as they are holding down the fort as much as they can, stacking unlimited reinforcements, just going through an Exclusive, slowly losing that momentum. WCZR, it all started with him on that P1, getting first 15 kills and inside his name, but finally slowing things down. And Volt, better operator investments going in for them. Your fire and this war machine is gonna get plenty of kills to stop the players from entering down this P3 as we move into the cafeteria.
Ooh, it's Dulaki again with the war machine, gets 1, but Creed able to make the trade. And now that rotation going back into this side of the map in P5, where you need to have access into that top lounge area.
Yeah.
And we only have that 1 person down. Neil wins those gunfights, but it is still Volt just scrambling, still having the majority of the gunfights in through that spawn area. That's going to be yellow by machinery. Robots is a really good place where you can spawn into, and Vault still has a hold of that. And that's the reason why they still have players all over this P5, and now Exclusive, now being flushed out, needs to go in and catch up.
A nice stack here this time. It's going to be a multi-angle push provided by Exclusive, but they're all going to get gunned down one by one. 4 go down for Exclusive as Volt trying to slowly chip away that lead and take that even further on this one, as we could potentially see a lead change as we got Exclusive still spawning out of the favorable spawns that we're seeing in this map itself, and this robots is being held down to the T for Volt. As we go right back into mid-map, that's where we're seeing, you know, Exclusive getting a bit of a larger time compared to all the other rotations that we had on that first set of Hardpoint. So this definitely is going to be key for them to stop that bleeding and keep this game within their hands.
Lead change in favor of Vault, and it is Exclusive getting a hold of this P1, similar to what we had in the first set of rotations. But the same thing happening a while ago is, yes, they're getting a hold of this P1. It seems like when it comes to pure gun skill, especially in P1, Exclusive just wins a lot of the gunfights in tight corners. But when it comes to respawns and the spawn, they don't really have control of those spawns, especially what we saw in P1, P3, P4, and actually every kind of hardpoint that we've actually had this time around. But Caesar goes big with a 3K, able to get another kill with a Preddy, so that's going to be a 4 spree for him, but that's definitely going to be huge for Caesar, just holding down the fort, and again the lead change into the favor of Exclusive.
He's just incredible. He's everywhere all around the map, especially here at P1, where he significantly willed his team to back-to-back P1 money hills. Volt could not get any entrance inside whatsoever. He's got himself 25. I believe that was the second Predator missile that was able to go online and activate. That's going to bring Exclusive still within that lead. Just 100 more points to win this game. But Volt is definitely still in it in this matchup so far. It's just all about finding that spawns to favor your side, as they definitely are spawning on the top side of the minimap. And 2 players going to be on the lower left. Seems like Veer's going to be the last guy alive. He is holding this hardpoint all by himself, kind of playing with his life.
Oh,
It seems like it's going to get these kills, essential that will bully out Volt in their second attempt in breaking this hill.
oh my
Wow.
goodness, Veer is still on a rampage with his Purifier and is still able to get one from beyond the grave, and that is enough for him to just stop the push from Vault on that armor side spawn. I mean, artillery is definitely going to be a point that you want to get just because of how much high ground that you have, but they're very much knowledgeable that it is going to be Vault spawning right there on the left side of the map. They're now getting majority of the points, even the scrap points. Shark is winning all of the engagements. Rotation now going to be in the favor of Exclusive, but take a look at that. They're broke going into P3. Vault is ready. They saved all of their score streaks, and I mean, their operators rather, to go in and push for that P3 control.
And that was the money hill that they were able to utilize just to, you know, spark a run and get that lead change on the first set of hardpoint that we have. And it seems like they're still trying to bring that one at the best time possible. And Lucky now brings out the claw. Still 2 more players inside of this hardpoint. And it's Veer just doing pretty well and holding his life out there in every attempt that we see Volt just try to push inside. And all of the operators is going to waste is Exclusive. Are definitely gunning them down one at a time, but finally, after all those serious attempts that we're seeing for Volt, they get themselves inside the point. Though likely going to be playing that long sight, able to get that beam down and stop the player from contesting. Does get shot down though, coming in for Caesar, and it's just back and forth scrappy here this time. But this final 20 seconds definitely going to be in the hands of Volt.
And now 20 seconds is definitely going to be still huge, and I'm surprised that Exclusive actually lets go of that, opts for that rotation instead. Now 11 seconds actually just puts the gap in between Vault and Exclusive just a little bit more, but it's a good thing finally we do see one player, that's Veer, to try going to contest. That's still enough points because you already know it goes down to the wire, especially with so many lead changes, and this game can definitely be close. And now for this P4, we see that it will be Exclusive getting majority of those operators this time around, and Shark getting that 30, able to kind of predict where everyone else will lead to, but unfortunately for him, gets taken down.
Yeah, Volt is battering down the batteries. Exclusive gotta find, you know, the damages on this one. A bit of a flank play coming in for Volt as they got that mid-map in control, able to get those attacks to go through and just kind of funnel down Exclusive on the left side of that minimap. But obviously for these players, for Exclusive, you know, they're definitely the better play team in terms of finding these eliminations on those 1v1 gunfights, and it's showing in this P4 that we have, as they're definitely just beaming and lighting up the players of Volt one at a time. That's gonna be 6 going down for Volt on that altercation, and exclusive a step too close in winning this game.
Step close, but when it comes to Vault's gameplay, they're still trying to figure out how to contest this hill, but to no avail. P5, on the other hand, Vault able to just get a lot of points in that last set of rotations, and now they're going to be in a really great position. As you can see, player number 4 is going to be right there to stop that rotation, coming in from that P3 area. And Nance actually still getting a lot of these kills. Not only that, though, they also have that control in through the robot spawn, where player number 3, that's Creed, able to get those kills down.
Yeah, can't say, oh, he stands his ground, and that's gonna put Volt to maintain this cafeteria, and it seems like Exclusive is gonna take some time to get into this, and this is the perfect moment for Volt to get right back into this, right? I mean, 35 seconds is a lot of time that could potentially give you that lead change, but Shark trying to break through this. You got the robots in control, but Volt is just doing very well in this section on the map as they continuously go for that beatdown and get these players eliminated. Another operator will be invested, and that's going to be Mick. Getting that Sparrow on just to try to intercept any potential players that might just be holding the areas that he is currently defending on these lanes. And this is where things is going to get decided. This P1 right here, where we saw Volt struggled for the last 2 hard points that we got, but they actually win the early rotation and the early gunfight. So they're gonna lock things up, but it's just all about this defense. 2 operators are gonna be invested.
Here we go now. It's probably like the 3rd or 4th lead change of the game as Canso still gets taken down, though, as Veer able to get rid of 1 operator for the side of Vault. And now Exclusive, even though that they had a phenomenal run here in P1 and for the entirety of the game, it seems like Vault is going to be changing things up, as there's only 11 seconds left for Vault to win this hill. And now they did take away everything, and Caesar still on a rampage here with the Sparrow in hand, is probably the savior of this entire establishment. And even though that Ishan with the Pretty tries to go in there for the save, might possibly try to end this. 1 last push coming in for the side of Vault as 3-4 players goes in there for the kills, and Kank with the double kill. And now how many seconds left? 1 more player not able to succeed, and now 3 more seconds, but still with the contest. It's still very possible for all these players, but when Ichan with the Purifier gets rid of everyone here, Vault comes out on top. And even though that Exclusive goes in there very much powerful in the first half of this game, Vault ends it with a statement.
Yeah,
oh, Lord.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you start slow, especially in that P1. What matters is to try to end it stronger. And that was what we saw for Volt, right? A never say die attitude from this team. And definitely one of the underdogs that we got in the entire World Champ season. I mean, Volt is, obviously tag team coming in for 2021. This is the former roster of Violent Alex back in the Eastern Finals. And what we saw from them was the timely operators that were, saved up for the last time. They got that P5 in control. They did not bother bringing out the last 3 operators that were available on their lineup. And back when we saw Kansei take down 2 players onto that P1, they bring out those 2 operators, the War Machine and the Equalizer. And to put the cherry on top, they got that Purifier from Ichan to put this game away and bring them the map #1 win.
There's so many reasons why Exclusive just lost this game. I mean, even though that they had such a hot start, everything, lead change after lead change, and even within the last few seconds, it was anyone's game. It was just down to that 1 Purifier that actually changed the entire matchup. And also, I feel like the biggest reason as to why Exclusive lost this is the fact that, number 1, they were letting go of the spawns. You saw it in P2 in the first set of rotations where I think I forgot who it was, but lost the gunfights. They were pushing a little bit too deep into the hardpoint where they basically forgot about the spawns, and everyone from Vault was actually spawning in through yellow, and that gave them easy access. And here's the biggest thing, actually. It was Exclusive that always gave away the scrap points to Vault. That's 15 seconds for multiple hardpoints giving away to Vault, and that's why little by little it actually kind of gave them more of an advantage, and that is how Vault actually was able to win it. Even in that P5, no one was contesting it. 15 seconds is a lot of time, and you should be comfortable, and that is the reason why that you always should contest all of those points. Unless you have, like, what, a 100-point lead?
Yeah. which is not possible, right? Heading into this matchup, it was multiple lead change after multiple lead change, and the thing, there's definitely a pattern that we just saw on this map, right? I mean, looking at what we saw for exclusive, P1 and P2 is their strongest hill, and then we got Volt just doing a lot better, playing that P3 up until that P5 rotation. It just was a toss up heading into that final hard point, which was on P1, where we expected that it's gonna be another dominance for the side of exclusive, which did not work through as Kansai actually pulled up, very crucial back-to-back double kills that not only stops the push on that mid-map, but as well as one of the doorways that exclusive was trying to use to break open the game and the hard point itself.
Yeah, and speaking of Hardpoint, if you guys are curious where the B stream is, just go to AJ stream, AJ's Facebook. It is pinned in the comment section as we are waiting for our search and destroy matchup. And we did get to see Kagendra win a very convincing Apocalypse Hardpoint up against Godlike. So we're just gonna be waiting for that S&D matchup as well. But going for the side of Infinity stream, I can't see it because he has an ad playing.
Yeah, that's it. True. And again, with the thing that with all the other teams that are playing right now, right? I mean, they're fighting not just for the spot on the top side of our sweet stage, but they're also trying to increase their odds of winning down at the lower bracket, where they also have a second chance to actually redeem themselves, right? But it's interesting because we got Wolves going up against Kingscan on the A stream, and then we got Kagendra and Godlike at the B stream, and it's insane knowing that DLE, they lost earlier, but their sister team Loops Esports, as well as Mayhem, are just going at it in Infi stream, which is gonna be insane. It's the battle of the number 2 team in NA and LATAM itself. But Unleash the Beast with Monster Energy. And here we have it. For our next game, it's gonna be map number 2. It's gonna be on Meltdown here this time. So Vault, they will be starting on the defensive side. So they're letting Exclusive go for this Planet EA side.
Well, I mean, it is Meltdown yet again. Attacking side will be exclusive, and this team is actually very good in that search and destroy, where if you have a sniper like Neil to pop off, had a very historic game up against Kings, but now let's see who's going to be awake, alive, and Dolaki seems like he's the guy for the team of Vault, but now still going to be evened up, a 3v3.
Yeah, unlucky, nice shot there just to stop the player holding off the pepperonis. He's got the eye onto Neil. It's a pistol battle. Neil gets the kill, but can't say. Laying that flank, gets that elimination in a successful attempt on the retake for Volt. And it had to go through multiple attempts on that mid-map where we saw multiple trades coming through. And Exclusive just could not handle the heat coming in for that mid-map, as well as the flank that we just saw for Kansai.
Yeah, it was really good timing from Katsi as well to just go in there for the flank and go in for the pinch, just wait for his teammates, and the timing was great. And now a push yet again coming in for that A side, but it is going to be Katsi gang trying to get into those kills, goes for the first blood, and now Bomb Carrier tries to go and reestablish himself, but everyone else in his team going to be a little bit farther away. A 2v1 situation though, as the bomb's going to be planted. So far it will be exclusive to win majority of the gunfight, but it could easily be a 1v1 as Mick actually sees that one player, deals the damage with Veer, but it's a good thing that Shark and Veer go in there for a bait and switch, and now evens things out into a 1-1.
And nice trade there. Mike could have gotten that timing if he had won that gunfight up against Veer, but Exclusive able to put that bomb down as well to keep that pressure. And just like what we expected heading into this one, we are expecting such a very close game, and these two teams are definitely delivering in terms of the performance and the equal threats that we're seeing in this match itself. Both Dolaki holding up the scope on the B section. Meltdown, it is going to be overwhelmed by Exclusive for now as the bomb does get planted. Volt has to play through their flank in each end, but he does get taken down. So it is going to be Exclusive finding these 2 initial kills to try to stone this one and put this to a round win.
Unlucky gets the trade. A 2v2, no, 2v3 rather. Creed, we'll try to bring it down into a 2v2. Oh no, never mind, it was Caesar. Unlucky still gets the shots though. Brings it down to a 1v2. And now he'll try to go in there and a possible kill for him again. And now Caesar goes down. And he's slowly picking things off one by one. And Veer's in a great spot to try and defend. Might go in there for a fake defusal. And Veer reads it right. Able to get the shots down. And It is a very close matchup here again in this S&D and Meltdown where Exclusive, even though they're in the lead, things are actually pretty scrappy for them, especially if they allow someone like Unlucky to just pop off like that.
Yeah, Volt, they will not go down without swinging, right? So yeah, definitely the problem here for Exclusive is just trying to take away the best players that this team currently have, which is gonna be Unlucky with that scope and Kansei, who's just been, on a tear just recently with the Switchblade. Was able to utilize that on the Hardpoint earlier to bring those two initial essential back-to-back double kills that granted this team that victory, but again, another play for retake. Exclusive holding off the reactor. One does get taken down. That's going to be nailed on that mid-map, so Volt has got the number advantage here.
Mike gets an essential kill on the back end, though. Repositions with the rest of his teammates, and now every single one of the Exclusive team members are going down, and that will allow Volt to go in there for the defusal with so much time. And it really was that really essential kill from Mike, and that really quick rotation after that kill, repositions with his teammates, especially the timing was right. They pushed really quickly in through mid and essentially winning a lot of the gunfights, and Exclusive just having such a difficult time every time that there's going to be an A push. So I feel like they need to set their sights in through that B side in the last few rounds they're attacking.
Or just tighten up the defense on that mid-map, which has been, the bane for them, and the reason why Volt has been able to secure their first 2 round wins here. Lucky just kind of just snaking his way into the enemy's flank. That's gonna set up this multi-angle push in a very good way, but Shock does get that kill, and now it's gonna be a 4v5 situation. Volt just taking their time, trying to stack onto one lane. They're gonna try to do the same exact setup that they did at that last round, this time just switching it up and stacking 3 players at their territory. So now as they go for that push, Ichan is going to be there for the flank. They are going to be stopped on that mid-map, which was something that, a player like Exclusive, a team like Exclusive is having troubles at, but it's going to be all down to a 1v1. Ichan, Switchblade in hand, 11 seconds to work around, and Neil's just trying to go and buy time. The chase is going to be won by Ichan, but the time is going to be running out, and Exclusive playing games, playing it scrappy, and utilizing that time to their advantage to bring them sub and keep themselves in the lead.
Exclusive had a really good first start by not going into B and kind of making Volt think, hey, since we sucked at A in that last round, oh, maybe we'll go for B. That's what Volt think, but Exclusive still stayed in A, which was completely wide open. But unfortunately for them, they also stopped looking at the side of this staircase, which allowed into a 1v1, but Neil played it perfectly. Dolaki now starts things off really well with Volt, and now fast pass, fast push, going in for Volt into the backside as well. A pinch is going to ensue.
Yeah, Ichan, he's going to be a very important player just to keep this retake successful for the squad. He hasn't been spotted yet, so he's got a good angle on where these players are. Currently, Veer gets eliminated. That's going to be WCSR on that mid-map, and Ichan gets the spray. And the players just converge through, and they successfully go and take these players and eliminate and get this game and this round tied up and equal.
Yeah, comps were a little bit slow there, and they didn't really realize that Ichan was going to be on the right side, the left side rather, of the map into Jenny's, and was able to pick off 2. And so now Exclusive, now they do get the bomb down here in Bravo, but not able to kind of defend it, and they're always looking the other way. Everyone's looking in the same direction where you need eyes in all angles. Now going to be slowing things down as Exclusive will be on the defense. Volt, on the other hand, already set for this B plant.
Yeah, one big point just to note, Volt, they're a lot stronger when they're playing on the attack side. Now Exclusive is going to have to try to work through number 3. That's going to be Creed on the admin building to take down Mick. Unlucky, who's going to be providing that long-range support. And now that he's going to be dealt with here, Creed can just let his teammates just freely roam around the generator just to get these players shut down. Veer gets the final blow, and Exclusive will maintain their lead heading into round number 8.
Yep. Veer is on it. He has been phenomenal for Exclusive, and now, like what you mentioned, even though that Volt is definitely more of an attacking type of team, they really had a difficult time in their post plant where Exclusive is actually just doing a phenomenal job at getting those kills, especially playing around Veer. He was getting those kills, the shots were crispy, and now it seems going to be a similar case where Volt goes in for the fast push here in Bravo, but Veer, yet again, speaking of, gets that pick.
He's just been winning all of these sniper battles up against Unlucky, which is essential for a team like Exclusive, who you expect, to just to dominate this long range engage. But it's still pretty much equal on this round itself, with Exclusive on a chance to put this round lead to their favor up to 2. Creed is going to be off the flank once again. This has been their favorite when it comes to going in for the defense, but it's not going to get through that switchblade, and that's going to put Volt again in the numbers advantage. They can really set the bomb plan on the B side and just continue up the pressure. One thing more than likely that Exclusive will have to worry about is finding a primary weapon that is going to be dropped around the map, because they got 2 players that are going to be playing that scope. So they better either land those shots correctly or have another primary weapon to work with here.
What I would have loved to see with Veer and Neil was for them to push deep inside of Generator. And even though we are seeing a lot of damage being dealt by Veer, not able to sustain all the gunfight, a 1v3 that Neil could not pursue. But like, again, with a point where they already knew that there were at least 1 to 2 players in through that deep side of that left side in the Generator area, where they could have pushed a lot more, especially when Creed went in there for the flank. And initially, I mean, it didn't work out for them, but they could have provided more space into that Jenny side.
Yeah, I gotta agree. And I feel like for Exclusive, I need to see them, tighten up that mid-map defense a little bit. As we got Creed just got into a crossfire up against Volt Echan. And though Lucky has got the eyesight that there's a couple of players on this B side, we can put that bomb down at the A. There's got to be at least only 1 player that might just be holding that. Seems like it's going to back away, so this is going to be an open area for Volt to put that bomb down, make this a little bit harder. Let Exclusive play for that retake where you got all corners covered up with a 5v4.
And now everyone else from Exclusive needs to play catch up, but Mike is going to be right there. Going to be very quiet, gets that kill off. Unfortunately for him, he does get traded out, but is able to kind of slow down the attack of Exclusive. And now, Caesar and Veer. But knowing Veer, he can pop off 4v4, basically. Veer being those 2 players. Now, speaking of, the only one left, still not able to sustain, and Echan able to end this round, and now the lead goes to Vault the first time here. My goodness, I mean, they are just playing this S&D really good, and even though Veer has 10, Creed is sitting on 2. He's making mistakes within this S&D that is actually costing the team.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, the thing with Exclusive, right? You expect, the snipers to do well, but if one of your SMGs could not get the job done up close, it's such a struggle to push around the map itself. And when you got Kansai and Echan just combining for 20 here for Volt, that just says a lot and how much dominance we are seeing for Volt in his close range engagements. And yeah, this is something. It's Echan's gonna get eliminated. Bomb not get picked up so far. Exclusive, a bit more space that they have in this matchup, which is great, knowing that you need a lot of this information to go through your team to figure out where potentially the players of Volt might be at. And Veer, we know him. He's been the Reaper in terms of that scope in this B sniper nest. And Exclusive will just try to wait it out. Let Veer do the work for them with the scope.
And now, speaking of, it is going to be a trade, though, for Unlucky. Caesar goes down. Veer still spotted. He does not have a trophy system there. So, definitely going to be in trouble if a nade goes down again. Shark in through mid, gets that kill. And now a 2v4. Definitely going to be difficult for Volt just because of how far everyone else is. Creed gets a kill finally. That's a big kill. Needs to go and catch up, though, with Unlucky. Goes in there for the backside push instead, but the bomb carrier is just so far from the rest of his teammates and makes it a 9.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's just insane. We talked about him being one of the better players in playing this S&D, but there's 3 players that he has to clutch up just to win this round and keep this lead within their hands. Just 1 player shot down. Neil!
What the heck?
Falls! It's a 1v1 for Unlucky. Up against Shark, who's got 11 kills. Not much time left. He has to plant that bomb, but Shark is going to be on the sniper's nest. He's got eyes. Unlucky has got that head glitch in sight. He has that information and the Hunter Killer to work with as well.
Oh, no.
Out in the open. It's flying. It's about to hit Creed. Shark's still alive, though. Unlucky. Scope in hand. A 1v4 clutch potentially for him. 28 seconds to hold off the point. Shark is going to be heading his way in towards the boilers. And here comes the attack on the bomb side. He's got that head glitch. He's trying to defuse the bomb. Unlucky trying to buy time. Unlucky cannot hit the shots yet. Shark going for the
No way.
defuse. Unlucky
Oh my
gets the
god!
headshot. And Volt now up to match point.
Bro! How? He just locked on into targets, man. His AI just turned on. And oh my goodness, exclusive. I mean, they played it the best way that they could, right? Unfortunately for them, Unlucky was just too lucky in that round. Exactly. And now Vault is very close, 1 round away into winning this round number 1 in the series.
Yeah, back and forth trades we got here once again at the generator side. Exclusive is holding that mid map very well. They got Creed holding off the flank as well. But Lucky, you know, this guy can be a laser beam himself, but he's only got 5 here so far. He's got that bullet spotted out to be able to get that clear onto Veer. That's just 2 more players to deal with to finally close this up, but Creed is on the flank. He's got that good rid off of this rotation, but cannot get the job done. Volt are focusing off the back. Creed needs to get this gunfight won to stop that bleeding and not let Volt get this win.
Creed, though, in the mid section, tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, not able to get that, but goes away with his life. Still a 2v2. And now, Bomb Carrier travels all the way through into that ace side. And now they're trying to cover as much space as possible. But if you're Creed, he's getting shots. He still replies. Unfortunately for him, there you go! Gets that kill down, but then can't see with the response. Brings it down into a 1v1. 33 seconds left on the clock, and Neil able to get that sniper. And another life for exclusive. Needs to bring 1 more to the table in order to bring this into an overtime.
Nice shots there for Neil, but can we talk about how Creed kept on trying to spray down the enemy, could not convert the shot? That has to be frustrating for him. But finally, the needed kill that they need, the needed kill that they get, and they're just 1 round away from forcing overtime. And you know, if you're Volt right now, the best chance of winning this is this current round that you have. Nice stuns to go with Shui on the A site. You got mid-map control. You got number 3 in Mick holding off the mid entryway, and there's going to be trades that will happen. Bomb will not be planted yet. Volt trying to play it much more fast. I've been waiting for 1 more player to overextend from exclusive, and that's going to be Shark. Way behind enemy lines. 45 seconds for them now to try to get this retake attempt to be successful.
Yeah, good thing for Shark, he goes away with his life, knowing very well that both players might gonna be right there, and Shark wins these gunfights, and my goodness, it is going to be skill right there. Unlucky checks the wrong corner, and that allows Shark to go and slither inside a 2v2 situation, and now Caesar does not win that as Kansi very low on the life, and Shark is the only person, but with Kansi low on the life and 15 seconds left on the clock, might not be able to do so, and unfortunately for him, Shark not able to give exclusive this W, and Vault leaves this house into a 2-0 and goes in for the next round of the Swiss match.
Yeah, the pride of Japan, you know, the team just really worked well when they were on the attack side. Definitely such a shocker knowing that exclusive had the best chance of winning that one, especially with the early game coming in from Veer, where it was knocking down shots up against Unlucky. And it's where, at the mid game, is where they kind of fell through. And that's where we saw Volt Unlucky actually popped up. That 1v4 clutch that he just did, just to put the cherry on top and get this victory, that's going to let them advance on to that next stage. That's going to be quite a shocker heading into this one.
I mean, it is really quite a shock. I mean, I was like scratching my head. I was like massaging my head because my head's hurting with all of the amazing gameplay that Vault gave us. I mean, it was just a absolute chef's kiss. I mean, when it comes to gameplay, and I know people popping off in S&D, it's definitely going to be very difficult to come across a man like that. Even though Veer on the other side was doing a phenomenal job as well, it's just that is a clip, man. I can't wait to just clip that and post it online because, man, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, now if you're exclusive right now, it's just all about keeping yourself in the positive, right? Although you may have taken a shocking loss up against Volt, there's still second chances down there at round 2 where you're going to be meeting up against a team that lost their first round match. So there's still definitely, a lot of time for them to fight this way out. We got a lot of matches up ahead, and it's all about this mental endurance that this team have to go through up until the very end. But our first two games on round one finally done. It was Q9 taking down Vitality, an exclusive, falling down up against Volt in a shocking manner
Mhm.
through a sweep to end our C stream round number one.
I know. I mean, that was very exciting, but it's not over yet for a lot of the round ones that we've had here so far. Head on over to the Mustachio AJ stream on Facebook if you want to see Kagenta versus Godlike, because they just brought things into an overtime S&D and firing range. And if you want to see another matchup happen, Mayhem versus Loops, go on over to Infinity stream on Twitch, and things got really spicy there as well. I'm pretty sure it was Loops that got the better of Mayhem. So again, I feel like those are two matchups that you don't want to miss, and will definitely go down the wire. But for us here in the C stream, we'll see you later on for round number 2. Alrighty, folks. So, welcome back to round number 2 of the World Championship here for the Call of Duty Mobile Snapdragon Pro Series. You're watching Stream B. Currently, on your screen will be Q9 versus SPG, and both from the Chinese region. It's your girl, Big Mommy. With me today is Cali Gaming. How are you feeling, dude?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite excited to see we're seeing two Chinese teams going at it here at the higher matches. We got Q9 and SPG going up against each other on map number 1 here at Apocalypse. And one thing more than likely that we saw entering this match that Q9 won 4 of the series that they went up against Standpoint Gaming in all the matches that they have played this year. And Standpoint Gaming only has won 2 maps of the 4 series on that note. So obviously Kingju Club is going to have the upper hand heading into this matchup. But if one thing there's more than likely that we saw for Standpoint Gaming heading into this match is that they can go for upsets. They take down TLE at round number 1, and that's why they're here at the higher match.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a huge deal to be part of this group because it means you've won and you're also going up against a group that has also won. That's how Swiss actually works out. And now we're looking at how these teams are actually performing in a map like Apocalypse, where it's definitely so difficult. And like what you already know, this map is fairly new into the rotation this year, and a lot of teams actually kind of struggle kind of perfecting this map. And so far, it is still going to be close with Q9 with a little bit of a lead, but it is Standpoint Gaming getting the scrap points, and it is an essential 1v1 being won by Bird.
And that's a great kill there for Standpoint Gaming to get the scrap time here on this P1. But they also got the great setup onto next. They got the temple side in control by Sui1. And they also were able to take down the guys holding top secrets. So they're going to be able to hold it and get the first 20 seconds on this hard point. And Uling Q9 as well are still trying to find a way to break inside. They got a hold off of this mid map that could potentially give them that multi-angle push that they've been wanting just to get the break here.
And this is a really good point if you're going to be SPG. You have spawns, you also have control of gold, but they are winning a lot of the gunfights. The only problem is they're actually not setting foot into the actual hard point where, yes, they have the more favorable spawns, but you do get to see Q9 still getting the better of the actual hill, and that just allows them to just get so much time and also allows Standpoint Gaming, and unfortunately for them, and one player that will be, I can't read the name, unfortunately, my stream's a little bit too laggy, but player number 3 from SPG is going to be spawning all the way into that left side of the map. And now Q9, they don't need no spawns. They still get the point.
Yeah, they're just aiming for that lead, right? Not let Standpoint Gaming get any snowball, but they're actually getting this team get that early setup onto the trench, which is going to be another good time, a good money hill that could potentially be in the hands of Standpoint Gaming, but not when you have Mauchi, key standout, when they played up against Team Vitality, especially in the hardpoint takeoff, where he was able to lead the team in total kills. And this is a guy that you really want to step up the most to get the initial hold on this matchup. SPG spawning on the temple side. They're going to be quite into a bit of a one-lane attack that could expose themselves to be lined up by the players of Q9, who just got cured this mid-map control.
I mean, like what you already mentioned, Mauchi had 50 kills in that hardpoint matchup, and at the moment, he's not the one leading the pack. It is going to be Oling, and with the Claw is probably going to be getting some more kills. Not just that, he also has another type of score streak to play with later on, but Sun is going to be cleaning out the trenches, just sweeping right there, just cleaning out the vermin. And so far, they do have a pretty solid hold here. Also, scrap points in their favor. Rotation for next as they get a hold of the more favorable spawn up top.
And the thing with Apocalypse is that after right after P1, everything is going to have to depend on whether you get that early rotation to secret Money Hill and Kingju Club, despite not having any sort of P2 control. They did make up for it here at this P3, but heading on to P4, they still got the better spawns. And the way we're seeing things down here is Standpoint Gaming only had a greater chance of giving that lead on that P2. And here they are trying to get this break, which is such a good key fortress that we're seeing coming in for Q9 as Yang1 and Mauchi just combining for 3. And SPG cannot get their land strength. That's going to be feeding off these players and building the all-purpose Strix and Uling. Yes, a Predator missile to go in there to be able to hold up that point and just secure a 100-point lead by the time this P4 ends.
Oh, huge wheel from Gagua. I mean, he's just been doing a lot of really important plays. A while ago, he tried to go in there for the flank, but only able to get 1 kill and eventually got traded out. But his nade and opening kills into this P3 definitely going to be huge. I mean, P4 rather, definitely going to be huge as they just kind of swept off Kingju Club. out of the point, and now they're finally getting a lot of the scrap points down, essential for them, but they definitely need to catch up a lot more, as 133 and 52 is going to be your scoreline as we're finally playing off into that next set of hard points.
And we still need to see a bit more of a tighter setup than we're gonna have to find out for Standpoint Gaming here 3-1. I mean, they've been recklessly just getting taken down and even going in for those bait and switch, just trying to win their 1v1 gunfights, which will not work up against a team like Q9, who's got the initial hold in those power positions up top on this TP ladder. We're seeing another War Machine be brought out here by C9, fighting 3, and it's the operating skills investments that have distinguished Q9's dominance up against Standpoint Gaming in this match itself, as they continue to build up the lead in terms of this Hardpoint Apocalypse core line. Q9 and Q are not messing around whatsoever, as they give themselves a 100-point lead here.
Yeah, they just cleaned up this point pretty well, and what we've seen a while ago as well, the rotation for next already into the favor of Q9, where a while ago SPG actually had the more favorable spawn, but it actually didn't matter because they weren't able to even touch the point. So I guess that's the main importance of just winning those mechanical gunfights, and even though you're keen on rotation, keen on spawns, you need to win those gunfights into that rotation and for next. And now not only do they have the less favorable spawn, but they also have to worry about two other players from Q9 inside of the hill.
And this is the thing with Standpoint Gaming. They are a superior S&D team, but the way they handle their respawns is where they're being held back a bit. And it's showing right now up against Q9, who has dominated this series up against SPG in the region. And again, we just have to see that setup just get a lot tighter, just get that hard point hold. And they're currently stacking their resources there. They got the spawns, just have to bring out their operators and get these kills essentially, but they cannot time it properly. They get taken down, but still, they're the ones holding up this hold, and they are definitely spawning unlimited in this P2, and that's really giving themselves a chance to stop that bleeding. But Q9 Club, they are just winning a lot of these gunfights.
Chuan, I mean, you saw how he just brought out the gravity vortex, and now it was just wasted just like that. Could have stopped the push from Q9, but again, it really is Q9 that are using all of their operator score streaks more to their advantage. And like what you already mentioned, like SPG is more of an S&D team, so it's not really a surprise that they're kind of struggling a little bit, and now Q9 is just outgunning them in every single way. And if you're playing all of your operators and timing it very well, it'll be even more difficult for SPG. And what they need to do is to time it and just to save all of their operators at the right time. As speaking of operators, War Machine out already for Q9 as they're flushing out a lot of the players from outside of the hill.
This is just a big kill coming in for C9. Time and time again, every time he brought out a War Machine down to his P3, it always ends up finding at least 3 or 4 kills. And it's just the operating skills that's just really, getting the separation from Standpoint Gaming, as we got another Power just being brought out on the mix and just putting Standpoint Gaming in the temple spawn, which is going to be very far, and that just buys so much time for Q9 to just claim time inside this point. Last 10 seconds, that's going to be the scrap time still being picked up by Kingju Club. But Standpoint Gaming, a bit of a good news for them. They're going to have that spawns for next. So if they want to start that comeback, it always starts heading on to next.
Man, just as we keep saying that, they just lost those spawns, but it's a good thing for them that there was one last player right there on the left side that just provided them a little bit of, breathing room. But it is Q9 on the upper left side spawn, which is definitely going to be very important for them to push as a team as they wait for each other. C9 opens things up for Q9, Bird with a response, and now there is 4 players from Standpoint Gaming right there, unless they are able to get these kills, and now they're not able to actually do so as they're just losing their gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane, right? I mean, Mauchi once again scoring 39 kills, leading the lobby in total kills. Just 10 more points for Q9 to take this victory. Standpoint Gaming, this is the last heave of contest they're going to have to put out. But Q9's holding off strong. Still got plenty of time at this point, and they can end it here. Mauchi bringing out another 40 Ps in this situation. One more point, they step in it, and Q9 takes map number 1.
Q9 stepping on it, they're stepping on the gas, and so far, they're just doing so good at these hard points, which is just so hard to see if you're other teams on the other receiving end, because Q9 as a really good S&D team, but the fact that they are pulling off numbers like this in hard point is definitely going to be very surprising in a very great way for this team. It just means they're growing. And right now, with Q9 just doing a really amazing job when it comes to Hardpoint, being consistent at it, just really makes a statement. So yeah, that was a very clean Apocalypse Hardpoint. And previously in our match number 1, it was a very clean takeoff Hardpoint against Vitality, and looking like a very solid Q9 team here so far in day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we're seeing, right? Signs of improvements coming for Q9. And the only thing that's really holding them back initially is that hardpoint game mode, where they have always found those kills, but really could not convert it into round wins as they lack that system to stack the resources inside of that point. They have finally figured that one out. You know, you got Mao-Chi and Uli providing you those long-range attacks. You just have to put in Shinan as well as Yang One inside of that point to just claim those Simon. It has been working for them, and now we're heading into SND, which will be the best game mode for Q9. It is just going to be a rock hill climb here for SPG.
And I mean, before we even get to that S&D, it just really matters because we already know that Apocalypse is a small map that you need to control spawns. We saw SPG try to do that, but we just didn't see the firepower that we expected. When you're looking at the amount of kills that both of these teams actually had, it is hard to see because Q9 just outgunned them in every way. And even though SPG tried to be clinical, tried to be by the book, went in there for those spawns, doesn't matter. You saw it in that P2. They had that temple control, but they just couldn't step on the hard point, and it just didn't matter whether or not they did capture the spawn because Q9 was always on the point, winning a lot of these gunfights.
And there's just like a big, strong difference in the objective players between these two squads. I mean, Nanchuan, by the time we had the second set of hardpoint kicked in and we're hopping onto Temple, he only had 9 kills. And he tried to time that operator wisely with the gravity vortex, but could not land any shots. And it was just such a underwhelming performance coming in for SPG, which is acceptable knowing that it's Q9 that has got the numbers up against SPG all this time. On the 4 series that they played in SPS in China, they played 4 series. And it is all a victory coming in for Q9, and SPG only won 2 maps on those 4 matches that they played. And it seems like this team is really the more dominant team.
And now if you're wondering what is actually happening in the other streams, go ahead and check them out. Infinity on Twitch is going to be right there in the pinned comment section. Dude, that is an actual... I mean, honestly, I wish I could split myself as a viewer and a caster because you saw LG versus Tribe Gaming. Everyone's looking at it, and Tribe Gaming got the better of LG. And we already know that LG is going to be your number 1 team in North America, and Tribe had such a difficult time during NA Stage 4. And now it seems like they finally found their footing. Definitely going to be a very interesting matchup. But if you're more interested in the eastern side of things, we have Wolves versus Kagendra in AJ's stream. That's going to be on Facebook. And like what we saw, it was actually going to be in Hardpoint as well. Hardpoint in Apocalypse, where everything's going to be really close. And the mainstream, obviously, you wouldn't want to miss that one. I'm pretty sure you're also going to see that TLE just had their game. And this time around, we're going to be having our S&D game. Finally, it's going to be an epic matchup. Q9 versus Standpoint Gaming. And this time, I think is going to be way closer than that Hardpoint game, Callie.
Hey, you're looking at Son versus Time and Bird, this superstar duo for Standpoint Gaming in this sniper game. So it's just all about finding this right timing. First blood goes through Kinju Club. They got some information of the players on the connectors. Some guy holding off that winery as well. Will not get it picked down so far. Mao-Chi has got that information, and he decides to fire it off. Standpoint Gaming will back away, play the game slow, not even picking up the bomb just yet.
You know what's funny, dude? When we were doing the pre-show, we were like, okay, S&D, Chinese games, it will definitely 100% will be in this map. They love to play it here. And now we're talking about it. Now they're playing it how they actually really want it. And China is known for S&D, especially here in Tunisia. And now 3 versus 4, where Q9 has the upper hand. And no, actually, it is SPG having the upper hand, as they're just going to hold their angles right. But knowing very well with the amount of players and Oling still being alive, that's definitely going to be a really big difference if he gets a pick.
Yeah, this China is just sticking to plant the defuse here, by the way. Standpoint Gaming will not see this one coming. 3-1 just too late on the double doors. And Kinju Club just pulled off one of the most cheekiest gameplay. They sent out, their 2 other players to distract the players coming in from the double doors, and it was just a diffuse that Standpoint Gaming could not get any answer for.
Man, that was a really good defensive position coming in from SPG, and the fact that they had time right there, he was sitting. No one was there to go for him. Q9 goes in very aggressively. You wouldn't really expect the whole team to be right there. They're so quick when it comes to their take, and now they're just going in for the defense and attack. It seems like it's a team deathmatch as they're getting every single player here. Still doable though for SPG. They still have two players on the back end.
Yeah, they have a 3-4-2 trade. They're still favoring Kinju Club, but Bird in time. This is your sniper, that we've been highly regarding as, one of the best duos that Standpoint Gaming has in the roster right now. They have one player that can utilize that Fennec close, but one thing more than likely we're seeing is Kinju Club just rotating on B side, Standpoint Gaming going on the opposite. It's the A side push that will likely help them get these attacks to go through, but Q9 quick to know. They're just rotating as fast as they can and cut off their rotation as soon as they're trying to plant that bomb.
And oh my goodness, SPG does not know where Q9 is, and Oling is in a really amazing spot. Bomb's gonna be planted, but it does not matter as Q9 quick on their feet. Both of these teams, they're trying to just outsmart each other when it comes to the rotation. Q9 tried to put SPG in a corner very aggressive early on, and SPG slowed things down. That's the best thing you can do when you are at a 3v2. Still very doable to try and clutch up the round. And that rotation into A definitely was going to be doable, but Q9 was just so, I don't know, it was big brain for them to even rotate there.
Yeah, and the thing with Uling just cutting off the players on the connector is just, put the cherry on top there. And Standpoint Gaming could not get anything figured out. They haven't even planted a bomb. They did plant a bomb on the second round, but it was just the numbers disadvantage that they were just trying to deal with off the get-go. But here this time, managed to get the 5v5, 4v5 retake. Numbers are in their favor, which is all about going for the trades here for Yang1, who's going to be holding off as the front man for Q9 on this B-side push.
And now we need to see Q9 just push it, but with a 1v5, it's definitely going to be very difficult. And now, first point from Standpoint Gaming, and Q9... honestly, it could have been SPG's game for both of those rounds that they lost. It's just Q9 was just a step further. Now, it was just really important for SPG to plant down and just be very clinical, be safe. If we know Q9 is definitely going to be a wild card, so let's just play by the book, and that's what they did. Right now, going to be a very quiet and gentle surprise for SPG as one person does go down. And now for Q9, Cali, I mean, they also infiltrated A, and that just does not provide any space for SPG to go in for that A-side push.
And they can even go for a push at the mid-map as well, just to try to go for that multi-angle push, right? I mean, it's just being locked down by two players. That's going to be Q9 and Yang1 holding up the mid-connectors. And SPG's trying to go for that route. This might not just end the way they wanted it to be. All those two players on mid-map gets eliminated, and the bomb gets dropped as well. Q9 has to get that information. They will just wait for a player to pop up and pick it. Number 4 is going to be up top. Uling, he's got that... They did not spot that, but Mauchi, his teammate, holding up the balconies, who's going to get an elimination. It's all down to Guagua here this time. 1v4, 1v5. It takes quite a miracle for us to see this one pull up, but let's see if he's going to be able to at least pick up that bomb. No way. No mercy.
Man, did not have a chance. I mean, if you're seeing Q9 right now, it's like they're a pack of wolves just trying to go in for the hunt. They're holding hands, and that is just so smart to do, knowing that they have numbers advantage, knowing very well that all of these Chinese teams, if you leave it into a 2v3, it's very doable for the person or for the team that to not actually have that. But SPG with a really hot and blazing start with 3 to begin with.
Yeah, they even take down San, which could be, such a bane for you when it comes to close range. Now Guagua's extending out, but just the numbers game favoring Q9 on the altercation. Just a 2v4 situation. Nade out for Sui1. Will not get that pick whatsoever, but the mid-map is going to be essential. They got that eyes on that sucker. Sinan is just going to hold up that mid-map. He's going to have to wait for his teammate to stay alive and go for this push, but it's just being held off pretty strongly by Standpoint Gaming. And now the flashes go through here. That's going to be time picking up Sinan. Yang1 gets picked off at the boxes. Bird takes him out, and that's going to be Standpoint Gaming with a very aggressive push, something that we did not see on the first 4 rounds, which truly caught Kinju Club off guard.
It is very interesting when you do get to see the perspective of Q9, knowing that they're so good at bait and switching. Out of a lot of the teams here, these Chinese teams are so good at it. And now a fast push going in from Q9. And now SPG is just having such a difficult time as bodies are going to be dropping. Olin gets a double, but then Guagua goes in there for the trade.
I mean, this team, they're struggling playing it slow. They're just playing it fast just to change things up a bit and just ruin the rhythm of Kingju Club on this one. And first half, it's going to be all tied up and equal. It's going to be mattering if we're going to be able to see a very strong defense for SPG. One thing that they're doing great is just shutting down Sun on the opposite side who's got that scope. So definitely a big chance for us to see a potential lead coming in for Standpoint Gaming here.
I mean, for SPG, they are now going into their own rhythm and not playing via the rhythm of Q9 Club. And now it is still going to be evened out. We need to see the rotation from Time. He's a little bit too far. And now for Suwon, he needs to either get a kill or just stay there. He needs to wait for his teammate. Good thing for him, he's still alive. Mauchi, though, gets that kill. A 1v3 situation as a bomb is going to be planted. And Mauchi finally gets the last nail of the coffin. 4-3, still a back and forth. Q9, on the other hand, being so aggressive, just SPG does not have a response.
He's just giving them their own dose of medicine, right? Standpoint Gaming tried to hit them with that quick 1-2 punch combination and just 1-2 maps just to tie it up by the time we end that first half. But Q9 Club just able to really show them who's the boss in terms of playing for that pace, right? It started off with Mauchi finding one. And although they did have that first stat on that last round, they did definitely do a great job at just going for the trade. SPG has got a good read on this B side. They got the first blood, taking down Sun.
Now with Sun being down, bomb still not planted, there's still an option to go through mid onto A. And the good part is, Guagua is in a beautiful spot to get two players! Trigger discipline at its finest! Right there, he gets two! And just like that, Q9, they falter. The rotation into Alpha, there's a little bit of hesitation there, but they finally go and plant the bomb. But dude, what an amazing take here from SPG.
Yeah, it's a patience game that's just gonna do the wonders for you there. The young one gets one, escapes. It's gonna be the one that needs to control these mid connectors. It's that guy that he needs to find the time to get this kill onto time. No pun intended there. And that's it. It's a 2v3 situation. They got the bomb down as well. So time is not going to be in the hands of Standpoint Gaming. They gotta move here fast. Young one has got that Fennec in hand, ready for this up-close battle. Suiwon gets eliminated. As Guy has been spotted on the winery as well. 40 seconds, they gotta go and pounce. But Sheena is holding up across the map. And it's gonna be Yang One finding another kill. It's a 1v1. Is there enough time?
Oh gosh. There's enough time. There's enough time. He has enough time. Guagua finally goes and gets the clutch down with no time to spare. SPG, a brilliant round, and even though Q9 tried to go in there for the backup, they try to turn things around. But that clutch from Guagua, oh my goodness. I feel like this is a play that we need to see on the replays and we need to study. You already know, I feel like we should make content for that, how to explain, like, how the heck did they just do that? Q9, though, again, fast push into Bravo with time, trying to stop that time for them, and so far, still gets naded, but he tries to back off.
And it's essential that they get at least this top yellow in control. Definitely still no player there holding for Q9 Club. Now, Standpoint Gaming is going to have 3 players late on this rotation, but they're going to have to meet these guys eventually on that mid-map where we're going to see all these initial gunfights importantly be won by Q9. This Yang One and Sheena has just been popping off lately in this S&D. Yang One extending out on this top yellow. It's time. He has heard that gunshot. Sun has been eliminated. Sheena on the flank. It's going to be a 3v1 situation. Nacho and last guy alive. He gets picked up by Yuling, who finds that double. Q9 continues to have that lead.
All right, well, that was a successful B plant now because SPG was not able to respond with the first blood. And this time around, Q9 played it very clean, and SPG, the reluctance was there. They needed to find a way to get a pick, but unfortunately for them, was not able to do so. Now for Q9, goes in there more for a mid presence, is greeted by these two players, Suwon and Guagua, but they do back away. Needs to find a way to kind of retaliate, because so far Q9 is going in there so aggressively in time. Speaking of, gets that kill, tries to go in for the no-scope. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the kill, but the gloves do come out.
Yeah, that's just important kill there just to make this a 2v2 situation. Q9 can still put that bomb down at the A site. And when you got San still starting off cold. This is the best chance to strike. You got two players that has those SMGs, but if you got Sun staying on your lane, you gotta go and push fast. It's a 1v1 up against Nanchuan. Wuling. It will get taken down, and Standpoint Gaming will continue to even the scoreline as they get this defuse.
Yeah, they're trying to even to the scoreline, but they shouldn't let the lead go to Q9 in the next round. SPG needs to find a way to step it up and get into 7, or else we're going to be going to overtime. And now, Callie, now with Q9 kind of struggling on both sides, you do get to see that SPG is doing a pretty good job at stopping them on the defense. So as much as possible, we need to see a defensive round for SPG, or else if they go into the attack again, that's the time that they actually go and struggle. Q9, though, on the other hand, now, they're going to be a little bit more spread out. They're going to take their time.
You like this push, right? After pushing just so aggressive in these last few rounds, you're gonna find your way into a very slow-paced game, just waiting for some guy to get picked up by time. I mean, the way time is just holding up this lane is just insane, keeping the pressure on these two players going in for the push. Nade will be thrown out. It's cooked perfectly, just in time for him to eliminate Sun.
Oh my God. The timing! I love you, whoever's observing. You did a phenomenal job. It's like we're doing, it's like a Hollywood movie. Gua gets a kill. And my goodness, time in there with a wall bang and finishes it up with that nade kill off the roof. And now Q9. Oling is the only person left, but with SPG gonna be far from one another. But with Oling making a lot of noise, it's not looking good for him. He does get the kill though, Grau in hand. Callie, this is looking really good for him, but unfortunately, Gua goes in there very aggressively, and Oling could have had it, a 1v3.
It just could not get his life recovered there. His HP just is really down bad. Gua only had to two-tap his way in to get that kill. And Standpoint Gaming on match point, just needing one more round to force overtime and play that control later on. And, we expected Standpoint Gaming to not really have a fighting chance in the respawn. But I think this momentum that they could carry over if they ever win this S&D is going to be a big boost for them. But Q9 just blitzkrieging their way inside of this A site. They got all entries covered up. It's all down to Bird to get this shots, but it's going to be the last guy standing holding up the 8 point. His teammate Time will not make it.
Overtime now. Unless we do get to see Time get in for a 1v4, but it's not possible. Target to 8 now, and this is what we've been saying when it comes to S&Ds versus Chinese teams, is overtime after overtime, and Q9, it was a fast round. Standpoint Gaming now on the attack, when we've already seen how weak they can be on the attacking side, needed to win all of the defensive rounds. And now Q9 gonna be really aggressive, gonna be pushing all over the place. Yang, gonna spot one, gonna go away with his life.
That's insane. He's still being alive, even though Sweet1 is up there on the winery. Sun has to pick every angle here. He could not get any shots here today. Still only has 1 kill to his name in this S&D. It's all down to Shinan on this 1v4. Could obviously have not the best chance of winning this one, as there's just too many players to deal with and just little less, there's little time to work around. That's gonna be Standpoint Gaming on match point once again, but we switch it up. And this is where they could potentially end it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best case scenario for SPG because they do better on the defense. So now that they were able to clinch that attacking round, just put the cherry on top, end it. And now for Q9, they're not opting to get the bomb. They're just trying to get that information first. Bird is spotted, gets a little bit of damage, but able to go away with his life. And now you get to see play number 2. Guagua's going to be there very aggressively and going to be very much in your face and could actually provide so much damage up against Q9. They don't know he's there.
Wow, that's just 2 piece coming in for Gua. Make that almost a 3 piece, but Uling able to go for that intercept and stop the damage from just building up and piling up. United Club will make this an equal 3v3 matchup. A side is pretty much wide open. Not anymore though, as Sweet1 and Bird makes their way in. Just try to get a bit some information on where potentially Q9 Club will be at. Just trying to slow it down, trying to play through Uling, who's going to be on the winery. They can go and top down right away. Just go for the push on the guy holding down yellow tarp. Uling will not get that beam down onto Sweet1. It's all down to Young1. It's a 1v3 situation. It's going to be caught into a bit of a monkey in the middle if he ever does push out in the open. That's gonna be 3 players waiting for him.
It'd be hard. He spots one, but Suwon gets the kill, and now SPG gets this S&D round, and this it gets interesting just because everything's gonna be lined up. We're going into a control, Callie. It's our first control game.
Yeah, finally we get to see one, and everything has
Yes,
just been
C1.
totally upside down. You can actually
Sorry,
talk about
I thought you did that
Q9.
on purpose.
I did. I just tried to hide it from you. But yeah, obviously Q9, it's uncharacteristic for them to lose SNDs. Because they
Yeah,
have the
I
numbers up
mean-
against SPG.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the music is just right there. It's glorious, right? And it's nice to see that SPG actually has a fighting chance, especially when it comes to those S&D rounds. But now we'll see who is gonna win this control game that can lead them into the next round. You already said that Q9 had more of an upper hand when it comes to the respawns, but unlucky for them, they needed to win this S&D in order to stop SPG to bring it into a control game where it's a mixture of both.
Yeah, the problem here with Q9, with the way they're handling their S&D, Sun only had like 2 kills on, this overtime action that we got in SND Tunisia. And if we ever drop into a map where you're gonna have to rely on your sniper, and if we ever go to Crossroad Strike, that can just be the make or break for Q9 Club, and SPG might just go snowball this one out of the way.
And now let's see what will happen here as we are still setting up for that control game where, I mean, we already knew how close this was going to be, but when it comes to the greatness of Q9 during the respawns, we saw it a while ago in that Hardpoint, and now we know that they're also good at S&D because we also had that overtime, right? It's a back and forth. But now, Control, like what we've already been mentioning, is a game mode that has baffled a lot of these Call of Duty mobile teams on actually how to play it, especially with the Chinese region as well, just because it was a kind of a late integration into their own tournament. If you guys didn't know, they have a completely different format. Domination, when it was still in the rotation, it took a while for them to actually, perfect it. And also Hardpoint. And that's why we keep saying that when it comes to Chinese teams, they still have a time to catch up when it comes to these respawns. They're just so good at this S&D. And now Control being part of the mix, knowing very well that you have to save your life and, just worry about it later on. We'll see how these Chinese teams are actually going to go perform.
Yeah, it's gonna matter a lot in whatever map pick we're gonna be getting, right? I mean, if Crossroads Strike is going to be a map, there is a big potential that SPG could carry over that momentum heading into that map number 3, knowing that Time and Bird has just been popping up with that scope, and if Sun continues to not play great, there is a big chance that an upset could just potentially happen in this game, and you can't really underestimate SPG. I mean, they just took down the #1 team in Latin America in TLE on the round number 1, where it had to go to a 2-0 sweep, right? So that definitely speaks a lot on how mentally ready these players are just to get themselves this win.
And now it seems like they're going to be locked and loaded as we're trying to figure out who is going to be the better Chinese team here. Obviously, we have 3. A while ago, you saw Wolves perform as well. And now we have 2 of the Chinese teams right now that we have yet to see kind of be consistent, because so far Q9 had a difficult time in this S&D. Yes, they brought it close, but it seems like they had chips in their otherwise clean armor back in that round number 1. SPG, on the other hand, coming in here as China's number 3, you should not discount these number 3 seeds, because you already know, leading up into the World Championships, the #1 teams that have not seen the light of day, being Animus Glories, and also, a team that we've been hyping the entire year. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm not going to bring them up in Garena, but here we go. What thing that we're going to be bringing up is the fact that we finally have a Control matchup here in this Stream C. Let's hype up in the chat. Q9 versus Standpoint Gaming starts in Raid.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Q9 Club starting on the defensive side here as they find early 5 kills in this matchup. That's going to flush down Standpoint Gaming back to their spawns, and that's going to equally put a lot of pressure in this driveway where we're currently seeing Sun and Guagua just going in for that deadly push, and we're seeing a really aggressive take coming in for Q9 here at this point in time. as Standpoint Gaming is trying to find a way inside of this sculpture. That's going to be two players that they're going to have to worry about on this one. And again, Switchblades are definitely going to be one of the most accurate weapons that you can use to dismantle these players up close, but not when you got Uling holding up the point all by himself.
Yeah, I mean, Oling just having a phenomenal run with the Grau, and you already know that's probably one of the most cracked guns this season, and a lot of players going to be using that. And now, when it comes to live, still pretty doable for SPG to try and get these points. As you know, you're already going to see them in the attacking round, Q9 on the defense. They're just trying to play their lives, and so far, Standpoint just trying to stand their ground as basketball court will have defense, and one player will try to get that first tick of progress in A.
And there we go. I mean, seems like Q9 Club is just taking a bit of a time to get their push to go through here at the this pool side. I mean, there's just two players lurking in there. They could be able to get that kill, and finally they get the flush down. But 2 seconds will be made by Standpoint Gaming. Sun will not get the kill onto Nanchu 1, so his teammates there to actually go for that trade. But Standpoint Gaming is doing a lot better in finding routes where there's going to be holes between Q9's defense, and that's going to be the B side here this time, which is currently being held only by Guagua, getting 2 segments in, almost 3. His teammates are not going to be making it in time, but with him inside that point, you know, that almost gets the capture, but definitely not going to happen here, as we got Q9 spoiling the party at the 11th hour.
Goodness, that was so close from SPG to try and capture that third tick of progress from Bravo. 5 and 8 is going to be our life count. 20 seconds left on the clock. As one last ticks of progress from both of these, and now we need to see Standpoint Gaming. You need to step on it. You only have 20 seconds left, and so far they don't have any kind of footing with just 3 players. It was that last-ditch effort in Bravo that just did not happen. That could have meant the biggest difference here in this first game, but with just 5 seconds and 1 life left, it is just impossible as Q9 secures this first round of control.
Even though it is a Q9 win, it is round number 1. Nonetheless, SPG was really putting the work up against his squad. They were going back and forth all across the map and just trying to get as much as objective points as they can get, knowing that they're heavily outgunned in that round number 1. So that's definitely great adjustments for them. Now they're going to start on the defensive side, which is going to be the favorable side here in this control raid. So far, they can be holding onto the B point, but Q9 Club hit them with the quick attack at the A side. That's most likely gonna end up in their hands, knowing that they got 2 players pushing on the basketball court that could enable that spawn trap as soon as possible.
Gravity Vortex in hand as well for Yang, and that could definitely provide them a little bit of space when they're trying to capture that point. He does go down, mid-control loss already for Q9, and SPG already having that one player by Gallery trying to provide that information and to also kind of manipulate the spawns for Q9 to go a little bit lower. But he does opt to go instead in through that lower side of the map. As you can see, poolside area might get a little bit of control here as Chuan right there unfortunately loses that gunfight, and that could have been a really huge power position for SPG to try and defend an A.
And if there's any player that can make a run for the best AR, it has to be Uling, right? I mean, this guy is just holding this team all by himself. He's just carrying the load of offense as he got 15 kills. He's the highest in the lobby right now. And it seems like the way they're going in for the attack is just efficient, right? I mean, they got the time, they got the objective at the A side. Now they're trying to route and just surround Standpoint Gaming, was holding that B side right now. Number 3 in Uling will get taken down at this map, but it seems like the mid-map control is still going to be in favor for Q9, which makes it easier for them not just to intercept the players coming in from that open staircase, but they can make the rotation easily over towards B and just go for a multi-angle push.
Here's the thing though, I mean, even though Q9 had mid-presence, they just could not push from pillars all the way into B. Standpoint Gaming did a phenomenal job at kind of stopping the push and kind of equalizing when it comes to the lives. There's only a 2 life difference in between them. It's still a minute to play with, though, for Q9, as they are slowly but surely going in through the spawn of SPG. And that's going to be difficult, as the player that did go down spawn all the way in through basketball court. And it is up to the last 2 players, the last frontier of SPG, to try and stop the push from Q9.
They're bringing out the Purifier in this one late. That's going to stop the push.
Woo!
But Sweet just gets that good angle, so it's going to be kind of a 50-50 battle at this B point so far, but with Uling finding a double on the laundry side, that's gonna secure not just only the Tiki lane, but also the chance for the team to push on that B side. They got 2 players working that push, working that angle, and then they're just claiming time. That's just making it fast for them to win through objective. And they're also doing the live count of Standpoint Gaming all down to 5. They got the upper hand here. They might just go and get this 2-0 win as they are just trying to waste away the clock and just get these kills. There's one more player left, and that's gonna be Sui1. But it's gonna be a B capture here for Q9. Mauchi getting that, and that's gonna be match point now for Q9.
Now, this is definitely a little bit more farther away compared to that round number 1 where SPG had a little bit of a easier time at equalizing things, and at some point we did get to see them even in lives and they were able to get a hold of that B side. But honestly, it was the purifier from Q9 just clearing everything up definitely was the biggest difference here. And now we do get to see that SPG going on the attacking side, which is definitely way harder to kind of pursue. But still, we saw Q9 win an attacking round, so it's just a difference in the gameplay that we see Q9 is just playing.
As you say, it's still good. Even back and forth prettier. Guagua needs to get this skill just to get some time on this B side. There we go. It's gonna give them at least one segment in, knowing that the push on Q9 side on Laundry is gonna be quite late. And it's great that they're actually dividing, the decision so far for Q9 as they are doing, 2 angles at the same exact time. And with the way SPG is just holding up this mid-map control, this might just be that round to stop that bleeding and, win around itself.
Slowly but surely, though, SPG getting that Bravo side 3rd tick of progress already there. And now we also have this one player, that's Sui1, with a Sparrow, gets 2 spawn traps, but also gets himself out. Unfortunate for him, not careful with the Sparrow. And that also kind of allows Q9 to be in a really good position when it comes to defending. And my goodness, SPG just tried so hard when it comes to that spawn trap.
Yeah, but yeah, it kind of just fell through when Sui1 could not get himself to sustain his life out there on the garage side. And Q9 Sun, able to get at least a 3 life lead up against Standpoint Gaming at this point in time, but they still have to really defend at A side quite strong as we got Standpoint Gaming about to make a wave of gunfight on that exact lane where we are seeing Yangwan is currently holding off the lane. And there's no mid-map presence we're seeing for Q9. They do have that kitchen control, but SPG, once they do settle down and get this trade, they might potentially just reverse it down, but Sheena finding 2 kills on that kitchen's gonna be a big win for them. Yangwan finally able to get that communication as well, that there's a guy on that kitchen. He's able to stop that push in, that flank as well. It seems like Q9 is about to end this 10-5 on the live count.
Yep, and not just that, Preddy comes out, and that is just a really clean take coming in from Q9, but let's see if it is possible for a comeback for SPG, as only 3 lives in between them. They have 45 seconds left on the clock, still very doable. We will not discount the fact that they could still bring this into a W. And all they need to do, they need to bring out all of their operators. That's Enchuan. And unfortunately for him, he does go down a 1v5 situation in time with a double, a 1v4, 27 seconds left on the clock. He needs to play this smart.
But there's just 4 players there just waiting for him to pop out. And it seems like Q9 Club is about to advance to the next stage of the Swiss. They're going to be ending up with the 2-0 standing, winning 2-0 up against Vitality and a 2-1 hard-fought battle on that SND. Despite the loss, they still end up with the victory here in this series. And yeah, anything that happened for Q9. They're definitely the superior Hardpoint team heading into this matchup, as well as its control. We saw the dominance and just the difference in terms of that gunfight and the utmost strategy in that game.
Man, that was just an amazing matchup. And I'm glad that we actually saw control. And between these teams, Q9 definitely had the upper hand when it comes to the respawn, but also brought it very close in that S&D. I mean, granted, they didn't win that. It's still definitely very impressive for you to bring it into overtime in SPG. That it's also signs of life for them. They definitely had a blowout in that respawn, especially you're having Apocalypse, but it's just a very difficult map to actually master. But they are going to go down 1-1, 1 loss and 1 win. And now for Q9, they go up a notch. I'm excited to see who they're going to be going up against, especially with the other teams that are still fighting for victory.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity and Wolves they're currently playing right now on the other side of the streams, and it's gonna be crazy knowing that it's been the NA teams that have been able to pop off, as well as the Chinese teams, Q9 and Wolves themselves, truly making up a quite a run in this game so far. But just to take a look at our schedule for the World Champs here at C Stream, Q9 will be able to take that 2-0 win up against Vitality, Volt getting that sweep up against Exclusive, and here for our first round 2 match, Q9 taking a 2-1 win up against SPG.
Definitely going to be a very great to see the fact that it's our first control matchup. But yeah, when it comes to the gameplay, there's still a lot of streams that you could go watch because we're going to be taking it into a quick break. But for later on, for our second matchup here in round number 2 of Swiss, oh, don't miss it because this is going to be a great one. You wouldn't expect that Powerhouse and Inco are going to be right here in the lower end of things. But that is for later on. Grab your popcorn, watch the other streams, and we'll see you later here in stream number C. All right, folks, this is a game of all games, and a lot of people are looking forward to this. West versus East? Yeah, you know what? I feel like this is a good representation from both regions. I mean, both teams also kind of lack the players that they kind of wanted here. One being Rafa from Inco, and one being FDX from Powerhouse. Again, we are back here. Welcome to the second game here for round number 2 of Swiss, where we do get to see the teams that actually lost the game. It's your girl Beef Mommy, and again with me, Cali Gaming. Boy, it's 3 in the morning and we're casting a game that's going to be intense.
Yeah, I'm ready. My blood is about to pump up more blood just to keep this game hyped up. I mean, the teams are playing and they're ready. And I think it's an even equal matchup knowing that they're one less, main player to worry
One
about.
less lonely girl.
Yeah, one less lonely girl for them. And Dermek, Bingo, the main topic here for this matchup because they are the sub for this team. And we're actually going to Arsenal, which is going to be a map pick that is going to favor both of these two squads. I feel like if we ever head into that close game, it has either have to go down to that P1 hole, just like what we saw from Exclusive Info. But here we go. Match we've all been waiting for. Powerhouse and Inco Gaming at the lower matches. Winner of this series advances with a 1-2 record.
I love this map. Arsenal, definitely a great map when it comes to Hardpoint. And at the moment, we do get to see Inco Gaming trying to get control off blue, and they are going to be smoked out, which is probably a smart move from Powerhouse to try and get rid of that sight line that they know very well is going to be a power position, but also getting rid of business as they're trying to flush out a lot of players from the vents area.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a dominant start for them. And you're playing through your ARs that are just kind of playing that oversight up on the windows that could potentially be used by Inco Gaming to just go and enter. And yeah, this is just a great P1 hold, but from what we learned from the Exclusive and Volt match, which was played on the same map, you can never be too sure with the huge amount of lead that you have on this P1. Everything can be turned around in this coming hard points that are going to be right up next. But one thing more than likely heading into next one, it is going to be Inco Gaming swarming around the hard point. Powerhouse still spawning on top right side of the map, which is going to be a big one for them. They got a Predator Whistle to work with and Scare able to take one down. This is the start of the flood that Powerhouse is trying to aim for.
And now something that you've noticed is the fact that Inco Gaming has a hold of batteries, which is definitely a power position that you'd want because you have the upper hand of getting that sightlines. And also here, right exact in that spot where Lucasin's going to be, and you don't want to have him on a head glitch, especially knowing that he can beam from far away, and that just allowed him to get this hunter-killer drone. And now Inco Gaming trying to catch up with the points here in P2. They're winning when it comes to the gunfights. The left side of the map is definitely something that is favorable to them, even though the Powerhouse does have the closer spawn. It doesn't matter. Inco Gaming still wins those when it comes to the head glitches, and now the rotation for next is going to be there.
A nice bounce back for Inco Gaming. I mean, they had to rely on Lucasin to just try to build up as much skills as he can get, piling it up and getting his score streaks online. He got a Predator Missile to work with Incendio and managed to bring out the pistol here as well just to try to break the point here. The Powerhouse is currently holding at the moment. EMP Shock just to try to stop that trophy system. And Lucas is just operating, fighting a double. That's going to be a broken hill that will be entered through by Inco Gaming in multi-angles, and Powerhouse just got bullied out.
Bro pulled out a Predator Missile, an Annihilator, and an EMP in the last 30 seconds. I mean, there's a reason why that he has a target on his back, and also pegged to be the #1 player in the world, and that definitely helps his team out when it comes to the defense here in P3. Powerhouse now on the right side, coming from P5, definitely have a difficult time. Is having a little bit of a struggle here when it comes to the contest, as we do get to see Lucasin yet again getting that double, filling out a lot of the spaces that needs to be done. Irfan J, on the other hand, still with the contest, winning the gunfights, and finally goes big. Powerhouse now gets the scrap points, but the rotation for next, they're also going to be there.
Yeah, and what's more crazier, just to amplify how great Lucasin is, he's got 21 right now, and the combination of his core shakes plus his operator skills just to put his team with a good amount of lead heading in towards his P4 is just going to significantly help them even more to try to snowball this game in their way. And they've been able to survive the first of gunfights by Lin's holding up this window off to P1, and Powerhouse is trying to build their way in, bringing out 3 operators this time. The siege is on, and they're spraying it down. It's gonna be Irfa and Jay finding good value off of this equalizer. They get to flush it down. Powerhouse, in 34-second step, got plenty of time to get that lead change.
Yeah, Powerhouse finally has a hold of the hard points. The first time they had a pretty solid hold here as they're trying to go in there for the defense here for Blue. Has 2 players from Inco are trying to go in there, and it's going to be very difficult, but good thing Bingo is right there to apply some pressure. It's still Powerhouse getting majority of the points. 12 seconds left for them to play with. It is going to be Powerhouse still getting the majority of the scraps, but look at your map. P5 already going to be set up by Inco Gaming.
Yeah, Cafeteria is one of those hardpoint in this map that relies so much on those early rotation, and you can see Lucasen is just holding on the top right side of the map. Powerhouse are going to try to swarm their way in multi-angles there this time, but Inco, they got this player set up on this tiny cheeky corners that can just go for those attacks without even taking off this damage. So nice angles being taken by Inco Gaming to get that lead change once again. We got one operator just being invested by Leo Zero, but will get turned down by Incendio. A big kill just for them to have a chance to step inside that point, but Inco Gaming getting those denies one at a time, being unstoppable in this P5.
And now P5, definitely going to be a really difficult hill to go and break, and especially when you set up really early on, you need to have control on that 2F. So far, Inco is actually dropping the numbers, but it is Dad with the punching gloves, gets that double, and provides a lifeline for this P5 control. And now they're going to be getting the scrap points as well. And now Powerhouse is going to opt to go and rotate for next instead, as Dad will be going down, and the only person from Inco that will be in that P1 area.
Yeah, Bingo and Powerhouse, this was their bunny hill on the first set of hardpoint rotation. They need to win this early gunfights just to stand a chance in getting a solid hold inside of this point. If they can bully out Lucasen inside of this zone, they can really put this team to spawn on the lower right side of the map, but it's just going to be an equal back and forth trade. Linz gets a good one on the Incendio. It is going to be a contested P1, but it definitely is Powerhouse having a much more solid control inside of the point. But when you got Linz bring out the equalizer, this is where it's time for you to strike to get the flush immediately. And Inco Gaming building up that lead now.
Yo, Bingo, I mean, his perspective is really interesting because you always kind of question, like, do the subs actually fare out? And it seems like, yes, his movement a while ago up against 2 players from Inco actually kind of delayed the push from that team and definitely allowed Powerhouse to kind of close down the points just a tiny bit. He has 11 kills, the same as Incendio at the moment, but they still need to step it up because Lucasen on the 36, no one is even close to that number on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Scared is the closest with 27, right? But it's still not enough. Lucasen has just got the numbers up against Powerhouse in these altercations on these 1v1 gunfights. Inco bringing out 2. One will Predator Missile will find 2. Scared Incendio will be shot down, Leo Zero. And the team is just, winning these early gunfights once again, giving Inco Gaming a chance to really hold down these cranes and get a lot of this time.
Now, speaking of time, 46 seconds left on the clock. That's still a lot of time. The hill just opened up in Inco. Like, actually, the other time, they have a stronger hold compared to the last time that we had this P2. So at the moment, Powerhouse finally wins a lot of the gunfights, but Inco does have the more favorable spawn. But what we've learned already from the first set of rotations is that you want to have battery control because you have the high ground. And now, speaking of, Inco has a hold of both.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? I mean, they're just chaining one thing after the other. And Powerhouse is just giving 13 seconds of this crap time on P2 just to set up for next. And you're not even guaranteed that you're going to be able to hold it down quite significantly, knowing that Inco Gaming has quite some operators to use just to try to break off that point. It's going to be Dad first on this one, and his teammates on the Jet decks is going to be key in just trying to dismantle the setup that we got for Powerhouse, and the bait and switch coming in for Linz just to secure on the left side of the minimap. That might just be the spawns just being flipped out, but Irfan J gets that kill, and the hardpoint opens up with Powerhouse inside.
Irfan J is going to be an essential player right now because he's able to stop the backside push, and speaking of, he does so perfectly in such a great fashion. And I feel like this setup is, again, the really best setup that you can do if you're Powerhouse because you're trying to catch up with the points. Yes, they gave away scrap points, but oh my goodness,
Ooh.
Inco with a unified push, able to get rid of so many players. And now Powerhouse International trying to scramble and get majority of the points down. And even though they did have the upper hand of the equalizer from Irfan J, it's providing to be very difficult. And now every single operator and kind of, I don't know, Predator missile, the nth Predator missile from Lucasin finally comes out. And yet, it is still Powerhouse getting majority of the points here in P3.
Yeah, they just really took their time investing those 13 seconds from that P2 just to have a great setup on that P3. But we're moving that back down to artilleries, and we got that pulling up with the Purifier, fighting 1, fighting 2. That will spawn Powerhouse on the lower left side of the map, which might just be easy for them to just stack even further, knowing that that has got the Purifier. But eventually he does get cut down, and Powerhouse putting a lot of scrappy plays on this hardpoint just to not give Inco Gaming an opportunity to pull away even further.
And now Powerhouse going in there for the pinch, winning the gunfights here by Barrel's side here in Batteries. Definitely something that you want because you have sightlines for a lot of things. You can play with your head glitches, but so far will be a contested hill. Oh, but then two players from both teams actually stack up against each other and just they spawn on top of one another, which is something that you wouldn't really want. It just means both teams do not have any control in terms of the spawn. 13 seconds left on the clock, but Powerhouse has a more favorable spawn because you have a shorter time when it comes to going into that P5. And like we already know, if you have a solid hold in P5, it's just so difficult to go and break.
Yeah, so what we need for Powerhouse is just get those other two players on rotation just to try to square up, because Inco Game is trying to set up a play on the top left side of the map at the jet decks is where they're kind of just stalling time before they go in for that big push. Incendio kind of playing an off angle. Lucasin gets that kill, and here comes the push coming through, but Scared able to find two. But Dermot gets that trade, and now they have made their way inside of that point. It's all about this objective players finding the right kills, and that gets it to go. Gets that 2-piece, and Inco Gaming now inside the point.
I don't know if you saw it, but I mean, with a hill opening up early on, Powerhouse was set up. They had a perfect setup right there, and Dad was going to be in that favorable spawn because the two players from Powerhouse were still trying to go for the scraps in that last hill. And now you only have a few points left for Inco to try and win this, but Powerhouse is holding on. They do have one last unified push for them to try and stop the points that to keep on happening from Inco Gaming. But again, we're trying to go for that next hill as Inco cannot win it on this one.
Yeah, Inco Gaming's got an early setup here at P1. This is a struggle for them, and the last two hard points rotation that we got currently in this Arsenal hard point, and Powerhouse are going to be a lot late on rotation, and then 3 go down as well. Just 15 seconds for Inco Gaming to finally get this win. They got all these entries covered up pretty nicely, and Powerhouse no any sort of operating skills to try to break this, and Inco Gaming will take map number 1 as Powerhouse falls short in trying to find the rotation in P1.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good from Powerhouse. I mean, they tried to go in there. I mean, both teams were really good. Yes, I must commend that Powerhouse definitely made it a little bit hard for Inco. But it was always just Lucasin getting the upper hand, getting these kills, those early operators, early Predator missiles. He had so many, I needed to count them. So it's not even just that. It's the fact that I feel like Powerhouse just didn't have control with the spawns. They always tried to catch up. They tried to make it close. So again, commendable. But again, it's just going to be Inco every single time in this hardpoint.
It's rough, right? I mean, Powerhouse has histories up against LATAM teams. We know last year they got taken down by the Glorious Squad now this year in the 2022 World Champs group stage, where it was potentially one of the greatest upsets that we had in this series. And one thing more than likely that we need to see for Powerhouse themselves is their S&D. They require a lot of work in there. I think Bingo and Incendio, last time they played up against Strive Gaming in round 1, only scored 8 kills combined. So gotta need to find a way to put these two players together and find them that rhythm to actually go up against Inco Gaming, who we know can really stand their ground when they play their Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Powerhouse, this is not going to be a good feeling. Your back's up against the wall. You only have, what, one chance left to try and get... I mean, not only just one chance. If they lose their next set of matches, it's basically game over for them. They still need to fight in through that 4th round, and they still need to fight after that 5th round. So there's still a lot more chances, and you want to get the best case scenario going into day 2, because if you're losing your matches here in day 1, you will have a longer day. You need to be well rested for day 2. Still, it's definitely going to be difficult. On the other hand, though, talking about Inco this time around, they had such a phenomenal run in that hardpoint matchup just because everyone was doing their job. Lucasen was providing, he was beaming across the map, providing so many score streaks, operators. And on the other side, Dad provided to be the biggest playmaker and stop the one last effort for Powerhouse in that P5, where, again, I'd love to mention it because when you're looking at the minimap, it just tells so much of a story, right? The last 2 players from Powerhouse were actually in batteries. They were trying to fight for that scrap, and that actually provided those 3 players in Powerhouse for that early setup. But unfortunately for them, the spawns were left open. And when he lost the gunfight, he automatically went into that robots area and eventually provided the biggest blow for Powerhouse. It honestly deals down to such specifics like that.
Yeah, and you can really rely on that to be that dirty worker, right? He knows the ins and outs, and he's that glue guy that Inco Gaming relies on to create those plays for them. And little things like what he is doing, creates the biggest of difference in a high-level action of Call of Duty Mobile, right? I mean, now they're going to be 1-0 on the series up against Powerhouse, and they got the potential to end it in a 2-0 fashion up and this next game that we're going to have, which is going to be Search and Destroy, is something that Powerhouse showed a lot of struggle up against Strive Gaming, right? Only taking 3 maps on the 10 rounds of action that they played up against that team. So definitely missing the action that they have with FDX as their main sniper. So it seems like they're going to be dragged down into another S&D Express. Seems like Inco has done their homework and just trying to decapitate Powerhouse here.
Now, speaking of, we're going to be doing an Express S&D. I love this map for S&D, man. It just gets so complicated, and we've seen so much good plays, especially with train kills. You know me and my train kills. I love that. But anyway, Chinese games and train kills. Yeah, right? But here we go. I hope that there's not going to be a train kill here. We've already grown, but it will be a, 3v2 rather, in the favor of Inco Gaming, where they were able to kind of give LG a very difficult time a while ago here in S&D. And the rotation for A, it looks like it's going to be an A execute this time around.
Yeah, I love this play right here. I mean, you have a lot of entryways. You got a lot of positions that you can just hide around and just ambush Powerhouse later on to get that bomb plant. But if you are one of the players for Powerhouse right here, if you're Bingo right now, you're going to have to rely on your long reaches to find these players. But Lucasen finds one. Bingo gets that trade, but the information already there. Bomb is going to be planted at the A site. That's going to force Bingo to actually make his rotation over, as he does not have enough time to actually go for this 1v2 if he does play the long route.
Bingo with a sniper. You'd love to see it. But Inco is not going to give any information away. They're playing the train to their advantage, knowing very well that, okay, we need to stay here, play our corners right. They have the right guns to actually play these corners. But Bingo going in there with the pistol kill, able to get the Fennec as well. 19 seconds left on the clock. He needs to step on it. The one last player is Leo Zera, in a really good position on the right side of the train. But as he goes in there for that fake defuse, he does not know that he's actually going to be right behind him, and Leo Zera plays it so well, but what a great effort by Bingo.
Yeah, almost clutched that 1v3, but obviously there for Inco Gaming, they had the advantage, knowing that they just had to play for time and just let Bingo tap that bomb and get that defusal, which isn't going to happen, knowing that they knew that he's going to be able to push right there right off the get-go. But Powerhouse trying to change things up, going for a very aggressive route, scared finding a double on this round. It's going to be Lucasen down as the last player of Inco. That round just ended in 17 seconds.
Whoa. I literally was looking at my stats, and I looked at my screen, and it was done. I wish I could analyze that, but that was just one thing I could say was an aggressive push that Powerhouse was able to kind of utilized to their advantage. And now, in the same case from a while ago, it is going to be a little bit more of an aggressive defensive setup for Powerhouse here in A, but they will provide a little bit of eyes in the form of Incendio with the sniper down here in A.
Incendio is that player that really has to step up here today. They don't have FDX anymore that can provide them that consistent sniper all throughout the rounds. So it's gonna have to rely on his sources, but it seems like it's gonna get picked down there by Linz. That will open up the A site. A couple of players gonna be late on rotations. Wall bang gonna be happening through 4 player one that's gonna be scared. They're making their rotation at the A site already, but they're gonna be picked down one at a time with Lucasen able to take down shot up one of the key players up for Powerhouse. Inco. They got high ground as well. Powerhouse not looking good on this push. They will just get beamed one by one with the current setup that we are seeing from Inco. And just like that, nice trade back and forth. But Powerhouse are going to be on a disadvantage as Inco is just winning every gunfight. Bomb plant here as well just to top it all off. That's a nice counter for the aggressive push up Powerhouse had at the A side.
Yeah, I mean, Powerhouse stacking that B site, it did not work out for them. They tried to go in there for the rotation pretty quickly, but as the time that they rotated from B through mid, Lucasen was right there, obviously, with the long-range engagement. He always wins those. He also has Leo Zera right there as well. So, I mean, what they're doing right now is they're playing slow, getting the engagements, and for Powerhouse, they're just having such a difficult time as Incendio goes in there very aggressively. No, it's actually shut up.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate there for him as he gets, he fell into a trap that Inco was able to set up, and they're heading their way at the B side here this time, playing mind games. Unbelievably up against Powerhouse, and Leo Zera could have spotted Bingo there already at the trains, and he finds scared off the flank as he's gonna get a double on this section. It's going to be down to Incendio, another 1v5 situation. Powerhouse could not get anything together as a team and really relaying where these players are at the map. Gotta be working on the communication right now.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate to see coming in from Powerhouse, and they're just having such a difficult time when it comes to the play of Inco. I mean, obviously, it's because their main sniper is not going to be providing any kind of information because he's not really going to be used to being a main sniper. And right now, the fast push going in from Inco does not work out again here in Bravo. And this is the only time that Powerhouse actually gets these wins. If it's a fast push, they can finally go and retaliate. And if you're Inco, okay, we tried that aggressive push again in Bravo, didn't work out. I have a big feeling that it will always be that A push, and they're going to be slowing things down. They're going to be playing off of their snipers like Lucasen.
Yeah, I mean, Lucasen, although, has been nerfed because of the SKS ban this year, still have shown a lot of flexibilities as a player himself, can wield any weapons and shine with it as well. And without Rafa here, he has to be the mental anchor for Inco Gaming just to try to will the team through victory. And it seems like for Powerhouse, they're really reliant on a very aggressive push from Inco Gaming at this A site, but they're really slowing it down, playing this mind games, playing to stop this push at the moment.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Powerhouse kind of had a feeling that Inco was going to be pushing A, but they stun checked it. Inco stun checked A, they got that information, slowed it down, and now no information given from both teams. The last info that Inco knows that there is someone into that A side. And now they probably know that, oh, hey, A works out for Inco, right? So they're probably stacking that A side. But now, Powerhouse dispersed. They're gaining ground. So this is the best thing that Powerhouse is actually doing, is that they're slowly but surely getting that information, getting that speed down. Shut gets that first pick, an essential kill for Powerhouse.
And that drops the bomb as well. And Incendio is slowly starting to pick up the pace. He's got one more player to do it at his arrivals. That's going to be Dermic. Will caught him off guard on that note. Still a 3v3 situation. Scared should be able to expect that the guy is just going to be picking up that bomb, but Lucasen able to get the pick onto him. It's going to be a 2v3 situation. Lucasen is holding a very good position. Right now on this A site, could potentially take down shot of the last player alive now for Powerhouse. That's roaming around. Will not get that spot down, and Shot continues to stay alive. A 1v2 situation for him. It's definitely upon his reach. If he lines it up, but Dermic ready for that gunfight. And that's going to stop that play. Inco Gaming extends their round to 2 once again.
Oh goodness, what a round that was. That was really great. You really get to see the play of chess from both of these teams, right? There's like reluctance, readjustments, and I love to see that. But it was still Inco that came out on top. Fast push coming in from Alpha this time around, and Powerhouse is going to be stacking that B site, and they did not know what is going to hit him. It needs to be a fast push coming in from Powerhouse.
Incendio, they're just really trying to stop Lucas in on that railways, but it seems like they're not going to be able to spot him at the moment. So they're going to try to play for that bomb plant. And they have spotted Linz at the ticketing, and that's going to be a big kill for Bingo as he's going to give his team that number advantage. The trade goes through, Lucas in, the key playmaker out, and this is the best way for you to end up with the round win. Just go in, guns blazing, but Dermic so very much alive. He has pulled the trigger. He has gotten a lot of bad information, but he finds Irfan J trying to clutch this one up, but he's got no time at all. 15 seconds for him, and two of the players from Powerhouse is going to be holding down the top floor. Can be easily a beam down for him. One kill down, and this is a nice play for Incendio. He's just playing for time. The clock ran out. Time's up. It's over now. Incendio getting that kill.
Goodness, I mean, I was just having a heart attack in those last few moments because Inco, especially with Dermic right there being the last person, he is performing so well. Almost clutched a 1v3, but it's a good thing Incendio, being a seasoned player that he is, just allowed for that fake defuse to happen and just provide presence right there. Both teams now going to be up close and personal here in that A side, knowing very well that Powerhouse had a really good job at being aggressive here in Alpha. Inco again with a response, but Bingo gets that first pick though.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some signs of life here. This is exactly what Powerhouse needed for their backup sniper. And without FDX, you need someone that can at least get that opening pick for you. And he's been able to do that on this round itself, just to try to put them in the numbers advantage. Leo Zera will not have any chance of winning that gunfight. That making the route will be owned by Scared there for the moment. It's going to be another bomb plant at this a site. It's Dermic, last guy alive once again. He almost clutched a 1v3 earlier, which is last of this round. So he's just going to try to pick it up one by one. Incendio has that information. Dermic will not aggressively push. He's going to take that high ground, which is going to be smart, but he backs away, thinking that there's a guy on the lockers, and I think he must have that right read on time. Scared will still make it out alive, and Incendio is just waiting on the doorway to get that kill, and Powerhouse able to tie it up.
Powerhouse on the attack seems like they're just having a better time on the attacking side when they're dictating the pace. And also when they're also getting the first bloods, definitely going to be really big for them. Powerhouse now, seems like they also want the same case. It will be that A push, but Inco will be there. But then a really well-cooked nade actually stops the push. Just a tiny bit. And now Inco having a lot of space here in that A side leaves no choice for Powerhouse to go and rotate into B instead.
Yeah, now the thing here is Lucazin is not going to be able to have any good eye on the B side plan that we're going to be seeing Powerhouse put that bomb down. So they're going to have to work with the arrivals this time round and have to make somewhat a reason just to have some guy just hold off that long flank, which is going to be Linz for the moment. He does get that kill onto Irfan J. They are currently spread out, and you have to win your 1v1 gunfights. Incendio gets that nice pick. It's going to be a 4v3 here.
Yo, Bingo versus Lucazin, man, and Bingo has been winning his gunfights. So, yeah. I mean, there's something right happening with a secondary sniper of Powerhouse. A shut-off gets a double, ended really perfectly. And now, Powerhouse is actually leading 5-4, a statement that definitely has been made. Looking like the attacking side is something that they're very much comfortable with. And now for Powerhouse, what's going to happen? Are you going in for that A side? They definitely are, as Inco does not read it, but they're going to try to get that information. Okay, Bravo is wide open, so it's probably an A side. So a fast rotation from that first play, that's Linz, right up here into the overpass.
Number 4 in shut-up is just trying to beat that sniper on the spot. He's already way behind enemy lines, but just step too early there as Leo Zera now gets that kill. It's going to be a 4v5 on this altercation. 37 seconds to hold. It's Inco Gaming just holding 2 lanes at a time, and Powerhouse has to make a significant defense just to stop this push coming in from the lockers. That's going to be 3 players about to slam it through. Incendio gets the kill off to Lucazin. The sniper is going to be out, scared. Nice kill on the trains, and now the bomb is about to be defused here, and they gotta keep an eye on it. Linz will not get that kill. It's gonna be a 2v2. That will not get that defuse at the moment as we got Bingo trying to clutch it up, but the bomb is gonna get tapped. He needs to find the kill, will not get that nade thrown out of the window, and Inco Gaming gets out with the round win.
I mean, in the heat of the situation, right? Your thinking definitely might be a little bit blurred, and found the right situation, tried to go in for the nade, and then probably going for the diffuser. But if he had not cooked that nade and gotten the diffuser instead, this would have been a different situation. But again, it's a really difficult situation to be in if you are Bingo, right? So, and it is going to be evened up. And now we do get to see that Powerhouse going in there for that A push, and Shut Up this time around gets the better of Leozera.
Yeah, Dermic, I mean, he's just gonna have that kill easily. It's a 4v4, 35 seconds. Again, on the A side, this is where Dad has been able to really get himself jiggly on these tiny corners. High ground control currently for Powerhouse. That Overwatch is gonna be a big key just to try to melt down the clock. And number 3 in Lucasin is gonna be on the train tracks. Could be that player that just turned things around here, but he's just a step too late. Powerhouse just needing to deal with one more player. That's gonna be Dad holding up that high ground. Incendio gets eliminated. 1v1 situation. He swings on by, gets the kill. Is there enough time to get a defusal?
No time.
It won't be enough. Powerhouse gets that match point.
Oh my gosh, this is exciting. Okay, I'm gonna try to make a prediction. I feel like Powerhouse is gonna go push for B, and Inco Gaming is gonna go push for B. They're both gonna push for B for sure, man. I'm 100% sure.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Oh no. Guns placing. It's a team deathmatch. Lucas and Dermic gets that 2 kills though. Powerhouse. Last guy alive is Bingo. And he's thinking after that 15 seconds what happened to his teammates. Well, they're all dead. They're set to the next round.
Oh goodness, a 1v4 situation, bomb down. It's a situation that you do not want to be in if you're Bingo, but what we've seen so far is actually he could do some phenomenal plays. Very well-versed sniper that we've seen here, and he's grown as a player. But he's trying to cover as much ground as possible. A 3v1, definitely something that we have never not seen before. And now, spots Dermic, gets 1v2. Does he know that Lucasin's right there? And this time around, Lucasin gets the better of Bingo. 6-6, we're taking things into an overtime.
And we're going to switch the sides here once again. Inco Gaming will start on the attack side. Something that they really take pride on. I mean, their defensive side has been kind of inconsistent. They couldn't predict some of the attacks that Powerhouse were trying to line up on these pushes. But this time it's going to be an all-out B-side push. It's going to be quite an aggressive one. But Sharp gets that first blood. There's going to be the first blood going to be traded. But mid-map ticketing, it seems like it's Inco that will have that bomb dropped. But number 2 in Bingo is trying to stay alive with the rivals here.
Great choice for Bingo to not engage. And now he needs to wait for his teammate Incendio to provide that backup. Bomb's gonna go down. Dad's gonna see it. He's gonna go away. Bingo might be in a really good position as they're gonna pinch Dad. And it is going to be a 1v1 happening in the map.
I don't think he has spotted Leozera at the moment at the mid-map. Bingo is just running around. They don't spot each other. Even better. We're just trying to play a game called hide and seek, but as an attacker, you got to put that bomb down. Clock is ticking, and you got to put some pressure and get the traction on and just let Powerhouse be drawn into that bomb side as we got that bomb down at the B side. 40 seconds for Bingo and Incendio to just try to clutch things up. They're going to be across the map. They got to win their 1v1s here.
Here's the difficult part. Both of these members from Powerhouse have a sniper. So they need to do get that kill, get that snipe. And unfortunately for Incendio, Dad is just going to be too powerful with the Fennec, especially in those closer ranges. And Dad, speaking of, deals that damage. And Leozera able to stop that. And now we do have the advantage into the favor of Inco. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like for Incendio and also for Bingo, I'm not quite sure if they got the information that there was a player from Inco in that B side, so I'm not sure why they rotated so far away.
Yeah, I mean, a serious mishap there, honestly, for them. But we're gonna switch to the top once again. A Powerhouse on the attack side, likely going to push for A. Inco Gaming quick to know that it's gonna be a quick plant there. We can see Powerhouse actually try to slow it down a bit and wait for Inco to get the setup on this B side and get that nade to connect up against Tukazin, the main sniper of Inco, officially out the way. So just gonna have to worry about these SMG players that are gonna be right around the map.
And now Powerhouse, finally bomb's gonna be down. Shot up as well, gets that kill. Linz is gonna go out of the game. And now a 4v3, no, a 5v3 situation as Powerhouse is still very much healthy. And an essential information as well from Bingo relays to their team that Dad is going to be right there by the overpass. And it's looking very good for Powerhouse at the moment. But 3 players from Inco going to be right in your face here by Lockers area. It's definitely going to be a huge deal as Dad gets the kill. But Incendio with the trade as well. And Dermix actually going to go there for the Ninja Diffuse. Is it going to be possible? No. Bingo this time around gets that kill. And that is a huge kill from Bingo. And this guy, by the way, is a substitute for Powerhouse International. But he's playing like he's a seasoned player that has been playing for years.
It's the sub of the century, if we call him in Korean, right? Bingo.
Yeah.
He's been around for so long as a 6-man, finally able to get himself to play at the world stage. Powerhouse gets that much needed kill from Bingo. I was just like seconds away from being defused, and another win for Inco Gaming to advance in round 3 is the winner of this series, right? But so far on the attack, Inco Gaming stay still at the A site. Lucas in. Is going to be all the way back just to try to spot the players across that mid-map, which is going to be key as they try to go for that bomb plant at the A bomb site.
All right, rotation from the Powerhouse team finally there, and a little bit too late for my taste. And now Linz goes in there, bomb plant. Dad going to be right there up in the tower to provide that defense. And now with 40 seconds left and both teams still on 7, still even on the playing field, we need to see an engagement, and Dad, speaking of, gets that, but Incendio also gets a trade, still even.
The flag is on for shot up now on the Lockers, and Dermot gets eliminated, and Bingo gets the kill onto Linz. And there's one more player to worry about, and he's going to be all the way through mid-map, and Incendio's going to be able to pick him out of the way. And Powerhouse wins a very crucial defensive round, and that was going to be very beneficial moving forward, as they are definitely a lot better on the attack side. It's just about finding the right matter, finding the right lane to attack. It seems like it's still going to be the A site where they have been able to get a lot of these round wins, but Inco Gaming has already adjusted to that, and Lucas is able to pick down Bingo.
Man, I mean, both of these teams are actually reading each other very well, kind of like what we saw a while ago where they both kind of headbutted in B and now they headbutted in A. Inco, though, has 2 players to kind of gather that information and get as much space as possible on that B side. So far, though, no commit on any side. As you can see, the bomb carrier going to be by the offensive overpass. It looks like they just want to go and get a pick, which is probably one of the best cases here for Powerhouse because they are at an advantage. All they need to do is slow things down, but missing one player in the form of Bingo definitely would be very difficult for them as they don't have sight of another sniper.
Yeah, Incendio is going to have to try to find a way to scope down either Lucas in or Dermek, who's going to be on the corner. And Shot Up is going to be wielding that scope as his secondary. They have not yet spotted Dermek. He's just playing very cheeky on that tiny angle. He's going to hop up on this Overwatch. And I think this is the best way for him to just try to spot down the guy out in the open. Scared as soon as he gets the clean here. Should be able to spot down Dermek, but it's just a beam down. Just as better there for Inco. Gets this a 3v5 situation. Slowly and surely, they are just eliminating Powerhouse one at a time.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, like, where's the trade from Powerhouse? You already know that Derm is going to be right there on the side, and Irfan J was going to be supposed to be right there. Dealing that damage is still a very healthy Inco Gaming, a 3v5 situation. Bomb carrier going to finally put the bomb down, but then there's too many players surrounding that might actually stop the push. And speaking of, Shut Up, though, gets a kill. But one player, that's Linz, going in there for the flank that might actually provide so much damage, and Dad and Dermot get one apiece.
Oh.
We're bringing things down into a 1v3, 1v4 rather, but the punching gloves come out, and we're gonna be bringing it down even more into an overtime.
Yeah, that is extra spicy today. I think that's the 3rd time I saw him pull out the fist and just, you know, knock down players in his line of sight. I mean,
It's
I
funny
don't know what
because
to
that's
say.
the thing that we see in Garena a lot, and now
Yeah.
Garena's being Garena'd.
Yeah, they are getting dogged by Inco Gaming with the punch. We've seen that in Arsenal earlier, right?
Yep, definitely do. We see it a lot in our server. Now the dog show is gonna happen here. Inco Gaming, lockers area, smokes down, trophy system out. But you can see the Powerhouse is gonna be pushed in very aggressively in a cheeky spot by Incendio, but he needs to be very careful because there's so many players from Inco gonna be surrounding him. Spots one. He doesn't know there's gonna be another one left. A bait and switch, a clean flick right there for Incendio. A beautiful one for his team to have finally the first blood.
Yeah, they can just wait it out. Just let that bomb plant to happen. I mean, you can see Inco Gaming being flustered on that attack, and this is a round that Powerhouse has to win, knowing that Inco Gaming has already countered their push at the A site, so not much tricks on their bag now at this point in time. So you got to really work with what you have, and that pick from Incendo is going to be key for you to get this victory. But, Linz is that guy that doesn't really have a significant impact for Inco Gaming right now. I mean, Dad, Lucasen, and Leozera still does have that kills to work through them, but Incendius has been able to pop off. This is what we were expecting from the captain himself. Dermek eliminated. It's a 5v3 situation, all about converting as soon as this bomb plant gets initiated.
Shut gets that information. Unfortunately, Dad does get him, but Bingo with the trade and the snipers from Garena do their job so well. Bingo gonna be right there, and Dad does not spot him. Also, the train providing that information, kind of shaking things up quite literally as Bingo gets that kill and Skirt gets the final one for Lucasen. And now Powerhouse again with the lead. And now it's been a back and forth, but it's always been Powerhouse International getting the better of him. But now we're going on the attacking side. And again, there's going to be a really good adjustment from both teams on their weaker side. But now it's looking like they're just struggling on the side that they're actually doing well the most.
Yeah, I guess this team just really loves to play back and forth now. Inco Gaming, they have figured out how to counter Powerhouse A-side push. And that's why they send out Dermic on this Overwatch just to, just pin them around in their spawn. The space is definitely being favored in the hands of Inco Gaming. Number 5 and Leozera just waiting anyone that can just pop out onto the departure hall, which is going to be essential for them to get those first bloods. But number 3 in Incendio playing on that mid-map should be able to spot how Linz is about to go for that pick. He gets the kill once again. Insane.
Zoom in.
Yo.
Oh my goodness, that was scary. Like, you literally see a face that big on your scope is definitely gonna give you nightmares, man. But Powerhouse Incendio is on crack right now. He's definitely doing an amazing job, and Shut Up definitely doing an amazing job as well on the SMGs. And now Powerhouse is making a statement. They do have the more favorable side where they're on the attacking side, they got the bomb down, and now all they have to do is sit pretty, wait for it.
How are you going to try to take this on if you are Inco Gaming, Dermic? They're going to be attacking on the ticketing, and Incendio's kind of holding that spot at the moment, but with Irfan J shutting it down, and Incendio is going for 18. Lucasen is the last guy alive. He is stuck, and he's about to get executed by this fist, but it is going to be a weapon that will go for that elimination. And Powerhouse, after that grueling overtime, gets their win in this matchup, and they will be forcing map number 3 in control.
That must feel good if you're Powerhouse. And the boys in the arena, you can see the smile on their faces. And Incendio popped off in this search and destroy. And not just that, also our secondary sniper, you must commend Bingo with doing a phenomenal job at going head-to-head up against Lucasen in those early games where he was winning a lot of the first bloods and getting rid of a very essential sniper long-range engager like Lucasen early off into the game. So very impressive stuff. Really excited to see it. But man, what was your favorite part about this SNG? I mean, I know this SNG came out like really long, right? But what was your favorite moment?
I think it has to go through Incendio and Linz. I think those two instances where they had to go meet each other every time and getting those first bloods has to be one of the key plays, right? But again, I think it's also Bingo able to step things up for Powerhouse itself. Being a sub, you're tasked to fill up a role of a very significant player in FDX, especially when they play their SND. And he scored only 4 kills up against Stripe Gaming. And here he is scoring double digits and helping this team propel themselves a victory and play that control later on.
And this is a very interesting part about both of these teams, right? Is that Powerhouse actually lost their S&D up against Tribe Gaming a while ago in a 3-7 fashion, which is so far away from the gameplay that we actually saw now. Skurd popped off in that moment. It was Incendio that kind of had a difficult time with only 4 kills, but it really does matter when you're stepping things up. Both of the snipers actually had a hard time. Both Bingo and Incendio did not get as much kills as they needed. And now it seems like they woke up. They just chose violence with Incendio getting 18 kills, Bingo getting 11. That is just insane numbers to begin with. On the other side of things, Inco now kind of dropped off, where the only map that they won up against LG a while ago was actually S&D. It was a 7-1. It was a complete blowout. Again, Lucasen being on the front end, having that 12 kills. And my goodness, we're bringing things down now into a control game, Callie.
And we haven't seen Powerhouse actually play that control yet, as they got 2-0'd by the boys of Tribe Gaming. But we did see Inco Gaming play up against Luminosity Gaming and force that map number 3, where they lost 0-3. Now, it was Lucasen that obviously played very well for this team. Obviously, he is that cornerstone, that refined piece that helps this team get the job done in every action of this match. And I think for this squad, we have to see more from Dermic. He has not been able to play very well in that response up against Luminosity Gaming. And when you have the former Control Kings in Powerhouse, who just went undefeated for like almost 8 months in Garena region itself, and up against the Chinese region last year and up until this year, you are in for a show. I think this either has to go down to a very close match. This two will not refuse to take a lose, knowing that they're one of the favorite teams to actually make it to the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really difficult to see like both of these teams kind of go, right? Because one thing that we've learned in this time around is you can never expect too much out of a top team, because even though you're at top, you can easily be brought at the bottom. But now, speaking of, Shada falls down from the catwalk, goes down to the bottom, and now trying to get that pressure into catwalk. He still stays there though. And now Control, definitely going to be a hard game mode here in Crossroads Strike, as things can get really dicey.
Yeah, this is really nice. Powerhouse letting themselves play through their opponent's weakness rather than their own strength, which is at raid. So definitely it's going to be interesting knowing that they're going to be starting on the defensive side. They had an initial spawn trap earlier, but Inco was able to break through that, and now he's able to claim time at the B side. That able to extend out. And he has been playing very well today, not gonna lie. That 18 kill performance on that S&D, which is just fresh, could potentially give him that opportunity to get that, take that momentum over and carry it here in this game so far. But, it hasn't been able to translate there, as the life count's still pretty close, and there's not really a lot of ingress in terms of looking at the capture points in the control packs.
I mean, one thing that we've seen though for Inco is that we have Dad right there in a very essential spot where you can actually dictate where everyone else is going to spawn off to. And speaking of, Dad still getting a lot of these kills down. He is on a 4 spree right now, and you already know this guy likes to go into his boxing gloves. But again, important kills for Dad, because number one, he provides that defense in through that B side eventually when they do want to capture that B side, and also he's dictating where Powerhouse is actually going to be spawning off to, and he is still alive, by the way, going to be trying to get as much points as possible to get early score streaks.
And Leo Zera and Inco, they're definitely going at it with these trades. But one thing more than likely is that they're going to rescind the push on that B side. They're going to stall it down a bit, but you're at the point where you're going to have to desperately move there, and Shut Up got that good flank. But look at it on the nice read. But 5 seconds is left. You're on the attack. You got to hop in now. It is going to be Lucasen off Parent, but scared, able to turn it. And Powerhouse will win through time expiration, holding down the fort. And that's exactly not what you want to see if you're Inco. I mean, you had so much time to get in there, but the pressure is just pure in that mid-map. We're just seeing Powerhouse just continue their presence.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they need to focus up on the objectives, because right now they're trying to get power positions, yes, which is important, but you also need to kind of put that into fruition, the power positions that you have, in order to set up for that control. Shut Up now just pushes through inside of. Oh my goodness! You can see that the Sparrow was loaded up but not ready to go, and Lynn's actually able to get rid of an essential operator from Powerhouse.
It's just such a unfortunate way for Inco at the moment. And they're allowing Powerhouse just to get this time uncontested. Insane though. He's just holding it all by himself, and now Scared is there to follow up and make that push a bit faster. That's gonna extend that clock to another minute. And they got all the time either to try to play this through team deathmatch or just win through objective, which is currently what they're trying to pull off right now. They're being stopped by Lins, who's got that operator being worked through, but he does get shut down. And the B side is completely wide open, but Dermot now trying to pull off the Sparrow, able to get some skills in there. And I love the control. They can definitely go for a spawn trap if they do take down the remaining players in top of this building.
There you go. Dermeg tries to get a lot of pressure and trying to cross off into that catwalk area. And that actually kind of prompts Irfan J to get out of his spot by top fire and eventually try to help out with his teammates. But again, he's actually providing a lot of damage here into Fire Room, which is definitely going to be huge for him. Speaking of, still alive on 3SP. But then with the PDW in hand, a PDW! My goodness, I haven't seen this gun in ages, right? But obviously going to be very cracked here this season. So again, it's just really nice to see that a lot of these folks at Powerhouse definitely doing a pretty good job at maintaining their life, but also kind of go for the objective as well, as 12th place 3 is just going to be very difficult to overcome if you're Inco.
Yeah, it's just as crazy that we're seeing Powerhouse just overwhelm Inco Gaming in terms of that gunfight department. And the flooding is just one of that big point that, you know, Inco Gaming had trouble up against Luminosity Gaming when they're playing at the opening match today. And that's something that they have to figure out moving forward, knowing that many teams could just try to exploit this crossroads strike control if they ever had to go down to this map number 3. Inco, they are down after taking that map number 1. They lost at S&D, and Powerhouse just needing only one more round of this control to advance and finally take a round win in the Swiss stage.
And there you go, one last round, like what you already mentioned. And now Bingo going in there with the Annihilator, goes in there far, goes in big, goes in for another kill, and unfortunately does get traded out. Dad, on the other hand, will also have an operator of his own, a Purifier, but unfortunately for him, expires. But he is in a really good position to try to cut off rotation from Powerhouse eventually when they try to go in there for that A defense.
Yeah, Linz, this is true. I mean, I like that they're finding some adjustments. Actually playing for objective this time, they know that they cannot settle for just eliminations. So they're sending out 2 players on the A side. They put pressure on B, but Scared bringing out the claw in the right time to stop the push coming in at the A side. Then that's going to force Inco Gaming to play that reset. They're going to have that building control. Number 3 in blue, that's Incendio holding up that A site. There's still a minute for them to actually work their way in towards a B side pusher this time, which could extend that clock to another minute. Powerhouse will not see that one coming, and it's going to be all-out battle moving forward here for Inco Gaming. The push is now if they want to get this victory.
Powerhouse letting that Bravo side get captured, which is fine for them because they just need to go sit pretty, play for lives, and let Inco Gaming be backed up in a wall once they do need to get those objectives. And now we do have one person, the name of Irfan J, who going in there for the equalizer, but does get taken out by Dad's grenades. Definitely going to be big, but for Powerhouse, they are getting a lot of space in the tank room, but Lins goes big with a double kill.
Yeah, that's just gonna stop the push. That's sponsor from happening at the moment. But look, as in dropping this gunfight up against Irfan J just gives them so much space. And now they can push off with this Sparrow coming in for shot up. And instead you can just go for the kill up against Leo Zero on the flank. And this is just gonna be important. It's gonna be an 8v5 Powerhouse. It is upon their reach to win their first ever series in the World Champs of 2023. Just needing only 3 more players to take down in this matchup. They lost that map number 1, but they're coming back from the dead. It's just gonna be Dermic and Leo Zero bringing out their operators just to try to turn things around. It's definitely working. It's a 2v4 situation, but it's smoke coming through for Incendio. It's gonna stop from Leo Zero from getting these eliminations. No. And Lucasin, it's all up to him to try to clutch things up, but Shot Up takes the kill, and Powerhouse winning through a reverse sweep, winning control.
Oh my gosh, they brought it very close into that S&D. forced that overtime. It was a back and forth and probably one of the longest overtimes that we've seen here today. And what a historic run from Powerhouse. Control, without a doubt, they had control. And that smoke from Shut Up it was questionable. But obviously, he wouldn't know that someone would actually be there. But it would have been a difficult situation to actually overcome if you were Inco. But my goodness, look at the sportsmanship of both of these teams. And probably one of my favorite matches that we've seen today. And it definitely went the distance.
Yeah, there's definitely history with Powerhouse, with that Latin American teams, right? They obviously have to struggle every time they have to face one. It has been the bane of every Korean team that has played in World Champs last year. And, this is going to be a nice redemption for them. They're going to be advancing to round 3 with a victory. And to think that Inco Gaming is 0-2 in overall series, they're not having it here at all. Has to find a way to win 3 straight at the lower matches just to find their way into the playoffs.
My goodness, I feel like when it comes to the amount of momentum that you must push through, definitely Powerhouse was able to utilize it into this control. But I guess one thing that we also saw is that Inco, they're not really good in control. This is probably one of their weakest game modes at the moment. And for Powerhouse, they're just utilizing everything. And now this is a good start as we do get to see that Powerhouse is going to go in through a 0-1. And now for Inco, they're down 2. I mean, it is because it's very difficult. You're going up against the top team, which is LG of NA, and also the top team of Garena, which is Powerhouse. So, I mean, you're going up against Titans in your first 2 matches. That's definitely going to be very difficult, Callie.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that note, and that will wrap up our round 1 and round number 2. We saw Q9 advancing to round 3, standing undefeated with a 2-0 record, and Powerhouse able to, survive their demons. They were able to fight it back and then remove Inco Gaming in taking a round and taking the overall series, able to come back from the dead, winning their S&D, Express, and their Control Crossroad Strike. So that definitely such a big boost coming from them, knowing that last year, Powerhouse did not even make it to the playoffs.
And now we're slowly inching closer and closer into a halfway point in day number 1. Still so many matches coming up next, but you can already see the amount of pressure that a lot of these teams are already feeling here for game number 1. But we have to take a quick short break, but after that, don't worry about it. You're going to be seeing even more Call of Duty Mobile action. All right, here we go. And this is where things get really spicy. Loops Esports versus Kagendra. As you already know, both of these teams are at a 1-1, so definitely still pretty much in the yellow, but definitely wouldn't want to lose this matchup here, especially how fast everything could go in a map like this. Apocalypse definitely can really snowball out of control.
Yeah, especially when you hop into the P2 to P4, right? Where exactly we're seeing Loops get an early rotation on the next. They are giving up this crap time for Kagendra to use top, but you can see that they're really taking bigger picture here. They got two players holding down the temple. You got number 4 in yellow trying to break that all by himself. He avoids the double and the spawns have flipped. Loops Esports gonna stand their ground inside the point, and Big Ode is gonna be here trying to keep his team alive inside the hard point and just get this contest. That's gonna be a big kill for them, just to stop Kagendra from snowballing this one out of control.
And when it comes to the spawns, right, we already saw a while ago how you kind of mismanage the spawns where, yes, you can get the more favorable part of the map, but if you're not actually pushing into the hardpoint, that's basically going to be a detrimental thing to do because nothing is going to happen. And at the moment, Kagendra having the more favorable spawn, but it is also pushing and winning those gunfights. So this is actually how you play P2, something that we otherwise saw being mismanaged a while ago in the previous games here in Stream C. So yeah, early rotation now coming in from Loops Esports, where they're trying to win these gunfights, and the rotation's definitely going to be proving difficult for Kagendra.
And the thing with Kagendra, ever since we finished stage 4 of the Greener Regional, you know, Clove has not been up to what we expect him to be in terms of his performance, right? But definitely he has elevated his play somehow up against Esports on this initial half of this hard points. So far, he's been able to use that AR very well. Had the transition, by the way, in using a longer range weapon just to shine a bit better. Loops Esports tried to break through with the hard point. Using that Sparrow will not get any sort of proper investment through that brand this time, showing how to get it done with the War Machine. Able to get 2 kills off of that.
Yep, 2 kills and still getting that third, and he's on a rampage. Definitely going to be huge for Kagendra. And now they're getting 21 seconds, and no one from Loops is actually going to be providing to be close efforts. Not going to be right there as we see the fight for mid. Equalizer going to be in play as well, as Zen trying to get as much kills as possible when it comes to the rotation. In through next. Definitely still gets that, but Crow's in with a response.
A nice skills coming there for them now, but Loops Esports, they're going to have the... You can coop there, going to have the early hard point hold here so far, but this Predator missile is going to give that information where exactly Loops Esports are going to be positioned at moving forward to this hard point number 4 that we got. Kagendra are going to be all across the map. This is actually a gift for them just to try to make this a multi-angle push. Kings, they're going to likely stand the first wave of gunfights, but spawns heavily in the hands of Kagendra right now. Crowson trying to operate, finding himself a double, make that a triple with the pistol. And that's going to stop the push off the back, and just going to have to worry of the guys spawning on Secret.
Yep, and then when you're spawning off a secret, you have to make sure that you're winning a lot of the gunfights and you're waiting for the rest of your teammates. And even though you would have a little bit more of an advantage spawning off there, you definitely want to wait for your teammates. And something that we do get to see from Loops is that they're also playing a lot of their operators well. Both of these teams are playing their operators pretty well. And at the moment, Kagendra only having that 2-point lead, definitely closed in by Loops Esports, where they're getting majority of the points down. They're also winning their 1v1s, which is very essential. As they're getting the scrap points down in rotation for the next set of hills, the refresh finally pulls through, and Kagendra's going to be right there for that early rotation.
I mean, Loops Esports, this is a team that we actually tried to label as one of the dark horse this season, right? Crozin, formerly player from Inco Gaming last year. Then you got Chaotic, who played for Influence Rage back in 2020 and became the Latin American champion. So there's definitely a lot of experience that Loops Esports is trying to bring into the series. Kagendra, you know, they are not going to have any initial power positions except for this map's controller currently Fran is currently holding at the moment. And yeah, they're smoking off that top up. That's going to help them put their numbers inside that hard win. But Loops Esports able to win their gunfights here.
26 seconds to play with Kagendra, still able to get majority of the scrap points. Only one player in the name of Bigon is actually going to get that double kill with the equalizer. Definitely going to be huge kills for him to flush out and possibly get some points for him. But unfortunately for him, he does go down. He's going to be the only person left in Loops to actually try to create any efforts into getting that 5 seconds after the clock. And Kagendra actually leaving the point. Not even
Yeah.
leaving that one player, and we already know that in the map like this, that's going to be a really important point to get. But you know what? I hope that doesn't bite them in the butt later on.
Yeah, they're actually, they take bigger picture, but it did not really pan out the way they exactly want it to be. But they're able to break through Secret, and Clove's gonna be able to find those 2 kills coming off of this hop pop. And the team is gonna be able to hold that brick with Clove just single-handedly burning these players one at a time. The operator, the purifier is available for him to just burn everybody in his line of sight. And that's gonna buy the team some time to get the reinforcement through inside a hard point. Just one more player to deal with on Temple. Flip those spawns and get this last 30 seconds, which is going to be big for Kagendra to pull away in this map.
Yep, I mean, it really pays off when you're using the operators to your advantage and definitely flushing out players. 17 seconds of scrap, and Loops is giving it away for free in order to go in for the next set of hills, which is, by the way too early still, both of these teams, but I feel like this is a bigger fault compared to what Kagendra actually had, and now they're losing their position. It does not matter. How many times do you have to go and rotate early? That was 17 seconds free for Kagendra to take.
Yeah, Loops is just giving away too much time, which is gonna, play a significant impact moving forward, especially if this game is gonna be very close. Being broken through P2, they're gonna be able to hold up this point with a slight traction coming from Kagendra. They only have at least one operator available to try to break off that point, and Loops Esports definitely trying to work their way in with their Owen Claw. They are not getting anything done with it though, as Kagendra was able to use a Predator Missile to stop that guy from taking tons of kills inside the hard point. Loops Esports though, we're looking revitalized on this P3, able to claim at least the first 30 seconds on this hard point to get themselves down to a single-digit lead.
I mean, it is just going to be one by one that Kagendra's actually going in and trying to contest this hill. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. I mean, Loops Esports lost a lot of their lives in the beginning, but definitely just going in there and getting majority of the points back to them. And eventually, again, it's a back and forth that we'd like to see. And Kagendra this time around goes in there for that early rotation into next. Not just that, they also have the more favorable upper left side spawn. And Fran is going to be there, going to be shredding with the AR. Definitely need the long anvils for that.
I think they also got Aspire to work with here. Rift's gonna try to pull that one out, but he's picking on the wrong corner as Loops is just going around in circles, swarming in every entryway that could potentially be routing through towards his P4. So far, Chaotic and crew doing a great job just going up against Kagendra at this point in time. It's definitely very scrappy on this P4. But one thing more than likely is that Loops Esports has got the spawns at this P4, but Kagendra has got their operators to work to try to go for this counter, and that's gonna be 3 going down for Loops Esports as Kagendra holds down the wave of gunfights.
Fran's still alive though, but just as I said that, they are gonna get rid of 2 players with those 2 nades in Kagendra. Rotation gonna be important, especially with play number 4. Unfortunately, Reef goes down for Kagendra as well. Loops Esports now trying to go in for the early setup for that P1. This is a better rotation than what we've saw in the past, I think 2 rounds already, in the past 2 hills rather. And Kagendra's trying to go in there for that catch-up. Feel like they're trying to set up for that next hill and that rotation in from P1 to P2, wanting to get that temple spawn. But so far, they are having a difficult time as they're going in there one by one. But it really does matter when you're winning these one-by-one gunfights.
And they're just seeing that equalizer. Try to topple things down and melt away every player that can be spotted on that hard point. And they have done a pretty much tighter setup here this time, thinking, the adjustments has to work through on our next hard point rotation. They got the hard point being claimed at the moment. They also got the spawns for next, which is going to be essential for them to change the P1 to P2. Last 13 seconds for these 2 teams to fight for on P1 before we move on to new. And they're just fighting for every scrap, which is going to be important as we got a close game ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, Kagendra's actually been having a pretty good time here in P2. Every single time that we head here, they're always on point. No matter what, they always have that jungle spawn, and they're always having a lot of people in through that hillside as well. And when you're looking at how much money they actually have or how much resources, it is going to be evened out as both teams actually just have one operator to play with. So it's going to be mano a mano, and also the timing of the operators. And speaking of, Loops Esports actually brings out one of their own. The equalizer finally comes into play, and Bigotta gets a big 2, but
Wow.
Meeseeks with a response with the claw.
A nice play there for Kagendra, but Loops Esports is able to get the flood on through. But if we're talking about a player stepping up big time for Kagendra, it has to be Clove. We label him as one of the prodigies in Garena. Did not really have a great stage 4 in a CDFI run, but here he is able to step things up for the team, especially when he's using that AR, this long-range gunfight that's going to give this team at least an 18-point lead by the time we enter that P3, which is, you know, a hardpoint that predominantly is won over by Loops Esports for the first 2 hardpoint rotation, but with Kagendra saving up their operators for next, this is where things is about to go down. Loops Esports about to stand their ground while Kagendra is aiming for the throat.
And there you go, aiming from the throat, and Maggie tries to go in there with the arrow shots. Tries to land a lot of the Sparrow deaths as well. But when you are seeing the kind of gameplay that both of these teams have, they're neck to neck. I mean, Loops Esports with 221 and Kagendra with the 235, and Reef with a Rampage. Sparrow in hand, tries to spot people in through that spawn and is in an absolute frenzy. Allows himself to get that pretty impossibility to get the double kill, triple kill. There you go. That's enough to stop the team, but Loops still right there inside of the hill. But finally, backup is right there, and Kagendra gets a hot and blazing start. And what a play! A last-minute play from the operators. Definitely going to be a huge deal as to why they won this hardpoint matchup.
That was 4 operators that they utilized at that P3 to end it. And it's crazy knowing that, you know, you expect Reef to be the top performing after serious inconsistencies coming from Clove all year round. Then you got him using an assault rifle here this time, the Grau 5.56. He's really able to use it like an SMG, but better on that long range, able to score himself at least 48 plus kills to will his team to victory, and definitely is on a tear. And Kagendra will hopefully look to swing over this map 1 momentum heading into our map number 2.
And like what you mentioned, it's just so weird to see Clove actually rocking an AR, because throughout the years, especially when he was still underage, he loved the close range engagements. The shotgun was his baby, and now it seems like he's all grown up. He's definitely a little bit more established as a player. He definitely had to go through hardships throughout the year. Like what you mentioned already, is that he didn't really have the best of 2023s, but the fact that they are still here and he's performing to a level where it matters the most is definitely a show of him maturing as a player.
And we are seeing Kagendra just, you know, evolve heading into this stage. I mean, we saw multiple struggles when they played on their round number 1, but they immediately find their way through defeating Godlike on their round number 2. And here at round 3, we saw their operators, which was a big plus on a map like Apocalypse, especially in any game mode that's going to be called Hardpoint. And yeah, I mean, every operator just went into good use. We saw Fran with that War Machine. We saw Reef finding 7 kills with that Sparrow, and not to mention the Purifier from Clove just to try to break the initial hardpoint hold that we got from Loops Esports, especially at that P2 where we saw them actually had that early rotation, right? So if this team actually continues to play like this, there's a big chance that they continuously, you know, rise through their ranks and be part of the top 8 moving forward tomorrow.
Yeah, and one thing that you'd like to talk about in that hardpoint game is that Loops was just not contesting the points. The biggest one of all is leaving that P2 with 17 or even more seconds to rotate into P3. I mean, it's a small map. You could always just go for the retake or rotate after 10 seconds or 15 seconds. That's still a lot of time. And now, not just that, when you're actually going in for that next hardpoint, when that hardpoint does not open up yet, if it's not activated, it means anyone can spawn anywhere near that point. So that's why you do get to see teams that are really much knowledgeable of that fact, not rotating that early, because in a way, it might not matter when it comes to that rotation from that next team, because if you try to anchor spawns, you're not going to get that spawn unless the hardpoint rather is activated. So something to think about when you're watching a lot of these hardpoint games, and Kagendra right now is just on standby. Both of these teams need to find a way to press the gas, and right now it is going to be this Garena team that is on the driver's seat.
They're pretty much relaxed compared to the last time we saw them play LAN event, right? Which is going to be a huge plus for them. And yeah, they're kind of playing around, which is a good sign for them. Give them that little bit of a hard pose. The Mystics and Reef Wombo combo, especially, is going to be significant when we hop into this S&D. But if you're Loops Esports right now, and you are currently on a downtrend, you win your first match up against Team Mayhem, then you take frustrating loss up against Volt Esports. You lost it very dominantly. So now you're gonna have to find that rhythm back and stay on the positive. You may have lost this map number 1, but you gotta find your way in winning this S&D, which is something that this team actually hasn't won anything yet here at all. You know, they lost up against Team AM, firing range 7-3. Then up against Volt, they lost it again. So right now, what you need is everybody stepping things up in our map slumps, which is gonna be the haven for Kagendra. Mi6 knows the ins and outs with that scope, so Loops Esports gotta find their way in through Crozin's sniper moving forward.
You know, Battle of the Snipers here in a very small map like Slums. We've seen snipers absolutely pop off here. And now we do get to see that Zen goes in there with a big double. But the response is going to be right there. And Zen gets 4 kills in that round? I'm not quite sure. Who was the other one, man?
It was Fran.
Okay, there you
go. It was Reef. Reef and Fran took 1. Zen got 3. Almost. He got an assist for that elimination from Reef. That was a 21-second round, by the way, for Kagendra. Loops Esports just barged their way in through mid. And it's going to be the exact same setup once again. Kagendra Fran holding up that fountains. Then you get Clove doing the front runner off of this cemetery. And it seems like it's going to be another aggressive push. Kagendra winning the map pick so far is insane. Loops Crozin going to be the last guy alive. 1v4 for him.
Here's the thing with Kagendra. I mean, there's a reason why they were able to eliminate a lot of teams such as Elevate, Smart Omega. I mean, they are the team that will upset. And now, Loops Esports only has one person. That's Crozin. But everyone else from Kagendra knows exactly where he is. They are just, you know what? We're going to come to you. We don't want to waste any more time. And Kagendra now with the 2-0 with both fast and lightning quick responses on the defensive side.
I think for me, moving forward for Loops Esports, after that first 2 rounds, you gotta have to play it slow. Work through your sniper. Crozin, he has left nothing to do but just to wander around and wonder why his teammates just fall short every time. Gonna play it a bit more slower in terms of that pace, and not like Kagendra just go and push all the way back towards the spawns in your area, which is gonna be currently held onto by Crozin. Kagendra so far, no Zen has been popping up, but everybody collectively has been able to find their way in, get that communication, and just go and push as a team, which is, you know, a reminder that Kagendra is capable of when it comes to playing these S&Ds.
Now Mi6 able to provide that space. Maggie able to get the kill as well, so things are going to be evened out. But Mi6 in a really tight spot, especially with the sniper, and unfortunately for him, not going to be getting that kill, but Clove is also able to provide. And Crozin, pistol kill from that far away. Gonna be a very impressive 2v2 now. Bomb carrier. Gonna be right there. Right beside the cemetery area. All it needs to do is to wait for Crozin to get a response. But for Loops, gonna try to get that kill. Unfortunately for him, Clove is gonna be a little bit too fast. And you know what? That is just so quick from Kagendra, and even though we thought that Loops could actually kind of slow things down, Kagendra's always there to respond.
And the thing with, they're not even trying to play through Mystics, right? They're just using their SMGs just to close down that gap. Then you got Fran, who's obviously doing that backline for them. Here comes another nade, perfectly cooked. It's not gonna get any connections, but we're seeing Loops Esports trying to put that bomb at the A site. King finds one to be able to line up the kill onto Clove. Grief will not have any good time either. Is Fran gonna be the last guy alive for Genja? This is a nice adjustment that we're seeing for Loops, right? I mean, losing back to back to back rounds at the B side, maybe trying to spice things up and maybe change the rotation over towards A. It's gonna make that difference, and it's gonna definitely work as Loops Esports finally find their first round win.
I mean, it was a good call from Kagendra to try and stack that defending side, but I feel like they stacked it a little bit too much. I mean, they were pushing. They should probably just be hiding because they are on the defensive side. And if you are going to be aggressive on the defense, you'll definitely pay for it. And Loops Esports finally guarantee their first attacking round. And now Kagendra going to be a little bit more passive this time around, but they are very much ready in through this mid area.
Yeah, they're just waiting for a player from Loops Esports to just pop out of the 3-2 entryways that they're currently holding. And Crozy just getting out from a nade from Zen as an automatic 4v5 in his first 30 seconds, giving Kagenja a lot of confidence that they can go for this push. Reef, we know him to be one of the best front man in Garena right now. And it's going to have to go through B-Goad, who's holding off the ledges of this entry coming through bricks. Gunshot's going to be heard here. A minute and 11 seconds, a lot of time for Loops Esports to navigate around the defenses of Kagendra.
Reef going to be the first line of defense here for Kagendra. It's a good thing for him that Meeseeks is going to be right there with the eyes and the scope that he needs to provide that information down. And once Meeseeks actually gives that info, Reef can definitely help out. And Meeseeks just barely sees that one player from Loops, and the timing gonna be right there for Reef. Gets one, slides away, and does get traded out by Bigode.
Nice kill though for KOTK because now he has added in a kill onto Fountains, but Fran finds the double on the Graves. And Kagendra, this is the reason why you don't try to bring this team in slums. This is their most maps played when they're playing in their Indonesia regional finals. And, you know, it paved the way for them to be undefeated in their own region when they had to play up against the other Garena regions. This was their best map to take them down. Clove another god nade for him. Maggie and Crozin eliminated Loops Esports on this first 15 seconds. Again, down to their last two players has to take care of their lives a lot more than this. But we're getting here. It is going downhill for Loops Esports. King, last guy alive, he is being hunted down by 4 players. That's going to be Clove finding 3 kills on this round, going in for a speed run up against Loops Esports.
Most definitely a speed run this is, and this S&D can definitely just steamroll out of control very quickly, and we've been seeing that in the past 6 rounds, and now we are at the 7th. And now fast push coming in from Kagendra on the attacking side this time around, and looking like Broken is actually going to be wide open, but Crozin going to be providing that information that there's going to be a lot of plays from Kagendra right there on that ace side.
You know, it's great now you're starting on the defensive side, but you gotta win 5 straight just to tie it up and avoid Kagendra from getting any of these rounds, to stop them from getting that match point. Reef currently caught into a close range combat. It takes down Crozin. It's gonna be a 1v4. Maggie cannot do anything with the KRM, as the 2Ps will provide Kagendra that match point advantage. They are cooking Fruit Loops.
They are cooking Fruit Loops. My goodness. And Kagendra just put loops in the loop-de-loop. And now let's see if they're gonna go in for a beautiful 7-1 scoreline, or can Loops finally find their footing, or do they have 2 left foot? Let's see.
I mean, looking at it this way, Frozen has to really get that first blood. So they take down Zen. They put that bomb. The bomb has been planted. It's going to be a 5v4 retake for Loops. So they definitely got the numbers advantage, but they got to take care of the guy holding down that mid-map, as well as that Broken. So Crozin, he does not have any information whether the players are going to be at the graveyards. Mystic's able to get that scope, gives him a nice haircut. Kagendra pushing through deep behind enemy lines to finally try to take this one away. Bomb is sticking, 16 seconds left. It's going to be Mystics holding down the garage, fighting the double, and Kagendra ends the series, advancing to round number 4 with another win. It's going to be 2-1, a speedrun. I believe that is the first 7-1 win that we got in this sweet stage.
Man, this is beautiful. I love to see it. And Kagendra, even though that they kind of had a hard time with their S&Ds today, a difficult loss against Godlike in an 8 and 10 in firing range and a 2 and 7 in meltdown. My goodness, it came down to the wire in those games. But here, it's far, far away. Hardpoint, easy. S&D, very easy. And you'd also have to think players that are so I don't know. I feel like when it comes to certain game modes, Hardpoint definitely belongs to Reef, belongs to Clove, but you're looking at S&D where it belongs to Meeseeks as well. So again, all of these players in these teams definitely are playing the roles that they intend to do here in this stage 5, day number 1. Callie, that was an impressive amount of kills that we've seen here so far, and my goodness, Reef just absolutely popped off in that S&D.
Yeah, so you have those duos actually working your way in for you, right? You got Clove popping off in the hard point, you got Reeve doing well in the S&D, then you also got Physics as your backup in terms of playing that game very close, and that's gonna put Kagenja on a 2-1 in overall series, and that's gonna be them one step closer to advancing to the playoffs. Loops Esports, they are not done yet. They still got a second chance. They're going down at the lower match. It's going to be an elimination match that they're going to have to play later to survive and advance their way in. Coming right up next, it's Team Mayhem and Inco. And you know what? This is tough because we're going to be eliminating a world's contender last year by the time we enter it.
I mean, this is a difficult one to cast. I mean, you already know from the both of us. When you're watching our stream or anyone's stream, all 4 of us in our A, B, and C streams, and don't forget D, that's going to be right there with Infinity and Twitch, AJ and Facebook, us here on YouTube, and obviously the other ones in our mainstream will be on Twitch and YouTube as well. We're going to be saying goodbye right here, right now. Some of the matches we're still waiting for, like right now from Team Mayhem and Inco, but it's still having to be very much important for all of these teams to kind of deliver because pressure is on them. It's hard to believe that a team like Inco is actually going to be here in a 0-2 match, but I mean, granted, they started off with such a difficult giant to come up with. LG was their first matchup, and after that was Powerhouse. And now for Team Mayhem, they basically have nothing to lose here, Callie, don't you think?
Yeah, they have nothing to lose. I mean, you're the number 2 team in NA, and you're basically down here at the lower bracket. You have to win 3 straight to advance to the playoffs. It's gonna be a rock climb, but if you ever take down a giant like Inco, it's gonna get a lot easier as you eliminate a stronger contender that will likely move on forward to get this away from you.
Definitely, you wouldn't want to miss that, as we're going to be taking a very quick break. But when we return, we got Team Mayhem, number 2 in NA. We got Inco as well. You already know that both of these teams are going to fight head to head. It's going to be a really long matchup, and you wouldn't want to miss it. You wouldn't want to miss it after this very quick break. Alrighty, here we go. We're down to our last team here for round number 3, or SPG goes against Powerhouse International. Things are going to be really dicey here into Arsenal, Hardpoint, and Cali. We've already seen how teams actually struggle in this map just because of how huge it actually is.
Yeah, it's interesting that it could be Powerhouse dragging Standpoint Gaming in this map this time round. I mean, this is a map where they struggle up against Inco Gaming, but they have definitely shown great flashes of getting these kills, right? But for now, though, it's going to be SPG's V1 and crew that's going to be able to hold off that point and get a lot of time in there. They'll be able to win those gunfights. Powerhouse now with Irfan J's help, they are able to have that mid-map control with Scared holding up the windows. And SPG are going to be held back a bit. Powerhouse able to get that contest inside.
And definitely going to be really important to get that contest here in P1 early on, and also try to figure out where you want to position yourself later into that rotation in P2. And speaking of, P2 going to be activated, and we do get to see SPG going to be there early, but Powerhouse will have the more favorable side of the map where you do have sight lines up in this very vertical area.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Powerhouse needs to really maintain. They got number 5 in yellow, going in for that flank to get that break inside that hard point. By that time, we entered that 10-second mark on that P2. And it seems like SPG will be bullied down to robots. And Powerhouse going to have a great map control here so far. Scared holding up that back. That clock could potentially be used up as soon as possible with him able to get a lot of kills here so far in this first 2 hard points. SPG able to get right back inside the game by stacking that resources inside, but only get gunned down by Scared, who is holding up the point.
Oh, well, this is going to be really difficult for Powerhouse. Has player number 4 from SPG. That's Guagua going to be right there for the backstab, and will also provide that pinch for Standpoint Gaming to reclaim all of the points that they lost here. So that's 8 seconds for their names. Scrap points definitely going to be important in a game like Hardpoint. We've already seen a lot of the teams kind of cut it close, so definitely every point counts. Rotation going to be early for Powerhouse International, as they are going to set their sights on into that garden side, knowing very well that that's going to be a hot spot, a spawn that you'd prefer here in P3.
Yeah, Jetdeck is one of the money hills that we saw for Powerhouse, but they're going up against Inco Gaming earlier. Now it's all about this first wave of gunfights. First 2 kills coming for Powerhouse, shot up there, holding off that Sparrow. They also got the 2 other operators that are going to be invested here just to try to bully out Standpoint Gaming in these 2 sides of angles that they're currently holding. And that's just going to be operators going down and putting into good use here. Skirt and crew able to get a good amount of kills moving forward. And it's just going to be a spawn trap at this point in time for Standpoint Gaming, who's just trying to get back inside at a hard point, but to only just get bullied out. But finally, they're able to get some shots through. Time gets at 2 Ps, and they're going to be able to get the scrap time, which is going to be given up by Powerhouse International just to move on to next.
I mean, this is what we like to see from both of these teams. They are contesting every single second, and they know how important it actually is. Player number 5, that's Irfan J, loses an essential gunfight for the rotation to next, and now Standpoint Gaming goes in through barrels and also through blue as they try to go in there for the pinch, but Powerhouse is actually going to be right there as well, but a huge kill coming in from Chuan using the gravity vortex, just stopping Powerhouse on its toes.
Yeah, this is a better setup that we're seeing for Standpoint Gaming. They are waiting for their operations to be used up in this P4, but to only be turned down by Powerhouse Gaming. And it seems like there's going to be just too much players just being stacked upon by this squad, and they're going to be funneling down Standpoint Gaming to the lower left side of the minimap, and they're just battering down the batteries. And Irfan J has been playing off this point very well in this Swiss stage, which is going to be a big help for the squad. It's going to have BDW to work with. Rolling that into 50 points. We are seeing Standpoint Gaming is just getting up against Powerhouse International as we move on to next.
I mean, definitely, this is the Powerhouse International that we really love to see, and now this is probably the first Hardpoint game that they finally showed a little bit of dominance, and now the rotation for next. And unfortunately for Bingo, he's going to be all alone, as everyone else from SPG is going to be right there. And not just that, they're very wary of the spawns as well. So we saw a while ago for Powerhouse where if they let go of that robot spawn, that's definitely going to be a difficult spot to, you know, just not have your attention to. And now SPG is going to be spawning, and it is going to be both of these teams actually spawning into robots. So definitely going to be a very difficult situation for both teams. But so far, it will be SPG getting majority of the points here in P5.
And that's going to be a better, chance for them to actually get right back into this one. But Powerhouse International, they're just very scrappy, just keeping this hardpoint busy every time. Standpoint Gaming cannot get a good hold. And it's always going to be contested. Powerhouse able to get that final 15 seconds. They are not wasting any time at all in getting all of the shots to go through. They got to bring out the equalizer just to get this scrap time and avoid Standpoint Gaming from pushing forward and getting this lead change to happen as they are going to continue holding down that momentum. It's 87 to 140 on the scoreline. We're heading back onto mid-map where we saw earlier Standpoint Gaming score a lot of time, but Powerhouse International beaming and steaming with a lot of momentum moving forward. This is going to be a big way for them to just try to extend the lead even more, but SPG finding some adjustments, sticking to the corners, and getting these eliminations to bully out Powerhouse in this first wave of gunfights.
Oh, you gotta commend Bingo to go in there for the pinch. Definitely going to be a huge deal to get rid of Standpoint Gaming right there. But unfortunately for him, everyone else from Powerhouse actually was eliminated from their respective spots. And essentially the pinch did not go through. And even though they really tried, it is just Standpoint Gaming just really being quick and trying to get a lot of these points down. Slowly but surely, they're trying to close down the gap in terms of the points. It's going to be 115 to 142. Still far off, but definitely still doable for SPG.
Yeah, it's just all it takes is just one good hard point. Moving on to Cranes, if they do ever change that rotation from B1 to B2, that's going to be a big moment for them just to try to turn things around. They're definitely able to stop the momentum to fall through towards the hands of Powerhouse International. It's all about winning all these gunfights. SPG, they got the favorable spawns onto Next. They got the hard point right in time. So basically, they just cut it down to 11-point lead, which is going to be a big help for them after trailing by 50-plus point in this margin. And the first set of hard points that we got in this matchup, right? And there we go. The lead change is going to come through. Powerhouse International going to be a step too late in the second set. Standpoint Gaming looking revitalized. And Sui1 leading this team with the help of Guagua in terms of playing at SMG. Definitely scoring a lot of kills and taking down the players inside the objective.
And now Guagua just doing a lot of big kills, gets rid of Incendio and Irfan J that's trying to get that top part by batteries and still very much alive. And Powerhouse seems to be like, right now, they're backed up in a corner. Two players coming in from Powerhouse goes in for the next set of rotations, and it will be Powerhouse to be there first, but Standpoint's actually getting majority of the points here. Not just that, the scraps as well. 177 and 142, like what you already mentioned. They already got the better of Powerhouse, and it is going to be Standpoint to have a pretty sizable lead now.
Yeah, but this time, it's going to be Powerhouse International heading into their money hill. They are bringing out the pistol from Bingo. He spots one, taking down 9-1. That's going to be two more players heading in. That's going to be another one popped through, and it is just going to be a better operator engagement now for Powerhouse, able to get himself a Predator missile, but will not get any of that connection. But he's been able to help his team buy themselves an opportunity to get inside of the hard point and get this rotation through. They're bringing out the claw as well. That's going to stop the players coming through on their the top right side of our minimap. At SPG, trying to flood through, getting that pincer maneuver to activate. They're going to be bullying out Powerhouse in this scrap time.
Man, Sui1 is going to be spawning off right in that garden side, and that's why if you're Powerhouse, you need to be wary of that backside spawn, like we keep saying. And every single time a team plays that, you need to be wary of that spawn. And the pinch happened for them, and now the scrap point's going to be in their favor, 198 and 178, and that's definitely going to be huge for them, 20 points in between. And now this is where Powerhouse actually was able to kind of mitigate a lot of the bleeding in that first set of rotations. And now this time around, they definitely would have a better time. Shut up. Tries to go in there for some firepower with a Sparrow in hand, but you can see that Standpoint actually has 3 operators already on the go.
Yeah, they could potentially use that Sparrow to try to break off the point there. Now you're utilizing 2 just to step inside of that point and eliminate Powerhouse from limiting time inside the hill. SPG, much better operator usage here this time around after being eliminated just a little bit earlier today. So this is definitely such a big adjustment for them. Arsenal is something that we know Powerhouse is capable of utilizing to score this map, but Hardpoint Gaming really going up against them in terms of playing these operators as well as the SMG departments. We1 and Guago combining for at least 68 kills currently in this matchup, and it just continues to grow, right? Powerhouse International cannot get that lead change, but we're heading on to next. They're gonna have that early setup. Standpoint Gaming are gonna be coming off late on this rotation. So if Powerhouse International win this first of gunfights, they can control the map and just, get this opportunity to come back.
A 3v1 situation right there by robots, and that actually makes SPG go in there a little bit easy into P5 and kind of makes Powerhouse spawn all the way down into yellow in P2, which was such a smart move. 237 to 208, and Powerhouse is scrambling to try and touch the point, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, so far SPG Bird, nice timing on this operator. This time with the Purifier, he's able to spot down 2 players. SPG just 2 more points to win the game, and they strike Powerhouse in Arsenal Hardpoint, taking a 1-0 lead. And the source just continues. If you are Powerhouse, you can't really win your Hardpoints today. You lost 2 matches already heading onto this matchup against SPG. It was a crushing defeat at Summit up against Strive Gaming, and you lost 1 up against Loops Esports. So the SPG, nice bounce back after taking an L up against Q9 Club. This is definitely a big boost in their performance, knowing that we're gonna head into S&D up next, which is gonna be a far superior game mode for them, and they could potentially 2-0 Powerhouse moving forward.
It is really interesting to see how Powerhouse in the beginning was just really strong, and there was a 20-point difference at some point, and SPG was able to turn things around, especially in P2 where they shone the most. Honestly, with SPG, their P2 control was so impressive with the fact that we saw Powerhouse always trying to get yellow. They were also trying to get batteries as well, but they would always lose all of their gunfights. So I feel like it is small adjustments like that we need to see Powerhouse kind of make in their hard points, because so far they have lost all of their hard points of the day. That's 3 for 3. But one thing that we have to look forward to with both of these teams is that we're heading towards an S&D matchup where we know SPG, that's their strength. But we saw Q9 bring them down, but it was a really close matchup. But Powerhouse now, though, they did win a very impressive express matchup up against Inco. But again, it was also brought down into an overtime. So you already know it. It's probably going to be the same case here, as both teams will most likely bring this to the very end. And you already know that Powerhouse needs to take it up a notch, because you'd want to bring this into control.
Yeah, as long as we don't play S&D Tunisia, we're good. SPG can play any other map except that, because if they were able to manage to take down Q9, which is the best S&D team coming from the East, that speaks a lot on what this team is capable of, especially when you got Time and Bird as their sniper duo. They're currently going to have the numbers up against Powerhouse Bingo, and Incendio is going to play that sniper role when we hop into the Search and Destroy. And there's definitely like a big difference in terms of this duo if we're trying to compare it, right? I mean, you're looking at one side that has consistently provided an output starting the day off, and you got Powerhouse who's trying to win this game using that momentum, right? I mean, we saw Incendio starting off rough up against Strive Gaming, only scoring 4, but he ended up with 18 kills to end it up against Loops Esports. So I guess the keys to victory here now, if you are Powerhouse, it is just to win your sniper battles. You're going through a rough climb up against Time and Burr, but if you're able to shut them down off the start and give them that cold streak, there's a big chance that they can really dominate with their SMGs moving forward.
And you really need to be a well-balanced team moving forward, right? I mean, you also have to worry about respawns and being very well-equipped into whatever map mode they throw at you, and also being able to kind of adapt when it comes to those weapons, right? And also for Search and Destroy, since that's going to be our next matchup, it will definitely be important to kind of rely on your snipers, and you already know that both of these teams have very good snipers. I mean, yes, Bingo is a sub, but you already know that he went head to head up against Lucas in a while ago in that express map, and you need to rely on a guy like Incendio to just create so much space. 18 kills during that express matchup. But on the other side of things, you also have really talented snipers as well in the form of Time that could definitely have a really good impact, especially depending on the map. So if you're going to be Powerhouse, what are you going to choose? Are you going to be choosing Express again? Because this is the second time that they've had Express today. And if it's going to be the third time, well, definitely going to be a question mark later on. But yeah, hopefully we get to see what kind of strategies both of these teams will have. But I definitely want to bring it very close, kind of like Slums tight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this is the best. That's the best way, just to try to get this SPG team off guard, right? Just like what we saw from Genja when they're going up against the team that they were facing a little bit earlier, which was, crazy because they were not trying to work through with their sniper. They were able to really take down Loops Esports using their SMG and their AR. And if we ever try to go through slums, the same thing should be able to be put off by Powerhouse, but easier said than done, right? It's really hard to spot and hunt Time, who really gets a lot of this timing very well heading into these matchups. But yeah, one thing more than likely, we need to see that Express out of the way. We also need that Tunisia. So I think the win rate of Powerhouse will have to depend on whatever SPG bans heading into this game, where I think there's a big chance that we might potentially see Meltdown if ever, this two maps is gonna be out of the way.
Yeah, and we're gonna figure it out in a little bit whether or not whatever map we are hoping for. For me, again, I'm hoping for a really small map, kind of like Slums, because it gets really interesting when we see that gameplay. But here we go. We're gonna be trying to figure out what kind of strategy both of these teams will actually have, just because we already know that Powerhouse definitely had a hot start for that S&D. 10 and 8 in Express, had more of a better time on the attacking side, had a difficult time on the defense. On the other side of things, SPG now is actually going to be kind of a mirror, so I feel like both of these teams might mirror each other's gameplay. So I feel like, I don't know, man, what do you think? You're the stats guy.
There's a high chance one of these teams will do that.
Very similar, right? Their gameplay's similar.
Yeah, they really play eerily similar, and just like what I said, it's gonna be Meltdown, and I think this is gonna go down to another overtime, knowing that this team just really loves to use the own dose of their enemy to them. So far, it's gonna be Standpoint Gaming starting on the attack side. Powerhouse International again starting as the defense. You gotta let Incendio get involved off the get-go. The bomb plant is on. Bird gets the bomb plant, but gets intercepted, and here comes the Garena specialty that we're talking about, this rush blitzkrieg play in the reactor, and the bomb gets defused right away. Did it even last 45 seconds?
Bird was just right there all alone, the poor guy. Let the man do his thing and let him free. But you know what happened here for Powerhouse? They charged in and they basically hit two birds with one stone.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, looking at what we're seeing right now for Standpoint Game, we're still doing the same exact route. They love to play for that A side push. This A line is gonna be used up pretty same for Powerhouse. Same strategy, but this time they're gonna try to spice things up a bit by slowing it down and let Incendio play for that first blood. Guagua shut down. Irfan J closing the gap down up against Bird. He gets eliminated. Time trying to find his way into this matchup, but Incendio popping off the get-go, finding 3 kills on the first 2 rounds. Exactly what you want if you're Powerhouse.
Wow, what a hot start from Powerhouse. I mean, everyone is actually using the pillars to their advantage. Incendio is just flicking on shots. He's actually locking onto the targets. And not just that, you actually saw the movement from, I think it was Skurd. He was going in through that pillar, the right pillar, and SPG just could not see him. But now, this time around, it's going to be a different look from Powerhouse. They're going to be a little bit quiet. Skurd going to be right here into the boiler room with the KRM in hand. Will definitely be the best gun in this situation in that part of the building. But SPG still goes for that A plant.
I don't know what the route is here, but this time they're trying to cut off that mid-map with Nanchua now holding off this galley Overpass control, he spots scared, but the team up for shot up works.
Wow.
And the push on that mid map is gonna go through. Standpoint Gaming able to stand the first wave of contest, but shot up the last guy alive. Finds one, gets the second. Oh, the swift up. Gets the kill, but Time gets the pistol. And that will be the first win for Standpoint Gaming in this game.
Oh my goodness, both of these teams are just having the time of their lives, and Shut Up could not do anything. Unfortunately, he ran out of bullets from that magazine, had to resolve to the gloves, won the gunfight, but a quick and fast response from SPG. Same push from Standpoint Gaming here in that A side, and Powerhouse a little bit delayed when it comes to the push, and we do get to see Shut Up going in there for the trade, so that's good, but no mid presence from Powerhouse whatsoever.
Yeah, 4v4 mid-map, again, still could be utilized by Powerhouses to try to get these attacks to go through, but they're going to try to hit a bit of a under route this time. It's just only pushing on one angle. Bird can line them up one by one. He finds one. Irfan J go down like flies. And Standpoint Gaming, what a sudden burst of kills in this past 2 rounds. I mean, that's nice because even though they were struggling in the first 2 rounds, they were not afraid to say that they can really go up against the retake attempts that we're seeing for Powerhouse.
Oh, goodness. Here we go again. It's the raining fire of all these grenades, and Powerhouse already knows that, okay, Standpoint Gaming, you're going to keep going on A. Okay, we're going to keep pushing you in A very aggressively as well. Skirt with the KRM in hand, tried to deal some damage, but only damage dealt. SPG able to connect with the kills, and this time around, it is going to be SPG to get the better of Powerhouse in this very aggressive round, and I will not be surprised if they're gonna go for another A push. And Powerhouse, I'm not surprised if they're gonna go to B.
I think it's gonna end up with a B-side push. It's gonna be opposite side. Yeah, we predicted it very well. Exactly what this team is trying to aim for. Standpoint Gaming still, if it ain't broke, you ain't gonna have to fix it, right? Just gotta go for that bomb plant, play that defense. Powerhouse going in for that long route, that long flank, all the way through admin building. They have spotted Time already. They expect at least one player to be there, but they are not expecting all of the members just going to flood on through in only one angle.
Ooh, timing not going to be on the side of Incendio as he only saw Pixel at the moment for that one SPG person. And speaking of, it's Suiwan yet again, but Irfan J also gets a double and Bingo gets the kill. A double for himself. The defuse is going to happen. And now SPG, you're giving away a lot of freebies here on Alpha as well. But hey, guess what? We're going to be switching sides. It's a tie game, but honestly, very risky play from SPG. And Powerhouse, that was a pretty good retake going into the flank instead of all 3 entrances by one their spawn and also by mid.
Yeah, Irfan J was able to find at least 2 kills on that attack, right? I mean, they really had to play through their SMG just to melt down everybody that might just be holding down the high ground. And as we switch our sides, Powerhouse, they're slowing it down this time. They sent 3 players from the A side just to try to distract these players that they might be just pushing there. But little did they know that the B side push is gonna be the one initiated. Gua finds a first kill on to shut up. The best player for Powerhouse in this S&D will be eliminated. Someone has to step up. The nade will not get any connection whatsoever. SPG, Irfan J, is able to take one of their players now. It's going to be a 4v4 situation. It's going to be up close, but if you're Bingo, you just have to play this one a bit more careful, but he does get cut down, scared, and switched up to a Growl 5-4-5-6. It's going to be quite a bit of a steer for them as there's just going to be a lot of players all around the area. 3 lanes that Incendio has to worry about, and it could only deal 1 through the sniper nest, and Standpoint Gaming will take the lead here now.
Yeah, I mean, you were right already. Bingo heated up just a little bit too much. He needed to slow things down and not chow and not just give away those angles to SPG. And unfortunately for him, got tagged up. And Irfan J definitely had to cover for that loss of life, but it was just too late. Standpoint Gaming, that was a really good retake and a really good display of patience, even though everything just went even at a certain point. And now for SPG, they're going to go for that A defense again, and now Powerhouse will go for a generator push a little bit faster this time around.
It's essential for SPG Bird to get at least 1 connection here, knowing that Powerhouse just got the full stack on this matchup. Number 3 in Incendio, watching that flank. He got scared, waiting for a guy to pop off. It just connects, but will not get a guaranteed kill. And Time finds his own god nade. Scared is sharp eliminated. This is the best time to push. Put yourself to a 2-round lead and take, a very decisive win on this round itself. It's all down to Irfan J. Clutch King cannot get anyone. And that's going to be Standpoint Gaming pulling away and a much more tighter defensive setup we're seeing for Standpoint. It started with that grenade.
Man, Antoine with a flank definitely provided so much damage, and Powerhouse tunnel visioned into the right side of the map and forgot to put a flank watch. I mean, if you're going to be doing a generator hold, you need to find a way to also stop that flank going. And if you want to just have your sights on in one area, then go for an A push instead. They haven't tried that here so far. Now they're going to be slowing things down. Standpoint Gaming might doubt themselves a tiny bit and go for that rotation into B, but they also do have play number 5 in the form of Bird. Going to be right there, giving that information down, but they're just holding all of their angles, and Enchuan going to be in a really good position and spots a lot of players. That's the whole team right there.
Yeah, so one gets that double. Irfan J shot up eliminated. These are the 2 players that you really have to eliminate just to increase their odds of winning this matchup. Powerhouse is gonna have to back away, but they all get checked off the flank. And it's gonna all be gold going down to Bingo. Potentially a 1v4 he has to deal with. It's gonna be a rough spot. There's just too many players waiting for him at the other side. And Standpoint Gaming at match point to deliver Powerhouse a 2-0 in this series.
You hate to see it, but I mean, SPG is just doing a better job here in this particular round. Not only in that hardpoint, but also here in this S&D. And now they're going in for a aggressive push into Bravo. Again, Bird is going to be right there to greet them and probably give that information down. He does back away, knowing very well it's going to be a really fast push. Bomb's probably going to be planted, and now the smokes are going to play, and Guagua out of nowhere goes in there through mid, and Incendio goes down, and they are going to be getting trade after trade.
Irfan J, Clutch King, gets himself punched out of the way, and it's going to be a quick clean. Standpoint Gaming gets the defuse, and they will be advancing to the higher match with a 2-1 on their overall series. And if you are a Powerhouse fan, it's not yet completely over. They can still find their way back. They're going to have a 1-2 scoreline. If you get another lose, though, you're going to be eliminated for the playoff contention.
I don't know, that was a very unhinged gameplay from Powerhouse, which is something that is very weird because you'd always usually see them very much calculated, kind of like in that Express matchup, but it seems like here in this Meltdown, there's a little bit of, again, I said it's unhinged because it's very unlike them to be a little bit careless when it comes to their plays. That's what we saw in that last round. No one was by the bomb. Everyone was trying to go in there for hunting for kills. And similar to what we saw with Bingo a while ago, he was hunting for the kill. And it seems like this is actually kind of possibly affecting the mental when it comes to this S&D, where you need to be very composed.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that one. I mean, SPG, the one thing that they can really provide is that consistent sniper, especially from Time and Bird, which was able to really dismantle the players of Powerhouse, especially when they're trying to take that push on that B side. Although it was pretty back and forth scrappy when they're trying to take that hit on that A reactor core. You know, when we had that round switch is where SPG was able to really win a lot more compared to Powerhouse, right? Winning 4 straight, taking this victory, and ending it in just 10 rounds of action. And they're definitely, one of the teams that is going to be closer towards playing at the playoffs tomorrow. They just need one more win by the time this game ends.
This is just so difficult to see. It's like 0-2. I was expecting it to go the distance and control, but Powerhouse should have won that hard point, knowing very well that it will be the weakness of SPG, but now it seems like SPG is getting better and better every time they go and play a match. They brought it close in Q9, brought home a dub in that search and destroy, and now they did the same thing, but even better here from Powerhouse. But at least one team from Garena's doing a good job. Take a look at that. Gendra having a 2-0, delivering that donut to Loops, and slowly but surely, in the next 2 matches that we have, we're going to be saying goodbye to half of the teams here in day number 1.
It's just a grueling sweep stage that we're gonna have here today. But the hungrier gets the top 8 spot in the competition, which will be played tomorrow, right? And we're gonna be closer into crowning our 2023 world champions once again. And some of these teams, it's the mental game that really affected their performance here today. We're talking about Loops, who managed to win their first matchup against Mayhem in round number 1, then proceeded to lose up against Volt and Powerhouse. Could not get anything done when they're going up against a stronger AR players that was really used to dismantle them. But we got 2 more matches up ahead, right? And it's just gonna be interesting because they all are going to be elimination matches.
It's definitely going to be difficult to watch the next 2 matches, and it's not even just in our stream here in stream C, or can I say stream number C, but you also have a lot more matches in A, B, and D. You do not want to miss it because there's a lot more Call of Duty Mobile action, but we are going to be taking a quick short break. Once we do hop in though, we're going to be saying goodbye to, again, I already said it, half the teams for this World Championship. You wouldn't want to miss it. We'll see you in a little bit.
And we're back at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. It is going to be days, Stream C. It's Powerhouse International going up against Loops Esports at the lower match. And one of these teams are fighting for that round number 5 that we got later on. Loser will be eliminated in the contestation. And it's going to be Hardpoint takeoff that we're playing in here right now. Once again, joining you as your voice in this matchup, it's Cali Gaming down here with Beef Mammy. Yeah, this is just total map control that we're seeing for Powerhouse right now. Loops Esports just spawning all the way from generators, and that's just buying so much time for Powerhouse to increase the lead even further. Finally, we're going to be seeing some signs of contest. Crozen able to get himself a 2Ps inside of the point, and they finally break the last 12 seconds, which is still going to be contested by Powerhouse while they send out 2 of their players to rotate around to P3 to get themselves a chain on that rotation over, and they're gonna be routing around the generators, which is gonna be a big key for them to try to flip those spawns. Yeah, Loops Esports now trying to break through in 2 angles. This time they got Maggie sent on the top side of this Aurora launch. And now we got scared, bringing out the claw just to try to stop the push inside of the hill, just to try to summon up the defense inside. It's not gonna work so far, as Loops Esports able to stand their ground and claim some time inside the hill. It is Maggie playing that objective for the squad, finds himself a double before getting taken down by Incendio. It's just gonna be back and forth here as Loops Esports managed to get most of the time at this P3 as we head on to next. That's going to be Powerhouse being forced to go on that early rotation, but Loops Esports have already made their way there as well. Yeah, they're definitely decreasing that lead back down to a single digit, right? But one thing more than likely that we're seeing for Powerhouse, that spawn from flipping. And now they have total control of numbers inside of that hard point, and Loops Esports has to play through Maggie, who's going to bring out that Hunter. Will only get 1 on that altercation. He doesn't take himself out of the way as well. And Powerhouse will use that momentum to just swing it over, use this equalizer just to stop the players from pushing, coming in from the generator side, but they got some players to take care of as well in the medcare center. That's going to be King pushing up, going to get taken down by Irfan J, and Powerhouse able to sustain an 18-point lead before we head back onto news. And there's just a lot of, power positions being taken over by Powerhouse International on that note. But Loops Esports definitely did a lot better by thinking bigger picture. They're setting up for next, but they're kind of overextending. Take a look at Crozen on their minimap, just extending way forward. And that's going to give Powerhouse spawn on the P2, and that's going to give them that unlimited reinforcements. But they bring out this equalizer and Bigoad. You know, he has been that player that really knows how to time this equalizer very properly, and it has led to this team from really decreasing that lead back down to the last to 10 digits earlier. But this time will not be able to help his team will through it, as we got Powerhouse International just continuously stacking the Hardpoint and just providing a lot of numbers and reinforcing all of these attacks. Now we got number 3, that's going to be Incendio holding up that flank, and they're going to be able to reverse and get these kills inside the point. Loops Esports does pick those spawns. Now this is the best time for them to flood on through it. Stop this time from being trickled by Powerhouse. Yeah, so far for Powerhouse International, it's Powerhouse International, they do have the generator spawns, right? But Loops Esports doing a great job holding up the point here so far. They are holding up all of the entrances. The doorways are going to be key in taking these players down one at a time. And Powerhouse cannot get any of the players inside. And it's just, you know, great adjustments that we saw for Loops Esports. This was a hard point that they really struggled at controlling earlier, as it was Powerhouse getting all of these kills, right? Bigoad himself getting already 41 kills in this match, which is just crazy. The second highest in this lobby is 27, and that's going to be coming in for Incendio. So we're talking about the guy who doesn't want to get eliminated, and, you know, is paving the way for his team to get a lot easier gunfights, as he just will his team through and just push this pace in this matchup.
And it really does pay off, the fact that Powerhouse was able to kind of break the hill, and even though that Loops always just goes in there pretty early on. And this is where we actually got to see the operators for Loops kind of went into play early on into this P4. And Powerhouse was able to actually respond in the later half. So it really is the timing of your... Honestly, it's just bring out everything, chuck in all of your util, chuck in all of your operators, and that's what's happening right now. Bingo trying to get a pick off with that Annihilator. You already know he's super good when it comes to Annihilator kills. And on the other side of things, we see player number 1. That is going to be Maggie from Loops, trying to defend all on his own, and unfortunately for him, not able to get those kills.
Yeah, Irfan J now bringing out the equalizer this time. Loops Esports still trying to slow it down before they go in for that flood. But it's going to be 2 players just going to be shut down by Irfan J. Crozen and Ku trying to go for the contest, but they all get gunned down. Incendio now bringing out the War Machine just to try to keep this lead a bit more. Just needing only 5 points to get that lead switched up before the next hardpoint opens up. And that's going to be better operator investments for Powerhouse in this P4. But Loops Esports heavily hanging in there through the help of Vigo, who's got 45 kills to his name already. Now we're heading back onto that mid-map, where we saw Powerhouse was mostly controlling all of the verticalities, but it was Loops Esports at the last hardpoint that had the best chance at claiming time. But this time it's going to be switched up at the first gunfight. So we have these teams just really going back at it.
Yeah, it's a back and forth between both of these teams. The points are going to be very close, so that's why they need to contest every single point or try to soak in every single second of the hard point. And now P1 going to be very open, and so far it will be Powerhouse getting majority of the points here every single time. It is when we get into that P3 area that Loops kind of gets back into the rhythm, but they need to get every single point here, including this P1 that Powerhouse already has quite a hold of. It's because they always have someone on that high end, especially into that lounge 2F area where Scourge just beams from across the map. So at the moment, they still will have majority of the points in P1, but that rotation for next is going to be right there, and Loops is already front, ready, and center.
Yeah, they're holding off that spawns, right? But you got Powerhouse actually setting up a trap inside of the launch center, but they will get gone down as 3 of their players get eliminated. That will force them to play that reset. And Loops bringing this operators at the best possible time to keep away the lead. They're holding up that mid-map, but somehow, for some reason, Incendio was able to get 1 kill off of that scaffolding. And it's going to be Bigoad once again down here with this equalizer, bringing it out and finding 56 kills. But finally, will be dealt with there. That's going to stop the bleeding now where Powerhouse is just trying to get this break in multi-angles here this time. Incendio finding that double, and that's going to break that point. Loops Esports going to be spawning on the top side of the map. Well, they do have two players right by the healthcare center, but it's going to be a pinch play maneuver for Powerhouse that will connect and get these eliminations. And Loops Esports will be left nothing to do but to set the next hard point up early. And this is free 12 seconds for Powerhouse for this cup time.
It wasn't even 12 seconds. It was like, I think, 19 seconds for Powerhouse to get. And now they're inching closer and closer. And like what we mentioned already, that every second counts. Loops instead wanted to go in there for that rotation. But, I mean, you can't really blame them because they already spawned all the way up top by Generator. So they just opt for that early rotation instead. And now they're bringing out the War Machine, trying to get as much points as possible and not allowing Powerhouse to get in. But Maggie with the Sparrow definitely provides a lot of damage here.
Yeah, a solid hold is needed here for Loops Esports to keep themselves within the game. Powerhouse just needing only 13 points to win this matchup here. Frenzy brings out the equalizer. That's going to be able to stop the push coming in from the ground floor. And they have taken care of the guys on the top. Maggie will continuously be shot down here by Irfan J, who's got that equalizer put into good use. He got 41 kills. That's one more point to win the game. And that is game set and done. Powerhouse winning this matchup 250 to 204. And to think that this is the first Hardpoint win today
it really
is a lot.
What do you think like happened? Like in your opinion, in your humble opinion, Mr. Analyst, what do you think happened there to Loops? Because everything at a certain point, everything was equal. Everything was balanced. It was a back and forth up until a certain point. What do you think that point was?
It was on P2. We saw multiple times. We got two sets of Hardpoint where we saw, you know what, the Loops Crozin actually extending way behind where this anchor spawn is intended to be, right? That just forces Powerhouse to just spawn right beside that Hardpoint and just claim most of that time. And, you know, we can highlight that Loops Esports definitely did great with their operator skills. I mean, Big Odera was just holding his own with that equalizer and able to get at least 55 kills on the board, but not playing for objective and securing those anchor position, especially at P2, was the de facto that ridded this team off of that victory. I mean, they were really going at it, right? I mean, they were playing it pretty close, but when Powerhouse was able to get those flip spawns, it just continues to highlight that lead to just really grow.
Yeah, you're actually right. Like I was gonna mention too that I feel like it even happened earlier than P2 in that third set of rotations where it was fairly close in that P4. I feel like Irfan J tried to just really apply a lot of pressure there all on his own. But when we went back, or every time actually that we go back into P1, it is Powerhouse always getting a lot of the points down. Skurd being in that 2F lounge area, just really beaming from across the map, giving that information to his teammates. That's something that we kind of failed to see from Loops, is kind of them using the vertical corridors and lounge areas 2Fs of this whole entire place, where we saw Powerhouse just utilize their advantage. And P1 definitely saw a boost in points for Powerhouse. And also, like when you mentioned also, P2, in that last rotation from P2 to P3, where it was either, number one, Loops would kind of contest the last 20 seconds and not give away 20 to Powerhouse because they were inching towards that 200 plus point mark, or rotate for next. You could rotate for next if it was early game, but now you have to step on the points. This is something that we keep seeing today where teams just early rotate, especially in such key moments like that where you should not give the points to your teammates at all. At least send one or two people. If you are going to go in for the rotation, I think it's better to probably just break the hill later on.
Yeah, I gotta agree. That was what we were seeing from Powerhouse when they were playing that P3 to P4. That's about it. If they had an early rotation, they will use those operators to try to break that hill. And it was also a big problem for Loops Esports to not maintain their ground when they were being pushed up in multi-angle, especially when we saw Powerhouse just controlling the generator spawns that paved the way for them to flip it, as well as stack that hardpoint with a lot of numbers that really overwhelmed the players of Loops Esports inside. And although we did see a great performance coming in for Bigo, it was not enough to get the job done in this matchup, as Powerhouse just too good when it comes to playing that objective. One thing that we have to see change heading into this window, especially if you are from Loops Esports, is trying to win your SNDs, right? I mean, they have been facing a big problem when they have played SND the whole day today. Mayhem up against Mayhem, they lost 3 and 7 at firing range. Up against Bolt, it was 4-7, slightly better. But when they faced Kagendra just a little while back, it wasn't supposed to be a 1 and 7 scoreline, but it did so happen because of the snowball that they had. They kept on barging their head in, which, you know, it's gonna come off easy from Kagendra knowing that they had Clove and Reef popping off. And if the same thing does so happen once again here for Loops Esports, it might just be a repeat of what happened with Kagendra, with Powerhouse almost looking like they're going to be playing the same exact role, right? Irfan J and Scared doing very well in this Hardpoint matchup. Now, we're heading into S&D, and it's going to be on Express. Powerhouse, they've been playing a lot of this map for today, and they're going to be starting on the attack side here this time, able to dictate the pace.
Yeah, you're right about that. Express definitely was a map rather, that they played a lot. And for the side of Loops, they have not played this map at all the entire day. So you could assume that Powerhouse would probably have a little bit more of an advantage because they did win this against Inco. We were casting that. But a while ago, they also got taken down by Tribe, so definitely not perfect, but here we go. The engagements finally come through as we got to actually see Shut Up from the corner, and such a good peek, but Skirt also provides that information as well, as he's going to be getting those kills down.
That's just going to be a quick clean for Incendio, who finds that 2 Ps along with Skirt getting the double. That's Powerhouse starting this game with the early bomb plant at the B site. Loops Esports was not able to really check out the insights off the get-go because they were focused on stacking the A site very well. It seems like it's going to be full-fledged, full force here this time. Loops Esports expecting Powerhouse to go for the attack at A.
Oh my goodness, but Powerhouse still getting the better of them as Shut Up
Wow.
goes in there for the pinch, and we saw Loops did not know what was going to happen. His Skirt goes up close and personal, gets that 1 kill, has to worry about 1 more, plays a little dance, but then unfortunately for him does not get that kill, and Incendio provides that assist from up top in a very quick round from Powerhouse. Something that we didn't really get to see a while ago from their gameplay up against SPG, or I mean Inco rather, another LATAM team that said goodbye today. And now Loops is in trouble with being possibly the second one.
Yeah, the problem with Loops Esports, I mean, with this team, right? I mean, I think they really lack that SMG presence, especially when they're playing this SNDs. That was the problem that they had when they were facing Kagendra. And here this time, Powerhouse is shutting them to pieces. This one ending in 18 seconds. You tried to go play fire with fire, it's not going to work, especially if you got Powerhouse just beaming with momentum. Scared, getting himself 5 kills, leading the lobby in total kills on his first 3 rounds of action. And then you got Incendio on a very hot start, finding himself, you know, involved in this early engage with this long-range gunfights.
Well, right now, Loops went in there for a little bit of a ride because Powerhouse went B, and they kind of assumed that, hey, it might be A again. Nope. Bomb down. Arrivals has 2 players looking at them. The rest of Loops gonna go into Arrivals. Speaking of, only 1 player trying to have sights of B. I mean, through mid. And now it is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and Skurd needs to find a way to be that distraction for Shut Up to try and get a pick up close.
Yeah, spotted that players already. Shut Up gets the kill onto Maggie. This is going to be a rival. It's just being a massacre here. 3 players from Loops Esports going to be caught into a trap here for
wow.
Jay. Getting another double. Powerhouse International just speed running things up. I mean, the amount of repetition that they really have in this game is just unrivaled. Everybody has just been trying to contest them in this side of this map, but Loops Esports, you know, trying to get the pain out, and it's going to be a right guess for them this time. Stun checks are going to go through, and they got that information. They get that first blood. Inco takes 2 players with that R9, but Shut Up gets the kill onto KO, and Incendio gets the trade back. It's going to be slowing down a bit. Loops Esports, it's a 2v2.
And Bingo actually has a little bit of an idea of where everyone else is. He knows one is in ticketing, one is in Arrivals possibly, and Incendio is going to be providing that support as well. Both snipers. He spots one though, but they're not aware that the wraparound coming in through Arrivals as well. So a 2v2 where everyone else needs to go and push through. Maggie gets the kill with the Fennec. Bingo goes down. Incendio going to be the only one left. A 1v2 situation, but he has the bomb in hand. They don't know where he is, and so does he.
Oh no, Crozin tries to get another look on to the ticketing, and that'll be the first round for Loops Esports. That's a nice way for them to win. Have Vigo be sent out, be that first guy that will land you those kills, immediately finding 2 eliminations with that R9, getting up close and personal, and fighting Powerhouse International from getting that kill done. And now this time it's Crozin across the board fighting another kill. That's going to be a collateral for him. It's an early 2v5. So finally some adjustments that we're seeing, but a bit more faster in terms of pace here for Loops Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment when it comes to Powerhouse being aggressive, okay, tried and tried again. It worked out for you in those 4 rounds, but now you're switching sides where Loops, are you going to be as aggressive, knowing very well on the defense you had an answer in those last 2 rounds of you winning on the aggressive side, or will you be staying put? And it seems like Powerhouse gonna rush in through that A side. Player number 2, that's gonna be Bingo, the only person left in his team by arrivals, provides that information that it will be a B execute.
And they're gonna let this bomb plant down at the B side. They're playing for that retake. You can already see Shut making his way through that mid map. This could be 2 players that are going to be spread around the map. Ticketing is going to be where they want to go and take that hit. Well, they have to trust Bingo to actually spot the guy down on the elevators, which is going to be Crozin knocked down. This is going to be the push that Powerhouse wants, but Bingo there to stop that push. That's going to be 1 kill. Scared, eliminated. Incendio still holding his ground, but Bingo there for the clean with the help of his teammates. They got back that lead down to 1 round.
Man, it's just really difficult because Loops had a perfect time with their post plant. Their angles were prime. All they needed to do was wait for Powerhouse to get to them, and especially with the snipers not getting a pick first and eventually putting themselves in angles where you shouldn't want to, you wouldn't want to put your snipers in. Definitely going to be really difficult, but now it is going to be Loops heading over to another direction, which is the ace side. Powerhouse, though, they're going to be stacking that side as well into the defensive overpass.
A bit of more of a passive route that we're being shown here by Powerhouse. Try to play with their scope. Crozin will not get that confirmed kill. That's going to be a huge miss for him. I mean, just by looking at the way Powerhouse is trying to set things up. Number 4 in Shot is trying to play the flank. I don't think Crozin has got that info, but he does find Shot. The team up is there. And that's going to be the first blood being traded. That's going to be a nice pick for them. Just skip this a 4v4.
But Bingo is right there by departures, and he's in a really good spot. He gets spotted, though. Information given to the rest of his teammates. Could back out. Now it's going to be in a cross with player number 3. That's going to be Incendio. That's a good shot. And now able to kind of push them off, and just like that, Powerhouse delivers again after not getting around for 3 rounds in a row, able to deliver when it comes to slowing things down, and it really was Bingo that was the biggest player in that game, just providing so much of a flank watch.
Yeah, and not only that, he was the main guy that was serving the distraction for the players coming in from the departure, right? I mean, the incentive was just shooting them like dogs at some point. Loops Esports now this time still going at it, aggressive. Shot up gets that first blood, and they're gonna have initial mid-map control, which is gonna be essential. You got number 3 in Incendio gonna be taken down on the way. Vigo, he has been playing great, but let's get picked down there by a Shot up, and it's gonna be a double kill for him as Chaotic will be eliminated. Match point now for Powerhouse and Loops Esports. Having trouble in S&D all day is not going to be looking good for them as they are facing elimination.
1 round from elimination, and you're already seeing the possible 3rd team to get away from here. But Loops goes in there, guns a-blazing, and it is going to be Loops with a man advantage, but Skirt is going to identify all these teammates and try to get in, put as much damage, and that equalizes a lot. A 2v2 situation, don't make that a 1v2, and Incendio with the 9k. Bomb still has yet to be planted. 1 minute and 31 to play with, and Cali, he's in a really good spot to clutch up this 1v2 as they're far away from each other.
The best way for him is just try to wait for that bomb plant to get put through, right? But that miss from King is gonna be a big hit. King is just trying to walk things down. I don't think he has heard the gunshots.
I know.
And Incendio, he gets that kill, makes this a 1v1 situation. The bomb is gonna be dropped. And Bigo is expecting him to be in this tunnel. But Incendio gets the clutch. And they will be sending Loops out of the World Champs 2023. And they survive, moving on to round 5 with a 2-2 series.
Incendio literally brought the entire team out of the competition. He has been phenomenal today as the sniper. Was kind of warm a while ago in their S&D Express versus Tribe, but heated up when he needed to the most. An amazing display of the captain, and now they move on to the second day. That must feel so good, as history almost repeated itself from last year when Galoris took them down in day number 1. And now it's not going to be the same case. It was going to be difficult as Loops, another Latin American team, and now Powerhouse moves forward. And now later on, we'll be having 2 European teams go head-to-head. King's Clan versus Exclusive. Callie, that's another match that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, it's a rematch of Stage 4 of the Europe Division, right? Where we saw King's Clan actually defeat Exclusive in a great beatdown. And that's going to be a great story because one has to be eliminated by the time that series ends. So we're waving goodbye to one of the European teams that will be up in this matchup, right? And one thing more than likely that was shocking between these two teams is they got defeated by Godlike, right? Especially for Exclusive. Who lost 250 to 76 at takeoff up against Godlike, which is unheard of, knowing that they dominantly won. I mean, they saw dominant, but they did win up against Team Mayhem, which is a solid team that is fighting for survival in the other stream right now.
Okay. Let me just tell you guys watching right now on the stream, before we went on this whole Powerhouse versus Loops game, we were just doing our research, right? And we figured out, like, hey, Godlike beat Kings and Exclusive. And you know what Callie said? Callie said, Godlike is bullying EU, which is true. They're bullying a lot of teams right now, man. They're sending teams home, which is something that we really love to see. Not only that, they also bullied Kage as well. So they're having a shot at all of the regions, man. Godlike, the tweets are true.
Yeah. It's redemption season for them, you know, and you can't go wrong. Godlike is a team that has been grinding all the way back since the start of this year just to really improve their gunplay, and which has transcended to become, you know, one of EU's nightmare in terms of playing this best of threes. But one thing more than likely, though, King's Clan averaged better numbers when they went up against Godlike. So I guess Godlike. I guess King's Clan would have the upper hand heading into this one, right? But who knows, right? Anything could happen. Maybe it is going to end up in that map number 3. It is going to be a back and forth because Exclusive today has just been up and down. You never know what kind of Exclusive you're going to be able to see in the match itself. But, you know, we're going to find an answer in what will happen on that matchup when we come back for this game.
destroy, and we get to see it once again as Solo takes that kill on control.
Cartel's trying to again once put himself on the flank past the gas station, trying to get himself in a 1v1, what potentially would be up against space. For Balo will pull out the War Machine, trying to keep all these players honest and at bay. Will answer one on to Jesus, but Cartels, he finds not just one, two, also finds three on the flank. He is pulling these defenders back. Now alive, advantage there for Team Mayhem, albeit by one. This might just end via the kills or the game clock, depending on if you can even touch the zone if you are Team Mayhem. Down to 6 seconds. S-Thug gonna pull out the Sparrow, takes down two, but not before he takes himself out of commission. 2v2, but they can't get on the zone. Just narrowly missing out on the round. Able to at least get that one segment, but still, woo, by the skin of their teeth, they try to hold on.
That's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting, man. They were so close. They used so many resources there with the nades, of course, but clearly the operators are something that Mayhem will be missing as they lose that round. They have to do something, and they have to do it now. They're losing 2-0. Drive are trying to come back around on this game number 3. They lost in that hardpoint. They managed to take it home on Search and Destroy, and here in control, they are indeed controlling the minds of the opponents, who are now losing heavily. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayhem under fire with things completely out of control in here. They gotta figure something out because they're even capturing both objectives at the same time. What has happened to the Mayhem we previously witnessed?
At least Team Mayhem were able to get them off of those two zones. One saving grace, if you're looking for Team Mayhem, you do have resources at your disposal, or had resources at your disposal. The equalizer gets pulled out for Raph, immediately put to rest. The streak's not also coming up with anything whatsoever, so now there's no operators available for either of these two teams at this moment of time. It's back towards old tried and true Call of Duty. Tribe trying to force their hand all the way through gas station, getting back behind Hotel. Team Mayhem are trying to flip it on the opposite side. You have one player lurking inside a deli. That will be Jesus. You also have a player trying to lurk around Grandma's car, and well, it's just not going to come up with much of anything at all. Tribe find themselves now over by the A control zone, currently trying to stack up that second segment. Two players are here, both for Team Mayhem and for Tribe, but the kills come through for Tribe. 12 plays up against 12, and 60 seconds are going to get added to the board.
Sir, that's exactly what happened. Let's see what Mayhem has to say about that. 12-11. A single kill is in favor of Mayhem, and Kings is gonna turn that into a tie at a distance. Space finds the kill, goes for the double, runs out of bullet, takes out the secondary. They're running around that tractor, and there it is. Another kill for Tribe. Another opportunity for success. Annihilator in the hands of Rehan. Immediately we're gonna be using another operator by the hands of that Claw. Space trying to make it happen. Space trying to destroy Cartels with a surprise play. Will be pushing from behind. 3 lives left. Keys with the double. Drive Ahmad to make it happen. Mayhem are falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. Double for Solo gets taken down. Blur is the last hope alive. Rivalo somehow dies to the hands of Blur. I don't know what's going on, but he manages to survive, still defending the inside of this kill. Takes the kill. It's not enough. Drive with the comeback, with a 2-1, with everything against them in multiple stages of this first series. They're gonna survive, and they're gonna knock down yet another team, this time from North America.
It's legitimately just that. Keyword, survived. I mean, the Hardpoint was looking pretty darn convincing when it was from Tribe's perspective. Immediately flipped back on its head, and Team Mayhem were able to win at 250-205. The Search and Destroy should have been the end-all be-all. We somehow go 20 rounds, and Tribe just narrowly escape it when they had a 6-1 lead at the side switch. But then finally, when we got the standoff, when we got some of Grandma's cookies,
Yeah.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we are gonna go straight into it. This is the last stream right now for Stream C, and it is definitely something that will make a statement. Tribe Gaming versus Volt, where Tribe came straight off a very hot win up against Mayhem. And speaking of, we said goodbye to 3 Latin American teams, and also all Chinese teams had a chance to play in the playoffs. But again, speaking of the teams that have gone, we got Loops, Inco, Vitality, Mayhem, and Kings said goodbye, and TLE said goodbye as well. Callie, what are you feeling? This is the last game that we have here for our stream.
I mean, Volt, obviously, if you're taking a look at their day so far and the trends, they started off with the bang, defeating Exclusive and Loops, and right after that, it's just kind of a downward trend, right? LG, they lost to LG to 2-1. SPG was kind of a sweep, which is surprising. And this time, though, they're going up against Tribe Gaming, who's actually on an even, grounds in terms of going head-to-head, especially when they're playing this respawn. So I guess this is one of the games that we really have to iron out for moving forward, knowing that these teams are capable of just going back-to-back up against each other.
And now we do get to see Tribe getting a majority of the points down here in P3, and would definitely want to go in for the retake instead for that P4. We already know that if you do have the operators on the ready, kind of like what Rihan and S-Thug actually has, it'll be a little bit easier to go in for the break here in P4. They have to win a lot of their gunfights first though, but on the other hand, Volt also have operators on their own, and unfortunately S-Thug go down early and not use the Sparrow.
Early rotation for Volt definitely gonna kick in here. Unlimited reinforcements is going through, but Rihan able to get the back. That should be able to flip those spawns. You can see number 4 and Kansas spawning on the slopes. But Volt, he brings out the purifier here, and Ichan able to just dice his way in and just actually get a good hold before he gets taken down in there. Volt will get bullied out. This is gonna be a nice hardpoint hold now for Tribe Gaming as they are trying to claim this last 30 seconds. There is definitely, a much more space that we're seeing from them at the moment, and it's the SMG and the AR just doing all the works for them. Rivalo and Solo gonna be your top lighters heading into the first 3 hardpoints.
Man, Solo is shredding inside of the hill, and you already know when he actually had to play in that search and destroy up against Mayhem, he is one of the biggest reasons why that Tribe was able to go in there for that reverse sweep. And now he already has so much kills to his name already. But also look at Ribalo with that 18. You don't really expect to actually have ARs to shred that much here, especially in a map like Summit, but it doesn't really matter. It really does show that it's how you really use your weapon. And at the moment, we finally go in for our reset at P1, and Volt needs to find a way to kind of situate themselves in corners that otherwise will give them more of an advantage. They're winning their gunfights though, so finally they get a solid break.
Yeah, first wave of gunfights being won by Volt, and that's gonna put down Tribe Gaming to actually spawn through catwalks. They're gonna try to break in through the ground floor. We got one player, he's gonna be from the window. We're gonna get eliminated. And the thing with Volt, they really had so much presence from Ichan, a player that really struggled during the past major events that they have been playing. But here he is with this Switchblade, a weapon that he has been utilizing for the longest time. So that has been able to translate very well, scoring him 16 kills, and he's got the Predator missile to work with. That's gonna be online whenever they're gonna be bringing that weapon or any of these players from Tribe Gaming out in the open, right? And it seems like it's gonna be a lead switch that we're gonna be happening after that P1. We're heading on to P2. It is still definitely, a toss-up between these two squads, but one thing more than likely that we have here for Tribe Gaming is this spawn space, able to secure that with the DRH.
One thing that you have to know about Tribe, especially in a map like Summit, is they're always going to try to get that left side spawn just because it's going to be an easier trick from P2 to P3. Vault didn't know that there were going to be Tribe Gaming members going to be spawning right there behind them, but good thing for them, they're still trying to fight for this P2 control, and it's a back and forth as this hill is honestly very much hard to control. But with Vault, they're still spawning on to the more favorable side, and for Tribe, it is still a back and forth from both of these teams as the grenades are definitely doing so much damage.
Yeah, 20 seconds left here, still plenty of time to fight for, and Volt thinking bigger picture to set up the hill up next. It's just going potentially to be a money hill if they ever do defend it right. and they're saving up their operators, which is gonna be a big key moving forward, right? I mean, at least Sparrow is gonna be working very well just to try to hold up the front. Now they bring out the War Machine just to stop the push in all these enterways where possibly Tribe could potentially enter from. It's gonna be through the mids is where they're able to get that read. Kansei is bringing out the equalizer just to really shred this team to pieces, and that's going to buy them some time. But the problem that they cause is that the spawns have flipped, and Tribe Gaming, they are ready to flood any time. But Ichan with the Purifier actually stops the bleeding and figures out everybody all by himself, and that's going to be a huge kill coming in from him just to, you know, give that lead in a safer distance.
I mean, it is still pretty much a scrappy hill from both of these teams, just because Vault, yes, they're able to kind of get hill control, but not for too long, just because they did not have spawn control. I feel like it all started when Mick had to give up that cable car power position that you already know is super essential when it comes to defending this. He went all the way into the back spawn instead, and that left a huge gap into the defense of Vault, leading into capturing that P3. And so now something that we've seen already similar a while ago is that first they traveled early into P4, but Tribe definitely knows how to go and break the hill. But this time around, both of these teams have an equal amount of score streaks.
Yeah, they don't have any operators to work with here as well, so it's going to be all the Rob and Elegance that's going to have to try to work their way to break inside the point. Tribe Gaming now stacking inside. Kansei, Dolaki teaming up solo. Going to be spawning on the right side of the minimap. They have the favorable spots, and Rehab finding a triple, and that is going to be able to be a break that they will need to actually bullet this team out. So that's going to be a great gunfight for them. They also bring out that equalizer just to remove all the potential players that might just be going and heading into the hard point coming from the slopes. And Solo, bigger kills coming in from him with his operator skill.
I mean, Tribe is just so good at breaking the hill, and now especially with the operators in hand as well, even though that Mike also tried to retaliate with an operator of his own, it just does not work out for them, as P4 really seems to be like a hill that is so troublesome for Vault, and even though they rotate early every single time, it's just Tribe breaking the hill again and again, and now Vault need to try to find a way to get majority of the points here in P1, which is going to provide very difficult because of how open this space is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tribe Gaming, you know, they definitely have picked up that pace. They got the momentum to go through as well. I mean, Solo has just been popping up with that R9 for the past 2 hard points already. And then you got Rivallo with the AR just doing the job for you in this long range, just getting those big downs up top and just beaming everybody one at a time. It's going to be a 211 to 184. A lot of time for Volt to chip in and, you know, take away the lead from Tribe Gaming. It's going to take more than a mental fortitude to try to actually come back here. And yeah, it seems like Tribe Gaming has won that gunfight already, and it's the momentum just keep on carrying over, right? I mean, they are able to get a money hill in this P1.
And now the rotation for next is going to ensue as the fight for Scrap is still going to be on for Vault. They're trying to hold on to every point that they can. The Scrap's definitely going to their favor. Now rotation for Tribe going to go in for P2. Catwalk going to be occupied by the first player from Tribe. That's Rabalo with 34 to his name, and also an operator to try and defend this hill. But I feel like he's probably going to be saving it later on. But unlucky, actually bringing out the claw early on, but gets eliminated without even getting a pick is definitely going to be detrimental to Vault.
Yeah, but they still got one more operator that they will be investing in. That's going to be the equalizer. Has to find a good value off of that operator. Kansei, he is roaming around, finding 3 Ps all by himself. But Tribe Gaming, they got the favorable spawns in this P3. And Volt has to stand their ground, use that high ground to finish his players one at a time. They're able to flip those spawns. And Ichan will not get any kills with that Purifier, but his teammates actually able to claim time in this P2. And they're about to get this lead change to happen. But Tribe Gaming now going in for a heavy flood once again, just to give themselves closer towards this victory.
Oh my. Ichan just dropped in, got one, and eventually kind of saved Vault, but they need to step on it, because if they don't, Tribe could actually win it in his hill. And what a mishap from Vault, just leaving this hill wide open, as there's just enough time for Tribe Gaming to secure this hard point. And a miscalculation from Vault going in for the early rotation. The first time that they left the hill early and not contest, and it pays off.
Yeah, that's just like big brain plays coming in for Tribe Gaming. They think that there's going to be some guys actually there, if you're Volt, that will contest at least 1 or 2 seconds, right? But it did not really go through. And the 10 seconds that was left on that Hardpoint was more than enough for Tribe Gaming to actually accumulate and finish this game off. But yeah, I mean, looking at what just happened in that matchup, Volt was expecting that early rotation to come through, right? They wanted that early setup to get a great hold on that P3, which they had a bit of a trouble when they were going up against Tribe Gaming. So I guess that's a big loss for them, but gotta find a way to get back to their feet, right? S&D's coming right up next. It is gonna be quite hard to deal with Tribe Gaming after what we saw from this team a little bit earlier. So it's just finding yourself on the positive and keeping the mental game of the team in check to force that map number 3.
You're right. This is the moment that Tribe absolutely got their gas up against Mayhem, where Summit didn't look too pretty. Now they won that Summit game up against Vault, and now we're taking things into an S&D where a guy like Blur can absolutely pop off like how he did. He got how many kills? My goodness. Solo rather. He had 15. S-Thug had 12. And it just absolutely blew so much steam and kind of alleviated the pressure from Tribe heading into that control and eventually giving a 3-0 to Mayhem. And now the similar case is, will it be the same here for Vault? Because looking at their past track record here from day number 1, Vault has been pretty 50-50. S&D, it was a 7-5 up against Exclusive, 7-4 in Loop, so things kind of went downhill when they went up against LG and SPG. So there's really not much to say about their performance in S&D, just because of how much of a 50-50 and basically uncertain thing. And I don't know, there's really not a lot to say when it comes to their numbers, just because we don't know much about this team with the S&D performance.
Yeah, but if you're talking about the other side here this time, Tribe Gaming, they're actually 50-50 here as well today. They lost Meltdown up against Luminosity Gaming. They lost up against TLE in S&D Tunisia. But the positive thing coming in from them was their victory up against Mayhem, where we saw S-Dog pull up 20 kills with that assault rifle, and then he got Revalo with 17 kills. So this rookie is definitely doing the job here for you, just getting a lot of this elimination to propel the team to victory. I mean, on the other side where Tribe Gaming was able to defeat Mayhem, Blur had 21 kills, right? And it was such a total team effort and a great, incredible performance from S-Dog just to get the game, keep the team inside the game. But here we go. We're hopping into map number 2 of this elimination game. Winner advances to the playoffs. Loser will have to say goodbye and will not make it to the playoffs tomorrow. Tribe Gaming, they're going to have that 1-0 lead heading into this S&D. We're going to be starting it off with Volt on the attack side.
And now, for Volt, both of these teams actually lost Meltdown up against LG earlier today. And now I hope that they just took notes and kind of copied what LG did. And so, Volt now, unlucky with the scope, is going to be smoked out, but he's going to be pushed in right now. And unfortunately for him, Rihan, with the SMG in hand, definitely going to be a little bit too fast. And now with 15 seconds left, it will be defused.
I mean, nice rotation there for Tribe Gaming. I mean, one of their player that was Space holding up the sniper stance got taken down. Their Vimic, but the immediate threat was there to begin with. And when they had Rebalo holding up that open stairs, it was just an easy flood all the way to the generators. And it was such a very well-coordinated attack that Volt did not see coming. And by the time that the push came through, they just all get gunned down. But here, this round number 2 is still going to be a quick B-side push once again. And this time, there's not going to be any early first bloods. But one thing more than likely, Tribe Gaming, they're aiming for that mid-map. Number 5 and number 3, they are trying to team up, maybe to spot down Mick on that boiler's room, or the guy holding that generator in this open stairs.
An opener from Solo is definitely going to help Tribe on the retake, but Delaki going to be applying that pressure on through mid. But the smoke helps out Tribe a little bit, and as they're going to fall in through, Solo gets one, but does get traded out. So it is still a 2v. Nope, you know what? As I said that, it's just so quick as Vault able to win their 1v1s. And there you go, 1 for each team across the board. And that was something different from Vault, right? They planted it really quickly. And even though the Tribe got the first blood, there was always a quick response coming in from Vault, which is very impressive.
I mean, the thing with Thrive there on that push was they used too much smoke. I think Volt was able to capitalize on that and hide around it. And by the time it rescinded down, it was just a flank from Echan, a easy 2 piece for him. And, a very quick eliminations as soon as we saw Tribe Gaming go for that push. But this is going to be a very slow one for Volt, waiting for where the wind will blow. It's we can't say holding off that bomb. But, if you're unlucky, you have already spotted some information at this boiler room. You got Solo holding this one with the Fennec. So Unlucky definitely has that eye, especially when he's trying to get that sniper attack to go through. But seems like these players are just going to try to get that sniff. But Space, though, takes down Kansei. That will be a late 5v4. So it's just all about converting it here if you're Tribe.
A big opener coming in from Tribe. Definitely their snipers are doing a great job at picking off the teammates of Vault, but Vault is still gonna stay put. A while ago, we saw Tribe having one player, that's player number 5, at Solo into the boiler room. But now it seems like with information given, Vault will now enter that A side, but Tribe definitely already had that information to begin with. Rihan, Estug get 2, and Rihan splits that into a 3K and brings Tribe into a 2-1. So this is something that we like to see when it comes to S&Ds, where all of the teams are actually kind of thinking about what they want to do next. They're not just recklessly going into the site and hopefully they're going to get it. I mean, yes, there's a blitz play, right? But I feel like that's something we need to see from Vault, from the attacking side, was to be an aggressive team. And speaking of, they're going in there aggressively.
Kansei almost got himself eliminated off the get-go, but Dolaki now changing it up a bit. From a sniper, he's going to be using that AR just to supply that chain on the long range a bit better when they're holding this A site. Echan is holding that mid-map. He finds a one. No! Solo able to get the reverse card, gets that kill. It's going to be an equal 2v2 now, though, as this trades not going to be favoring anyone. But one thing more than likely, we are seeing Volt rotate through B side. And yeah, this is going to be a smart way for them to avoid that multi-angle play that can just happen anytime at that A site. So they're just going to have to stick through holding that open stairs and guarding their flank.
Space didn't hear the rotation in the back end. And now Kansei able to spot Space, and now it goes down. A 1v2 situation, 34 seconds left on the clock. But you do have Robalo. He does have an AR to play with. And now for Vault, they just need to go and stick together and play their angles right.
Robalo 1v2 can definitely clutch this one up. Unlucky, he has been spotted. Nice kill on the generators. Just needs more tap here up for Unlucky, and that's gonna be a 1v2 clutch for Robalo. Also gets this defusal, plenty of time for him to put Tribe Gaming into a 2-round lead up against Volt here.
That is a momentum shifter and a boost of confidence that Robalo needed. 3-1 now for Vault, and the attacking side is proving to be very difficult for this team. Needs to plant early. I feel like that's something that they need to do different, because so far they've been passive, they've been reluctant. That A side, they were so close to the bomb site, they cleared it out. They didn't know they actually cleared out the site, but if they planted, that would have been a different story. And now they're gonna be smoked out. They're very much aggressive right now. Bomb is gonna go down. This is what they needed, but Solo is gonna be spotted out.
Yeah, Solo, I mean, he's just really holding down this boiler room, waiting for his teammates to actually find a pick on the sniper nest before he goes and pounces. This is heavily guarded, so he cannot really go for the push. He's going to go back away, wait for his teammates, and just go for the flood as soon as this bomb is actually initiated, right? But I mean, Kansei is taking down Rihan, and 3 more players for Tribe Gaming are now definitely pushing up. There's only 2 more players for Volt, and they cannot stand their ground. Mick is surrounded, and that's going to be a team up, and back-to-back plays for Robalo to put Tribe Gaming at the better advantage in this S&D.
Man, 4-1, and it seems like Tribe is just doing everything right. Vault is trying to throw them different bones, but Tribe is always catching them and always being one step ahead. And the retake doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you retake, doesn't matter if you don't plant. Tribe is going to find a way. And so far, the way is you just got to be patient, wait for the picks, and don't try to over-aggress. And now, Vault gonna try to go for a different approach, go through mid instead, and now they have to worry about that one player in number 2 in Space.
Oh, that's just a nice shot there. Takes Unlucky's headpiece off. No Lucky be engaging in, taking him down, gets that first blood traded. Mick and crew, they have tried so many things. They have went in for a quick plant this time. They're gonna play off aggressive. Mick is hiding around the enemy lines. He's not going to get spotted whatsoever. And he's going to be able to take down Solo, who's going to be roaming around the overpass. That's going to be a big kill for him. That will stop that bleeding and give them the number advantage. But Rihan continues to get these shots to go through. Mick going to get eliminated. He is going to be on the flank. He's going to be the last guy standing. 15 seconds left. And Dolaki finding the right kills at the right time. Gave to himself 3 kills here for Volt and gets their second round win. And now we're going to be able to switch the sides. Volt, you know, we expected him to at least get more on the attack side. So this is defense that they're going to go into a switch aside. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for them as Tribe gets to dictate where that bomb will go.
And now they're going in for that B push, and it's going to be really aggressive, but will be met by 3 players of Vault ready for the defense. But Rihan spots one, as it is going to be Kansi that will try to go in for the push, but unfortunately goes down, and they went in there blind. Like, quite literally, they were blinded as when they were going inside. But Mike gets that pick, slows down the push. A 1v2 situation, but knowing Mike and how well he can perform, he spots one, gets the kill, denied. And now Tribe Gaming. They see each other, but it's a matter of how can Mike play this, and Rihan plays it a little bit better, and that makes Tribe climb a little bit higher, and that must feel good with the amount of space that you have in between.
And those 1v1s, this 1v2s that Tribe has been put into situation in has just been responded a lot better, right? I mean, Volt, despite having the numbers at the late game, cannot get the things done, and they're facing eliminations here. Tribe Gaming only needs 2 more rounds in order to advance to the playoffs tomorrow and eliminate Volt here at this round number 5. And this is going to be a desperation attempt now for Volt just to stop the momentum just from carrying over. And Solo able to get way behind enemy lines and taking down Dolaki. It's going to be a 5v4 now in this bomb plant.
Imagine, Solo just made 3 players look in that direction, and that was just a distraction. That was perfect. And now for Volt, they're trying to go in there. Ishan gets the kill. Space is eliminated. But a 1v1 across the map from all of these teams, and so far it is going to be Volt getting majority of the kills. Mike gets a double, Kansi gets 1, and now the defuse is going to happen with a lot of time left on the clock. They're inching slowly, but I hope being on the defensive side, they win as much of these defensive rounds as possible and try to stop the switch later on if they make it into the matchup for game number 5.
It's going to take more than mental fortitude for Volt to get there through, right? I mean, they have to do it chip by chip. And I like the play there, you know? Like, they have someone go in for that flank, and then they just had to go for that pinch play maneuver just to execute and eliminate these players. Volt will decide to guess that the bomb is going to be planted at the A side, but it's going to be going through towards the B side this time. And it's going to be a 5v5 retake. First pick has to go through with that sniper. Either they have to take down Tribe Space, who's going to be on the admin building, or maybe eliminate Solo, who's holding these generators.
And now, Space was actually in that admin building and did not see Ichan just cross over right there. And Ichan could actually provide to be so difficult once he does enter. And unfortunately for Vault, Ichan does get spotted out, and it will be Tribe getting majority of the kills, but it's still a 1v3.
Rihan!
May be doable, but it's still going to be very difficult. Unlucky still gets the kill, and Space is going to try to look for that kill. Unlucky is going to be spotted out, but 7 seconds left on the clock with the fuse actually happening. It's not going to happen as S-Thugs puts that one on the board. 6-3, and Vault is in the brink of elimination.
This is what you want right now for Tribe Gaming, right? I mean, after suffering huge losses on their second and third game, they have found their way back, defeating Mayhem in an 11, 9 manner in S&D Slums, and they're on their way to book their ticket on the playoffs as Tribe definitely are just 1 round away from winning it. It's another wrong guess for Volt in this one, and just 1 more defense for Tribe Gaming to play tomorrow.
What a missed call for Vault. I mean, what can you do? Tribe has been planting over here in the B side though, so looks like 1 unified push coming in from Vault. We're trying to see if there's going to be util, and so far there won't be any util. Tribe gets those kills as Solo gets 2. Mike gets the trade though, but is it going to be enough with 19 seconds left on the clock? They need to go and push for it. Rihan actually spots Mike and he goes down, and this is going to be an essential win for Tribe as they finally do the unthinkable. They take down the team that we were pegging to be probably part of the playoffs. Japan just lost its sole representative. And Tribe eliminates 2 teams. Brethren, in the form of Mayhem. And on the eastern side, Japan's going to be right there. Callie, we're not going to get Japan on the team, so it means that's one less eastern team. But congratulations to Tribe for making it into playoffs.
Yeah, and here is the cap, although this game is already done, we still got, I believe, a game going through, and that is going to be Powerhouse and Exclusive currently on the mainstream going at it, right? But with this one, at least we're guaranteed at least 2 North American teams playing at the playoffs, and that will be Tribe Gaming and the highly favorable super team in Luminosity Gaming. But to think that, the Eastern teams has gotten the numbers up against the Western teams all this time, it must feel pretty good for Tribe Gaming to at least make that difference and eliminate one Eastern team here by the time we end today's matches.
Oh, goodness. I don't know if you've seen it online, though, folks. But you should check over into Twitter or Facebook, wherever you are. But have you seen the post that Garena made, the video? The opening sequence was vague from LG. It's usually West versus East. You already know what he said. I don't have to say it. It's probably echoing in your head. But right now, the East is making a statement, right?
Yeah. I mean, just to be fair, just to give this guys a glimpse, Vague said West is the best. And it definitely was last year, right? Tribe Gaming was the MVP, but
absolutely,
if they can really actually go for a back-to-back if they are able to defend the crown in North America right now, since they're going to be the top contenders, right? But just to give you guys a quick recap, Volt went from, advancing to the top 4 in Swiss round 3 to just being eliminated here at round number 5. Such a big loss for this team, but, being the only team for Japan, the quality that they were able to show today is insane, knowing that they almost defeated Luminosity Gaming on the higher matches.
Yeah, and it just blows my mind how this 2023 actually went for Call of Duty Mobile. I mean, we already knew it from the very beginning. Stage 3 already gave us a peek of what is to come for the World Championships. Like what we already mentioned, in Stage 4, 3 of the top dogs that dominated for the entirety of the year did not make it. You have Godlike that has struggled to enter into playoffs, just did today. You have the number 1 seed of Kings in EU not make it, and Exclusive still fighting for another spot to be the sole representer of the stream. But my goodness, this is just amazing to see, Callie, and I can't believe that this is done already.
Yeah, we got 8 teams advancing to the playoffs and 8 teams eliminated. Thank you guys for watching. Join us again tomorrow because it is going to be best of 5s all the way through. It is going to be a punishing single elimination. So one wrong mishap will lead to an untimely demise. So anything can go wrong, anything can go right tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. You said it perfectly. You can make your mistakes here in day number 1, but in day number 2 will be forgivable. It's been your girl, Beef Mommy, and with me, my son, my boy, Callie Gaming. Thank you so much for being with us here in C Stream. We'll see you in day number 2 and 3.